My yay! We're live, mother effers. I can't say the word yet because we'll get demonetized.
Yeah, we have to wait.
And I'll lose my 35. I'll lose my 35 cents of monetization. Hey, speaking of YouTube, did you see that they dropped some more gun tuber rules that are like messing with the gun tuber channels?
No, I have not.
So apparently they dropped some rules recently that say that you can't even you can't show a machine gun firing. Yeah, we're live right now. Well, it says we are.
It still says it's upcoming to me.
Wait, where am I? Okay, yeah, it says YouTube. It says Scene Collection YouTube. Let me go and double check that. Let me double check. Click on that.
Oh, hold on.
Hopefully we're live.
Okay, yep, we're good. We're good.
We are? Okay, good. Good. Click on that. Good.
Pop out the chat. What is up, nerds? Nobody's here.
Here, I'm going to send out the link. Now. Let's see here.
People are here now.
Let me grab. Okay, they're coming in a little bit.
What up?
Welcome to the insanity that is Tech Talk, you mother effers. All right, so Tech Talk.
What up, Steve? Be Steve. First.
Did he say first? I love when they do that.
He just said hello.
Hello to you, sir. Hello. All right, let's see here. Everyone. Okay, I'm gonna bomb everyone over on Discord. Make sure I'm on my server because I made a no-no once and I was on somebody else's server and I did at everyone and they didn't have it configured properly. Or no, it was a mod. They made me a mod, so it allowed me to do it. And I'm like, hey, everybody, I'm live over here. They're like, who the fuck is this guy? What's going on?
Yep.
Yeah, you gotta be careful. So I'd apologize for that. That was bad. I think that was over on Trinity's server, if I remember right. So
that's not so bad.
Whoopsies.
You probably have permissions anyway.
Yeah, I don't think she cared. But still, I don't like to be a dick, you know. Okay, am I sending this out to the right thing? I'm double checking. Guys, sorry, I have super brain fog right now, and for once, it's not because of lack of sleep. Although I did only sleep 3 hours, but it was for good reason. Miss Barnacules was ravishing me. So if you guys need a mental image. Yeah, she's been on a little bit of a roll lately. She's been reading these novels that I'm seriously going to send like the biggest thank you letter to whoever the novelist is. I'm literally just going to send them like a fruit basket or something and a card that's like, you changed my life. Thank you. You're the best.
A Court of Rose and Thorns or something, right?
Dude, I don't know what it is. I'll have to ask her what the name is. She's read like 3 or 4 books, but man, she's like whole different lady. Like seriously, Invasion of the Body Snatchers, man. It's crazy.
Nice.
Absolutely crazy. But I love it. I absolutely love it. So, oh, there we go. Okay, we got some screenshots coming up on X. Anthony just posted one. He's like, on right meow. Right meow. Yeah, nice. So anyways, the brain fog for once is actually coming. They put me on new medication called gabapentin. I've taken it before in low doses, and I stopped taking it because it made me really tired and gave me fatigue, and it wasn't really helping all that much with the pain. Like I had other medication that worked better. Well, now whatever's going on with this nerve in my SI joint, it's permanent, 24/7 now. It never lets up. It's just full on pain the whole time. I've tried everything. I've tried stretching it, popping it, moving my leg around. I've done everything. This thing will not let up. So my doctor finally put me on gabapentin, but he put me on a huge dose. I take 6 pills a day. So I have to take 3 sets of 2 pills of this gabapentin. And man, it's like brain fog plus. I'm hoping that clears up after a while because you get used to medication over time. So it's just going to take a little bit of a transition period. But I am happy to report that it is actually working. And nice. Finally, I'm getting some relief from the pain that's in my hip that's constant. So I actually slept, even though I only slept for 3 hours, it was a good 3 hours of sleep. I didn't wake up in pain. I didn't have nightmares. I've been having nightmares every single night. Like no matter, even if I go to bed like completely happy, I just watch the happiest show, instantly nightmares. That's because of the pain. Pain manifests itself as nightmares, like when you're sleeping. And so last night I didn't have any nightmares. So I'm like, rock on.
Nice.
So I've got that. And the other thing is we decided to come off the oxycodone again. We went back on it for 2 months as a trial because my pain was so bad we needed something stronger. But the problem with oxycodone is, and it's the problem everybody has, right? Is it like it works good for an hour, then it works okay for like 2 or 3 hours, and then it doesn't work at all. So it's like you only get like maybe 2 hours of relief, and then by the 3rd hour, it's like completely gone, right? And they can only give you like so many doses, right? It's like you can't just pop these things like Pez, right? It's bad news. So we got to the point where it just wasn't effective enough. Like it was effective for like an hour, but it's like I can't just live stream for an hour and then I'm in agony and I gotta leave. So I can't do that. So we decided to go back on to the buprenorphine, and so far so good. So far so good. I've been on it for 2 days now. Back on full dose. Oh, good. Full dose of the buprenorphine, which is a super long acting opiate that's generally used for getting people off other opiates, but it's also used for pain management. for people who have chronic pain that can't be treated. So I'm on that, and it seems like the combination of that and the gabapentin seems to be doing the trick. So I feel like it's going to take a little bit of time for my brain fog to go away, but like the pain in my hip, it's there, but it's super tolerable now, and it wasn't before. It was getting to the point where I was just standing up, sitting down, pacing back and forth frantically because I couldn't escape the pain, and it was getting pretty bad. So that's why I went to my pain doctor, and I was like, listen, and the steroid shot, it worked a little bit. Like the steroid shot made it possible for me to at least get up and stand for a little while and then move, but still it wasn't really helping with the pain that much. So let's see here. Brian said Suboxone and gabapentin is a good combo. Yeah, and this is Subutex, not Suboxone. So Suboxone has a neutralizer in it that neutralizes the opiate effect, so you wouldn't get any pain relief from it. Or at least not much. Subutex, or what I take, buprenorphine, which is just the pure compound. It doesn't have any of the noxolone mixed in with it, the stuff that for like overdose that I have somewhere around here on my desk. So it doesn't have that mixed into it, and so it seems to be a good combo. So, and Brian, you take gabapentin also? Yeah, gabapentin seems to be one of those drugs where it's like some people have really bad reactions to it, and other people it changes their life and fixes them. So I'm hoping that I'm the latter. So you're on 100 milligrams of gabapentin 3 times a day. I think I'm on 200 milligrams 3 times a day because he like doubled me up. But yeah, great to hear you getting a hold of things. The pain, Jerry, should help with your mental health too. Oh, 100%. 100%. Mental health is linked to physical health, and the opposite is true too.
In a huge way. Huge. Yeah.
Imagine trying to do anything and having fun when you're in constant pain. Can't be done.
Yeah.
It can't be done. Like literally, I haven't driven my car. Like my car that I love, that I used to just go out. Like I have a picked out route around town that I go get in my car and race around whenever I want to, just let loose, right? And the back roads. And I have not even gotten in my car and driven. I started it like twice to keep it charged up, right? And I even ran it dead and had to charge it up off a trickle charger. Luckily, it's got a marine battery in it though, so I can keep doing that over and over for a while. But I haven't properly gotten in that car and driven it for like 2.5 months. Since before my last pain doctor visit, I borrowed my wife's car. So yeah, it's been like 3 months since I've driven that car. And I'm like, that sucks. That absolutely sucks. Like I went out there and there was like, when you let a car sit and there's no air flowing through it, it starts getting like mold and shit growing on everything. So I'd like go in there and like demold it and clean it up. And I didn't do a very good job. It still needs more work, but I love that car so much and I got to start driving it again. But because of my pain, I had no desire to do it. It's like pain just saps all that desire out of you. Like I'll be like, hey, I'm going to go mow the lawn, right? I tell myself, I'm like, physically, no matter how much I hurt today, I'm going to go out there and mow the lawn. I'm going to do it right after I got my steroid injection. I'm like, it's working a little bit. I'm good to go. I go outside. I am in so much agony when I get outside that like, I don't want to mow. Like I'm like, all I've done is like one little stretch and I'm already ready to just limp my ass back in the house, right? Like I'm not enjoying, it's a sunny day outside. Birds are chirping. Everything's happy. I'm miserable, right? So then I take my pain medication. It kicks in. That gives me like an hour. I go out and I mow the lawn because otherwise I can move okay. That's the weird thing about it is my restrictions are nerve-based and pain-based. So like my leg will just give out. Like I'll just be walking along and it'll give out almost like it's a loose wire from my brain to my leg because the swelling in the sciatic nerve. And but if I can manage the pain, it's only when the pain is really bad that it does that. If I can manage the pain and keep the pain under control, it doesn't seem to do that, at least not as much. So then I can actually walk and I can move around and it's like, it still hurts and it's still kind of numb and feels like inflated. But it's better. It's like way better than it was. And then I can actually enjoy shit. Like I didn't even enjoy watching a movie. I didn't enjoy playing video games. I couldn't enjoy anything. I'd seriously, pick up a controller for the game console, turn it on, fire up Gran Turismo and do like one race. And after one race, I'd just put it down and shut it off and just be like, no, I'm not enjoying this. This is not fun.
Yeah, man.
So yeah, pain just ruins life. That's why I think like a lot of like elderly people that have a lot of pain, a lot of chronic pain, I think that's why they're so cranky all the time. I really do.
Probably.
Like when you see like your grandpa and he's just like, he's, short tempered, just wants to sit in his chair and watch his TV and just, when he gets up, watch how he moves around, right? Is he stiff? Do his joints hurt? Like that pain makes you angry. It's not age. It's not a different generation. It's just, you are angry because you are in pain and you can't focus and enjoy anything. And they find that one spot where they're comfortable, right? That one special chair that they'll never get rid of until they die.
Yep.
And they just live in it, right? Because that's the only place they can be comfortable. And for me, the only place I can be completely pain-free is the hot tub. For some reason, when I go in the hot tub, if I put a pool noodle under my neck and I just lay back and relax my entire body and I get all the muscles to relax, then the pain just goes away completely. So I'm like 100%. which is really weird. Like I wish that I could replicate whatever the pool is doing out here in the real world. But man, it's like being in there, but I can only be in there for about a half an hour at 104 degrees because it has to be really hot. If it's not hot, it doesn't work. But 104 degrees, I can only be in there for about half an hour, 45 minutes, and then my heart starts racing. So it's like, damn it. So when I'm really at my wit's end, I can go throw some shorts on, jump in the hot tub if I can even get out to the damn thing. And then life is good for 45 minutes. I get out, and then the pain usually comes back within about 10 or 15 minutes. So I maybe get like a half an hour of relief total. But it's not enough. The thing that has helped me the most, though, is the TENS therapy device. So I have a TENS 7000 therapy device. I don't know if you saw, did you see my posts on X where I 3D modeled and made the adapter for it, for the TENS 7000? So I have a little TENS therapy device. It's basically you put pads on your back and it shocks you.
A little electric thing.
Yeah, it makes like your muscles contract. But it also can go deep down into the muscle and the nerve and numb the nerve. Like if you put enough power through it, it'll make the nerve get numb. It like feels like your like your back went to sleep. Like, you know, your foot goes to sleep. It's like I can make my back do that with a TENS device. So the problem with the TENS device is it runs on a 9-volt battery because it does this conversion to like super high voltage or whatever. So the 9-volt battery is the easiest way to do that. It's because it's effectively a taser. It's basically a taser that you connect pads to. And so, but the 9-volt batteries, it burns through them so fast and they're expensive. You see how expensive fucking alkaline batteries are now?
Yeah.
Dude, you go to the store, it's like a pack of 9-volt batteries, like $27 or something for like 10 of them. Like it is not cheap. And so this thing burns through a battery. After about 2 hours, the power starts dropping off. So you have to turn the knob up to compensate, right? And then after about 3 hours, the power is so down so much that even if you turn it to 100%, you're only getting about 70, 80% of the power. And then it tapers off. And then you're like, I don't want to swap the battery because you want to get every bit out of the battery, right? You don't want to like throw away a battery, still got a bunch of charge on it. So then you just tolerate not getting that relief for another 2 or 3 hours because you're running at half power. Then you finally put a new battery and you're like, oh, that feels good. So I got tired of that shit. And somebody on X recommended that they're like, why don't you 3D model an adapter to like plug that shit into the wall? Because it doesn't have a wall plug-in option. I was like, well, it doesn't have a wall plug-in option. They're like, oh, but there's this adapter on Amazon, and they linked me to it, and it has a, you know the little connector on your smoke detector to put on the 9-volt battery, where it's just like 2 wires coming off. It's like a little pad with 2 connectors.
Oh, sure.
So it was one of those. Yeah, it was one of those, but it's adapted to a wall adapter. So it's an AC to DC brick, like a wall wart. And then it goes to 9-volt.
Okay.
I've never seen these before. I've seen them for barrel plugs and shit. I've never seen one with a 9-volt connector on it. So I was like, I bought this because I was like, oh, I can plug this into my TENS device. But then somebody pointed out as it was in flight to me, they pointed out, they're like, well, you actually need to put a full battery in there to contact the prongs. You don't have the type of connector where you can just pop it on the battery like you do with a smoke detector. Like this one, you put a battery and it has to press against these 2 prongs. So there was no way for me to adapt this. If I stuck it in the battery compartment, it wouldn't stay put. So I went and 3D modeled a mock-up 9-volt battery, and I uploaded. If you guys want to see it, it's on printables. So here, I'll give people a link. So if any of you have a TENS 7000, old Barnacules has got your back. Because I did a conversion. Here, I'll give you guys, let's see, let me find chat. There you guys are. Hello, chat. How are you doing? Hey, what's up, Blue Varo? Thank you for the membership.
What's up?
See. So that's the link in chat right there. So I designed this adapter from scratch. I'm quite proud of myself. I actually had to learn how to use Fusion 360. So I'm like, well, yeah. So I felt pretty hot shit there for a second. So I created this little battery model. Did you get the link in chat?
Did not.
Oh, well, here,
neat.
You see it?
No, I see it. Yeah,
right,
easy.
Awesome. So yeah, super simple model. Like I just took some eyeball measurements. That's why I had to print it like twice. I wasn't serious about measuring. I just kind of like eyeball. Oh, it looks about that size. Whatever. It didn't work. I had to actually get out the ruler.
Yeah.
But
neat.
Yeah.
You're basically printing out your own a 9-volt battery.
Yeah. So it's not just a battery. It's also a strain relief. You see how I run it through like a strain relief?
The cable there. Yeah.
So it runs along the battery. But then I also modified the back plate. Like if you scroll over under pictures. Oh, I didn't put a picture. Did I? Oh no, the first picture.
You click on the very first picture, you can see how
I printed the back.
Comes out of the little hole there.
Yeah. So I created a new back that had a hole for it. So now I plug this thing into the wall and it has more power than it did on a 9-volt battery. So whatever the AC adapters they sent me actually has more current than a 9-volt battery. So I was like, so now my therapy device
works. Or you're just getting a full,
yeah,
or at least closer to 9-volt than the actual 9-volt batteries putting out.
100%.
If you put your fucking voltmeter on there and you're gonna get 8.5 really.
Yeah, it's never gonna be perfect.
There's always resistance.
Yeah.
But this is more direct. You're probably right. It's probably a little over 9, but it's like given the wiring and everything else that happens, that you're losing a little bit. That's cool, man.
Yeah, dude. And I've been running it nonstop
full strength
for 3 days. I ran it 24/7. Like I had the pads on, unless I was in the shower, I had the pads on me. And so I was running both channels at 100% full power, and it never dies off. Like now I can finally go take a nap, and I wake up and it's still going straight out of the wall.
Fuck yeah, dude.
The electronics don't get hot, which is fantastic. Like I thought that I might overheat the device. Oh, dude, you got to try TENS therapy. It changes lives, man.
I've been. I know the last like month or so, I've been on my phone or like on the computer, and I'm like, like cranky over and right at the like the top corner.
It's weird. You're sounding like super robotic for some reason right now. What the hell's going on with that?
What?
Let's see. It's weird. You're talking. I
mean, it's probably nice. I have a.
It was like weird.
I have a weird red triangle on my.
Oh,
I have a weird triangle. Red. Now it's yellow triangle. My total upload bit rate is.
Oh, are we having a bit rate problem?
Maybe, or it's like it's just red. It's showing red. I don't know what that means.
Let me see. I'm still showing full green over here.
They're blocking. Well, should do, right?
Uh-oh. I think he's like so far off now.
Let me see if there's a slider I can.
Can you hear me still?
What?
Aux, can you hear me?
Fine, yeah.
Yeah, you're like super duper delayed now.
Yeah.
What the hell's going on here? Here, let me try something. Let me grab your
I'll fix it
here. Let's see. Let me put that back in there. Click OK. How do I do a refresh here? Refresh current page. Let's see if this works. Okay, so I'm gonna. Okay, now say something.
I'm gonna say some stuff. I'm saying things, and I probably don't sound good, but I'll fix it because I fix stuff. That's what I do.
That's so weird. Your lips are massively out of sync. So, hey, I checked on my side. My ping's perfect. I'm actually getting, for the first time ever, I'm getting a 1 ms ping to Google. I don't even know how that's possible. So yeah, no, I'm good on my side.
Upload bit rate is whack. Okay, let me see. Send a keyframe to you now. Maybe if I do a little something like this.
Got a little troll in chat. I'm gonna go ahead and hide him so he can see his comments, but nobody else can. I got him. Oh, that SCOG guy or whatever. He's being a little bitch. Little Trump supporter in here crying his eyes out.
I'm not even that big.
Hey,
I'm not even that big, bro.
So why? Yeah, you're showing full red, dude.
I've been 6 feet for 15 years, swole bro.
All right.
Fuck out of here.
So let me.
Hold on, I'm fixing. Hold on.
All right, you're fixing it. It's definitely on his side, guys, because I'm looking at the dashboard. He's got 3 broken bars, so he's so far out of sync now that he can't even tell when I'm starting or stopping talking. He'll fix it.
Oh my God.
I'll give you guys some music in the meantime. Be like,
I'm hoping. Oh, hold on. I know what I need to do. Gonna do one of these things.
You'll get it. I have faith in you. Faith. The faith.
Fuck.
You gotta have faith. Let's see here. What did I do with our theme song? I made us a theme song and I have no idea where I saved it.
Yeah, where's the theme song, man?
I'm trying to find it. I don't know where it is. It went away. Where's the theme song at?
Oh my God, I gotta scroll way back. Where did I took a picture of this and I need the thing. I need the picture. Where is it?
Where did I make that theme song? I can't even remember what program.
Suno. You always make it in Suno.
Oh, man, wait. You're actually showing 3 bars, buddy. Here, say something in 3, 2, 1,
now I'm
go.
showing 3 bars. That's fine. But it's probably not good enough. Hold on. This is what I needed.
Oh, did you figure out what was happening? What happened?
I think so. Well, it's probably my Wi-Fi, and I'm still setting up all the nice stuff that, dude. You know how expensive fucking uncapped cable is? I'm very shocked.
Oh, just the raw cable for like making your own Ethernet stuff?
Well, yeah, like I need a couple, I don't know, like 100 feet to go from where the fiber comes in, right? Yep. To where I have my networking gear. I need like 100 feet or so, probably a little less. But I could just buy a cable, I guess, but I don't know exactly how long I need it. And so I'm just going to make one. But to get a spool of like 500 feet or something, it's like $400.
Are you serious?
Or a lot. More than I want to. It's more than I want to pay. I don't know. I'm probably being dramatic, but still. And I'm just like, oh my God.
That's weird.
Direction, your priority high. I'm now
when I wired my house, I got like a roll of 1,000 feet. I got like an industrial roll, and I want to say I paid like $50 for it or something. It wasn't expensive at all.
I'm partly kicking myself. Because I didn't want to pay $1,500 for them to wire the whole house. Because like really only just one room needed an Ethernet connection, right? Okay. I didn't need every room because everybody else is just phones and tablets and shit. Like it's just my computers and my devices that need to be hardwired or want to be hardwired. And so I was like, well, if push comes to shove, I can just, poke some holes and stuff. And that's where I'm at. I got the floor plan and blueprints for the house. So I know exactly where to go from the garage into the office. And I think I might even be able to go from under the office, into the garage, like right under the wall. I won't even have to actually like poke a hole, hopefully.
That's how I run cables. Is the little baseboard that you have like along your wall that covers the carpet seam? Yeah. What I do is I take the back of a butter knife, like where it's dull, and I stick the cable down there, and there's like a little hidden compartment between the carpet and the wall. So if you can just push down and get it under the edge, that thing completely disappears. You can't see it.
What I was thinking is I could actually go from the crawl space to, because there's a slab, right? The garage is built over like a thick slab that, right? But I can go the wall, the closet wall is shared with the garage, and so it's insulated. But I could probably come from under the office side of the wall, under the from the crawl space, and then stick it over the slab, but below the drywall, through into the garage, and then come from, like you were saying, from the carpet, under the wall, into the crawl space, and then under the very bottom edge of the drywall.
Yeah, there's a lot of clever ways you can run cables without having to drill. I mean, you might have to drill like 1 or 2 holes here and there.
Part of me is just fuck it, man. Here's a 1/4-inch hole, and I'll put a grommet to keep the do kind of half-ass and put like a patch panel, sort of like a female jack there, in case somebody else wants to, and then seal it off, and just like there's just going to be a weird Ethernet hole, female Ethernet plug in the corner of the office closet.
Just like a big enough hole to feed it through. Yeah.
The fuck is this? It's just there's a cable that's going to run along the ceiling of the garage to where the fucking fiber box comes in at.
I mean, that's the other benefit, right? I mean, that's the other benefit of running your own cable, is like you can put the end on it after you feed it through the wall, right?
Yeah. So that's the thing. I can keep the whole a 1/4 inch, right? Just big enough for the cable to slip through, and then I'll terminate it on my side, or on the side. And that's what I want to do, because otherwise I'm gonna have to poke a 1-inch hole or a 1/2-inch hole, and get the whole fucking thing through there. That's what I was hoping. But somebody said
when you put in the box,
buy a longer cable. And
those little junction boxes? You can buy like a little junction box, and then you wire into the back of it with the Ethernet. Or some of them you can even just plug the Ethernet cable into. There'll be a female plug on the backside too. But I have those in my house. I put those on every wall with like 1 or 2 connectors, depending on what room it is. And then I run the Ethernet up to that, and that way you just cut a square and just stick a box in there. And you don't even need to be next to a stud. They have boxes now that just go right against the drywall. They have like 2 little fins that kick out on the side, and when you tighten it down, it grips the drywall. So now you can literally put an outlet anywhere you want, not just next to a stud like you used to have to.
Yeah,
it's actually pretty nice. I like it. So, and that way you don't have to run any, you don't have to just have a cable sticking through the wall that looks all janky. It looks like you have like a professional panel, and you can put it like, put the outlet right next to a conventional outlet, and they'll look the same shape and everything. You didn't even get the same cover. Or you got that 3D printer. You could just 3D print one. You can 3D print your own cover for everything.
Right? Like just a wall panel, little square or something.
Oh, hey, Brian Foreman, he hit that like button. And because he hit that like button, we're going to give him a little... Thank you, Brian. Hope everybody else pushes that like button too, because when you push that like button, people come.
It's a project I'm going to take care of. Actually, sorry, you know what was fun? I was playing around with all this networking stuff that I was gifted, right? And I made a run to Infotech. Haven't been to Infotech in like 20 years.
Good to have friends,
probably,
isn't it?
Probably more than 20 years. Friends. Oh man! And so I just went in there for like some 1 foot Ethernet cables, because I was, I'm putting together the rack and I'm trying to plug things in and stuff. And I was like, man, does this bring back the fucking days, man? When I was a kid, like, I was like, man, I think I first came talking to the guy behind the counter, because he's trying to. Oh man, I felt a little bad for the guy. He's trying to talk to this guy. He's trying to buy like a laptop charger, but he wants to use it for his like electric scooter.
Okay.
And the guy's trying to tell him, like, look, man, this might have like the wattage that you're looking for, maybe. Like, I can't guarantee it. And the dude's in the shop with an electric scooter, but he's trying to get a charger for a different scooter. And he keeps just going over and over it with this guy. And I think it was partly a little language barrier, but also partly like the guy just wasn't quite getting it, maybe. And man, it's just I was like, I felt bad. He brings me up and stuff, and I'm like, oh man, I haven't been here in a long time. You guys, I probably have an account with you guys from decades ago or something, but here's my new number and stuff. And as I'm leaving, I'm like, good luck. And I'm like behind the guy, and I kind of point at him like, good luck.
Hey, is there any way you can adjust your bit rate? Because right now you're being super robotic and we're dropping a bunch of stuff and the timing's off again.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, see if you can go into video and drop
here, I'll
your bit
leave
rate.
and come back. I'll leave and come back without the.
All right, he's gonna be back here in a second. Sorry about that, guys. I mean, shit happens. You can't really do anything about network issues like this. But I am checking over here on my side and maintaining my ping, and we're good. So thank you NordVPN for protecting me from all the idiots that script kiddies that run that DDoS, that low Earth orbit ion cannon or whatever fucking script that everybody can just download off of Google and fucking put in an IP address. Just pause all those porn downloads. Exuded said, no, I can't ask him to do that. Come on, let's be realistic, guys. We have to be realistic here. Let's hear. Being tech guys, Bobby asks, being tech guys, do you guys hold crypto? Don't need to know which ones. Yeah, I bought into that coin that Logan Paul had. I bought about $10 million worth of that coin. It's a little underwater, but I think it's going to come back. No, I'm just kidding. I am out of crypto 100% now. So I sold the last of my crypto about 2 years ago. I held Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, and a couple obscure ones that I just kind of diversified with. And I dumped the whole lot because we needed the money. Because we're down to our last, like we're basically broke. We have to dig into my 401k to survive moving forward, sadly. So which I really hope they never have to do. But hey, life gives you lemons. Sometimes you gotta, do whatever. It's all about survival. But anyways, I don't want to go down that rabbit hole because that's depressing as shit. But anyways, I sold all my coins, took a huge tax hit on it, but it allowed me to like pay some bills. So, which I'm grateful for, and I wasn't underwater on it. All right, here, let me switch back here. It looks like he's back. Let me grab his link. Actually, here, I'll wait until he gets it all figured out, and then
I'm here.
Oh, you're here? Okay, it's still showing 3 red bars.
What? Yeah, man, I'm really bad.
Drop out to your command prompt and ping google.com and tell me what your ping is. Because I want to see if it's the connection between us through VDO or if it's just your internet connection is just like mangled right now. And that should give us
google.com.
Yeah, just ping Google.
10 milliseconds, 11 milliseconds.
Yeah, you're fine.
Normal.
So that tells us that the problem is 100% through VDO. So
it's like my connection to VDO or something.
Yeah, it's your connection to VDO that's the problem. Man. So if you open up your little dashboard in VDO, like when you click the 3 dots in your image or whatever, or how do you get to settings? Do you click on the image? Like, the settings thing, the bar on the side? How do you open that up where you can get to your bit rate and you can change your video bit rate? You might be able to just drop it down and fix it.
There it is. Well, I'm okay. I got video settings 1080. Where's the trigger? I start remote IP blocking. I feel like there's something. This is weird. No direct peer-to-peer connection made because of their browser or system setting.
Oh, so you're not connecting directly to me.
Yeah, and it says like remote relay IP, so it's bouncing to some other thing, and then it's connecting to you.
That's why. Okay, so we know what the problem is then. Here, let me switch back to things.
Yeah, you're blocking me.
So, it says I'm the one that's the problem. Okay. Hold on,
it says here. I hover over it, and it says no direct P2P connection made because of their browser or system setting.
Oh, interesting. Okay, here I have an idea. I have a little bit of an idea. What I'm going to do is I'm going to open up Chrome, which I don't have 5,000 blocker plugins installed on. And let's see. Okay, I'm going to join the room. Is already claimed by somebody else.
Which could also be me as well with some of my blocker things. But I've had blocker stuff for a long, long time. So
yeah.
And I'm sure yours is more robust.
Totally. All right, here, let me leave. I'll be right back, okay? Don't go anywhere.
All right.
Let's see. Okay, I'm going to leave out of here, guys. If I disappear, I'll be right back. Like, it's not going to show any of us, probably.
I bet you Jerry's VPN blocks connection. Probably.
Hold on. Hold on.
You guys still hear me? Probably not.
All right, here we go. Allowing, bitrate cranked up. Where's my settings? Okay, why do I not have a camera option?
I don't. Oh, well, and now that whatever that.
Where is my camera option?
Oh, a bunch of fucking sides of Fraggle Rockets, fucking nerds.
Here we go.
I see Ox and hear him. I don't see or hear you guys at all.
Hold on. I think I know how to fix it now.
Now we can't.
All right. So are you lagged anymore, or is it working?
I don't know.
Okay. So, but you can't hear me, right?
It says, "Oh, now we can again." Yeah, it seems everybody can hear me. I hear you.
Okay, let me switch to Elgato. No, not Elgato.
Elgato.
No, this one. Okay, there you go. Now you can
hey,
see
there
the
we
stream,
go.
right?
I see you now.
All right.
See you.
Does it say we're directly connected now?
The bang thing is gone.
Ooh.
So
when we say bang, we mean exclamation point. That's a
yeah,
code term, by the way.
exclam, the splat.
Yep.
Sometimes as it's called in a device manager. Ox is roboting aging.
No, I think he's saying that he's delayed. That was from previously, because right now you sound perfect. So don't change a thing, sir. Don't change a thing. All right. So now it says excellent connection. It didn't say that before.
Excellent.
So
yes.
All right, guys.
It's green on mine now too.
In chat, if you guys hear this, let us know if this is looking better now. We got 3 bars. In a world. Yeah. So what that
now
tells
you can see
me,
my scary fucking dirty shelving and stuff. You don't get to see my nice cabin in the woods.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. They're fine.
Yeah, probably not.
They're
I mean,
fine.
Oh, speaking of 3D printer, I don't know if I showed you guys this, but I'm very proud.
Oh, did he finally 3D print something? I'm gonna be shocked. I'm literally gonna shit my pants if he did. You actually 3D printed a thing. Oh my god! Did you actually 3D print that?
I did
on the printer I gave you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I gotta glue the feet in. The feet don't fit quite right, but yeah. I've printed a few things. I've got some little minis that I printed for like D&D minis, but this was the biggest thing I've done. This took like a day, like literally like 20 plus hours, 20-ish hours. And I gotta stand it up and clean it up a little bit. It's a little janky, but I'm very proud. It printed, it worked. It's all in pieces. It's like in pieces, right? This ball joint.
You just pops together.
Fits.
Dude, that's sick.
The feet though, they are the appropriate size. It's just they don't pressure fit. They're meant to be glued together. The arms are in 2 pieces as well. They just happen to be a little more janky, and I was able to squeeze them together. But isn't that tight? And I think what I can do too is if I do it right, I can find other models of like Lego swords and stuff. And if I scale them up, because this was already scaled up big, and then I swole it up to fit as big as I could on the print plate.
Hey, Adam in the house. Woo woo. Kevlar Condom.
What's up?
Woo woo. We were just talking about your old hand-me-down networking equipment.
Can you recommend a good 3D printer at a reasonable price? Dude, there are some really good ones for like $200 now, man.
$200 gets you like a Creality CR10, like a late model, like the latest model CR10 you can get for like $240, $230, and you can get the last generation, which isn't that much different, and I think it's like $199 or something.
Depending what you plan on doing, you can also get a really nice resin printer for like $200. It's small.
Resin printers
like
are cheap.
4 inches. Mm-hmm. But if you want to do like minis or little very, very fine detailed things, I know it's a little toxic. Like I don't think you're just supposed to have it like sitting next to you.
No, don't put it on your skin
or whatever.
Don't get it on your skin. It's a carcinogen. They all
are. It's all that UV resin stuff is bad for you.
Whatever they put in there that reacts to the UV light is a carcinogen. Like not the material itself that it like turns into. Like it's the transition chemical. Or what do they call it? The catalyst. The catalyst is what's nasty. Plus, good luck getting it off your hands, dude. Like you got to use you could use pumice.
It'll be fine.
Yeah, we definitely wear gloves because but I'll tell you what, resin printing. This is what's so funny. Behind me, if you guys can see that little orange back there.
That's the one. So that's like an Elegoo Mars or something. No,
that's a Form 2. That was originally a $5,000 printer. So when they sent me that was $5,000 for that fucking thing.
Like 10 years ago.
About probably not far off. So it's a laser based. So it uses a laser and it can print down to 10 micron. Which is like crazy small. Like you can do if you like I print it's really slow though. Like
that's like a fine of hair.
It took 24 hours to print an action figure that was this tall. So, but at the highest resolution, and it was clear. That's the thing. A lot of resin printers can't print clear resin, like the DLP printers can't print clear resin. But the laser ones can. The ones with like high powered, 405 nanometer or whatever. I don't really know why the DLP ones can't do the clear resin, but yeah, I can do optically clear prints. I can print actual lenses on that. Yeah,
that's neat.
Like I can print like a prescription lens.
Laser went LCD, huh?
Yeah. So the Form 4 is actually LCD. Okay, so they can. So with an LCD, you can cure the clear resin then, because there's no way they would make a printer that didn't do the clear resin, because the clear resin, like everybody loves that shit. That's one thing Form is really well known for.
It looks really neat. It does look really neat.
Yeah, it like literally looks like ice. Like it's optically clear. I even made a magnifying glass and like burn shit with it. But that printer right there used to cost $5,000. Now check this out. You can get a resin printer that's faster, technically higher resolution, not on the Z, but higher resolution overall, right? For about $200.
Yeah,
so $200 buys you a printer that kicks the shit out of this one that was like $5,000 years ago.
It's it. I mean, that's the march of time, though, man. Like, look at some of the ads from 1996 for computer parts. You'd be spending, Super Nintendo games, $70-$80 for a Super Nintendo game.
Ridiculous.
And we're complaining about $60 PC games.
That's very, very true. And that was back then too. It was like $60 for a game, like years and years ago, right?
Yeah,
insane money.
We're lucky. We're nice. We are in a golden age of gaming to only be paying $60 for a game.
So there was a time where for resin printers, you were basically paying a technology tax, right? Because it was new and shiny. That you'd pay $4,000, $5,000 for a printer because it wasn't because it was a complicated mechanism. It was because of what it did, right? Its capability. Now you fast forward, all it is, it's simpler than FDM. A resin printer is way simpler than FDM. What FDM does is it has to have an X, Y, and a Z axis, and it has to have a heated bed, and it has to deposit the material while moving within that 3D space. Check this out. To make a resin printer, all you need to have is one stepper motor. That's it. One stepper motor. The Z axis.
Raises the thing up.
All it does is lift. You have a clear vat, like an acrylic vat that has the material in it. You have an LCD screen at the bottom that basically they replace the backlight with a 405 nanometer LED or whatever. So it's the right light to cure the resin.
Like UV or something,
right? And then the LCD just becomes a shadow mask. So basically it comes down, it puts the platform down. The area that it wants to cure, it leaves clear, and then LCDs out the rest of it.
It's reversed.
It's reversed.
Right?
And then
each layer is
so then it shines the light through it. The light that gets through the LCD, through the mask, cures the resin for that layer between, because remember, it's pushing the platform down against the bottom of the tank. It cures that little bit of resin between the thing and the thing. Then it raises it, pops it off. More resin goes in under it, so it sucks it up, and then it pushes it back down, smashes it, and it just does it again. So it's just literally going through a pile of images and playing them through a projector. So all it is all software. All you have is one axis and basically a projector. That's it. It's just and it's like it doesn't have to be a powerful projector either. Like literally, the LCD is what matters. Like you can put a brighter bulb in, right, to make it faster.
Well, and that's why they're so small. They're like super high resolution screens, but it'll be like a 4-inch square or rectangle. They're tiny, but they're super high resolution. It's like very the DPI.
Resolution. The resolution is dependent on the resolution of the screen. So you have build volume matters a lot. Like a lot of them have small build volumes because obviously like a 4K or an 8K screen in this size is going to be ridiculously expensive.
Get giant ones though. I've seen some big fucking ones.
I've seen one that has an 8K.
Where like you're printing out a thing like this big.
So I can't remember what it's called. I think Anycubic makes one. Anycubic makes the Photon, which is a really popular resin printer. But they make a big one. I can't remember what it's called. I think it starts with an S. And it's got an 8K, like a 12-inch 8K screen in it.
Yeah.
So imagine 8K resolution, and not just 4K, 8K resolution on a screen this big, and they're able to print with that resolution.
The lines. They're so crisp. It's gorgeous.
It's so perfect.
Your Barnacules, or not the Barnacules, the God of War one with your face on it. Isn't that one resin printed?
Yep, that clear one. Yeah, and it's perfect.
It looks like it's injection molded or something.
If you rub your finger along the edge, there's no lines. Like every 3D print, if you pick up any FDM 3D print and you run your finger, no matter how good it looks, you're going to feel ridges, right? Like, let's see if I can find a place where I didn't sand it. Here we go. You can hear that. Even though you can't see them.
You're static on Zox's side.
What now?
Oh, somebody was saying they're static on AuxxZillary side.
Oh, oops. I didn't hear nothing. So, by the way, I designed this. This is my first Fusion 360 design that I actually 3D printed.
It looks like you're doing stamps or printing,
right. Right. So it's actually a therapy roller for my sciatic nerve.
Oh, nice.
Here.
Very cool.
So I wanted to print something that had an extendable handle that I could just work on myself with right here.
Yeah.
So check this out. I actually figured out how to do threads in Fusion 360. I'm really proud of myself, by the way, that this actually worked on the first try. So check this out. Look at that. It actually has parts that screw apart. So right, it goes in there.
Cool.
So there's our. But check this out. On the back side, if you take this off, it's got threads on both sides, so I can make the handle as long as I want. I could print like 100 of these and just have like, I mean, it'd break under its own weight, but if I wanted to, I could put like a 6-foot handle on this just as a joke. See? So I threaded the back part. So that's threaded, and then I threaded the front part. And so you can just end-to-end print these and just stick them in this thing and just keep going, right? Just grab as many segments as you want. But I need to make it bigger, and I'm gonna tell you guys something dirty. You guys ready for something dirty? So I told my wife, I was like, she said that the grip was a little thin and kind of hard to hold. And I was like, oh, so what diameter should I make the grip?
Earthmaster 5000.
She told me what to measure. She wants me to base the measurements. So when I upload this to printables, I'm not saying the word. But when I upload this to printables,
Jerry's gonna get fucking photo scan on his phone, and he's gonna start making wanguses on his 3D printer.
The handle to this is gonna be measured off the wang because Miss Barnacules wants something that. What's that?
Just print your wangus and screw it on the end of it.
Just screw my wang. I should do that. I should actually do that. Just take it in 3D scan it and stick it on there.
It takes like 7 photographs, throw it into some photogrammetry software. Oh, we both started wigging out there for a second.
Oh, everything sounds good over here.
Oh, I just noticed in video it went.
Oh, okay.
For just a sec. It's all right. That's funny though. That's good. That would be hilarious. That's funny.
That's gonna be a tiny grip. That's funny. I give it to her and it's actually smaller than this. She's like, wait a second. No, but I thought that was funny. We were talking, and I was like, can you find an object around the house that you can comfortably like hold in your hand really well? And she with her dirty mind or whatever, she's like, I was like, no. And she's like, yeah. I was like, that's actually not a bad idea. You know, that's something she's kind of used to hanging on to. So maybe if I put that on there, it'll make it a little more ergonomic, right? And give her a little more practice. So I'm just saying, it's a good idea. But yeah, I had to make a therapeutic massager because my sciatic nerves kill me. And you change these out. There's like different attachments. So like
little bumpies and stuff.
Yep. So this is the one that I use like if I need to really like get into like a crevice, and I have different ones that are different densities. So put that in there. It even like for having no bearings and just being like Teflon on plastic. And you see I put a little relief there so there's no friction in the middle there at the middle point. And I found it made it spin a little easier. But yeah, I can just swap them out and just go to town on myself here. And it works pretty. The handle won't be big enough. Every joke in chat is like my small wang.
Right.
Like it's not going to be long enough. It's not going to be wide enough. Add a vibrating function. That'd be funny. I should put a little motor in there. But I will tell you what, 3D printing is amazing. But when you make something in Fusion and print it out, it is awesome. It is awesome. And I bet you Adam knows about that because I think Adam prints. He prints like certain parts for his friend that does stuff. So
I'm about to see if I can find a print for my stove knobs, because the fucking the stem on the knob itself, a couple of them are broken from twisting too hard or whatever, and it's gonna cost like $35 a piece.
Isn't it stupid
to find replacement knobs? Just the freaking knobs, man.
It's ridiculous.
And I'm like, man, I'm about to just go to Home Depot and find the display model and just pocket a couple of them.
Yeah, dude, it's
fuck, man, $30+ for some knobs. So what I've done so far is, because they haven't like completely broken, the stems haven't like lost a chunk yet, I put some real small zip ties around it and glued it in place. So I think that'll help for now.
That's cool. What is this alerts thing?
What? We're getting some alerts?
I'm looking at my little window here, seeing like what I have hidden and stuff. What random image? I think that's the image of you. Yeah, I'm not gonna click these off because it might show stuff that I don't want shown.
Everything closed that should be pulling my internets.
So people said they wanted a 3D printer that's like like a cheap option for a 3D printer. So right here, I'll put a link in chat because I need the money, so I'm going to link you guys affiliate links. But but this will give you a starting point. So this right here is, and it has a good print volume too. Over 8.5 by 8.5 by 9, almost 10 inches build volume. It's pretty well rated, a 4.1. But this is a Creality Ender V2 Neo. So this is like the little cheaper model, but it's still super capable. If you look at the specs, it prints everything the big model does, like the one that's like 150
Bamboo sucks, right? We don't like those guys. We don't like Bamboo.
Here's the thing with Bamboo, and I got to be real because again, you guys know I'm an honest motherfucker even when I shoot myself in the foot. So Bamboo, I don't like Bamboo the way that they run their company, kind of like I don't like how DJI does shit, like I don't like how Apple does shit. But it's a little bit more with Bamboo. I feel like Bamboo steals a lot of source code from the community. I feel like their entire product and its technology is built on other people's hard work, and they don't give them the credit, and they lock everything down. And if you buy their printer, it's like you basically have to use their software to get the full functionality of it. You can't just use all the other software that's out there. Like, you're very restricted on how you use this printer unless you put a hacked firmware on it, which apparently, some of the printers, they're trying to find ways to make it so you can't. But it's called X1 Plus, and you can get the firmware put on there, and then that'll unlock it. But the hardware itself is solid. Like I cannot ding the Bamboo printer for the build itself. Like the price versus the performance is actually really, really good. So the Bamboo X1, even the new one, even their bed slinger, they're very decent printers that have very good print quality. They're very user friendly and easy to use. However, they invade your privacy. They won't tell you what they're uploading to the server, but it's a lot. People have trapped the network traffic, and they're sending a lot of shit to their servers that you have no idea what they're sending. Like, anything you print on that printer, pretty much guarantee that it's in a Chinese database that can be sold to somebody. So, and it's one of those printers where it always wants to be online. Like, if it loses, connection to the internet, it's just going to hassle you and give you shit the whole time. And not like it won't even let you like send a job to the printer like locally without like going through the internet and their cloud. It's like they've done everything they can to try to put themselves between the user and their information. So that's why I don't like Bamboo. But again, that's why Bamboo is so cheap, because they're making their money off of harvesting your information. They're making their money off of you as a customer. Right. And again, this is my opinion, right? This is absolutely my opinion. Like, you guys are welcome to disagree. But that's why I don't like Bamboo. That's why. And to be fair, they've been caught multiple times. They got caught stealing their slicer. Hands down, they stole their code from Prusa, and they forgot to change a bunch of lines. So you'd open up their software, go to like about, and it'd be like, oh, Prusa slicer. And this is after they told the public that it was a ground up slicer and it was completely closed source. And then they were forced to open source it because it turns out they didn't just, and then they tried to play like, oh, we just borrowed a little code. No, it was Prusa slicer just refaced. That's it. All the code was literally like vanilla Prusa slicer. All they did was change the UI to make it match with their Bamboo shit. So they released their slicer, but of course when they released the slicer code, they modularized the specific things like the material changer and stuff for their printer so that people couldn't see how that worked and couldn't engineer a solution to use it with other stuff. So like if you want a printer that can print like 4 different colors at a time, you don't mind being tied into an ecosystem where your printer could become a brick in a year if they go out of business or sell themselves, then a Bamboo isn't a bad way to go. It really isn't. And honestly, everybody I know that has a Bamboo, for the most part, has said that it's been a pretty solid printer when it works. But keep in mind, if you get one that's broken, which does happen quite a bit, like the quality control is terrible, good luck with support. Make sure if you buy the printer that you get it from like a box store where you can take it back, or Amazon or some place where you can just return it, no questions asked, because there's a huge list of people that literally have like, it's taken them a month to get a reply even from support in the first place. And then they'll send them parts and like a video on how to tear the whole printer apart and rebuild it to put this like one little part in it. And it's like the people that bought this printer bought it because they needed a turnkey solution, and they're not technical people. That's why you buy a Bamboo, right? And they're expecting these people to like tear apart the printer and like rebuild it. And then if you fuck it up while you're rebuilding it, they won't honor the warranty anymore. So I don't like the company. I think it's absolutely fucking terrible. So I hate Bamboo. Like, legitimately as a company, I fucking hate them. But the product's decent. Like, the product they make is decent. And if you put X1 Plus firmware on it, then you basically take back your power, right? You're no longer connected to their cloud infrastructure. You can now access the printer locally. You can use it with other G-code slicers. And it becomes basically, for all intents and purposes, a open source 3D printer at that point. But they are taking steps right now to try to stop that X1 firmware from working. So just be aware, if you buy one, there are no guarantees you're going to be able to get X1 Plus on there. Let's see here. Networking guy said their support told my friend to continue the support conversation by moving to TikTok DMs. Oh, God. Oh, wow. You know a company's failing when that's the case, right?
Yeah. Dude, I don't understand. I've seen this before where like, their entire support workflow is in like Twitter DMs. So some companies. And I find that to be very weird. Like, that's super strange. Like, I understand like doing a little bit of triage on social media, but like that stuff needs to be handed off to a phone call and a bunch of emails. I've seen this from SIs, some of the SIs and stuff, where like they'll be trying to refute some complaints that are happening on oh, they didn't do my support very well, blah blah blah, and then like they come back and they're like, well, no, here's like the Twitter DMs of our support people helping you out. And I'm like, man, that hits me as I don't know, mildly unprofessional.
Doesn't that kill you seeing how bad the support is for other companies when you work for a company that prides themselves on support?
I mean, I'm you know me, I try and separate my work and stuff from this.
Right, I'm just talking as like a customer myself. As a customer myself, Puget has been phenomenal.
Really weird. It's really frustrating sometimes. On a personal level, when I'm dealing with some other company's support, and I'm like, bro, this is some low level basic shit that you guys aren't even doing right. And I'm like, my company would never.
Right. That's one thing. Actually, just my obligatory shout out, because I haven't collaborated or no money has changed hands, but I still love John. Puget, actually, the one thing I've never heard of, the only complaint I've ever heard from Puget ever is price. That's it. Never.
Yep.
Nothing else. Yep. Customer service has always been fantastic. My neighbor bought, actually no, 2 neighbors now. I have 2 neighbors that have Puget systems that bought them out of pocket.
That's cool.
And I think they even name dropped me and got a little discount. I think they hooked them up with a little like 5% discount or something like that.
I bet. Yeah.
So they built. I don't know if they do that for like everything. Don't quote me on that. But they name dropped me and got a little discount. I thought that was cool that they did that. But he got his printer or he got his computer. And when he got his computer, he realized that he didn't have a cable that he needed. But it's not a cable that comes with a computer. It was a cable for like something else that he had installed in it when he got it. And he didn't have the cable, so he messaged them to ask him like, what cable do I need? I think it was to hook the power supply to it or something like that. No, because he had the power supply cables. What was it they needed? He needed a cable that didn't come with it, like that did not come with the system. Thing. And he sent an email to Puget, and like seriously, within like a half an hour, they mailed it out, and they sent him a tracking number and said, hey, it'll be here, and it showed up the very next day. It was like 24 hours. His house, it showed up, and they just gave it to him. They didn't have him come pick it up. They didn't even have to give him the cable because it wasn't something that came with the system anyways. They just happened to have one. Beyond. You guys just had one laying around, and it's like, here you go. And I've heard so many stories from people that have bought Puget systems that have had similar things where it's like they call them up. They're having if you have trouble like installing a graphics card or you're not comfortable doing it, you just take the computer to them. They'll just do it. Like they offer. Do you guys still offer the lifetime thing where it's like if you buy your computer and you bring it in there, you guys will pop a card in it for them?
Support and labor.
It's freaking awesome, and nobody else does that. Nobody else that I can think of does that. So I think that's pretty cool. I have to give shout out. So again, people that are complaining about price, that's why you're paying a premium.
That's it.
That's why they exist, is because of customer service and their ability to keep people up and running and like being very quick turnaround on everything. Like, and I can appreciate the hell out of that. Like, there's a lot of people that have no problem paying a premium for something when it gives them that kind of service.
Man, when literal minutes can become literal thousands of dollars. Yeah, like it's no contest.
Dude, could you imagine being a fucking day trader? Like my friend was a day trader for 6 months because he decided to do it as a hobby, right? He was between jobs. He was waiting for his new job. The company was coming online. He already gave his notice. He was just sitting on his hands. So he's like, oh, I'm going to try to do this day trading thing. So he creates a, Fortex account or whatever and puts like 20, I think you have to put 25 grand in or something minimum to do the day trading thing. There's some rule. You have to put in some, that's why I've never did it, is because you have to put so much money in to do it. Because they don't want people just creating like $10 accounts and just treating it like it's a casino. So he puts in this like 25 grand or whatever, and he starts doing this day trading thing. And I swear, I got a DM from him like every hour that's like, oh shit, I just lost like $5,000. Oh shit, I'm up like $20,000. Oh shit, I'm down $15,000. Like, it's so much different than when you like invest in like a single stock, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't just go up a little. Yeah,
it's seconds. You're holding on to it for minutes at best.
Yeah, and so he had like 6 monitors set up. He paid the service that he had where you can basically like put in your formula. Like, you don't trade based on the names of the stocks. You basically say whether you want to be like bullish or whatever on this, or what categories of stocks you're interested in, and it figures it all out. It'll go do it for you. And so he's using those services, and he made pretty good money. I want to say in the 6 months that he did it, he quadrupled the 25,000. Like, he had 100 grand at that 6 months. So he made a killing. But you know what? Man. Even though he made that money, he quit and said he would never do it again. He said he has never had so many sleepless nights. He said he couldn't even get to sleep because when he went to sleep, there's like after hours trading stuff that goes on. And so, like, when he'd wake up in the morning, he'd like run over and check his stocks, and like sometimes they could be underwater by like thousands and thousands of dollars. And then he has to make the decision: holy shit, it's collapsing. Do I sell now and take the loss, or do I risk taking an even bigger loss? And he said that was just killing him. So day traders, they got to be like having a fucking heart attack. And some of these dudes, like I remember, when I came to Puget, John showed me a system that they built, and I was like, dude, why does this thing have like fucking 4 4090s in it or something? Like it was a crazy system.
Because 16
for
monitors
traders, for 16 fucking monitors these guys have. They just sit in front of a wall of monitors and watch these arrows up and down, and trends and stuff. It's wild.
I remember back in the day, it'd be a high core count, and then there'd be like the cheapest quadros, because they'd have like 4+ outs, and they're usually single slot. And so you'd put 2-3 of those in there, and to be able to run these massive walls.
Yep, I need to correct a really bad misinformation in chat right now. So James Janus said Puget Systems sucks because I can't get Houston built computers anymore. No, check this out.
Yeah, he's just messing around.
He's lying though, because you can get a Houston built computer.
I don't know. I could if somebody like asked,
you do it, bro.
They would probably be like, "Hey, this is kind of funny."
He'd do it.
The whole process has changed. It's because the volume and stuff. They do things completely different now. And so it'd be weird. The way that I used to build is not how they're not as like a quality sort of thing. It's just the process. If any of you guys have watched my build streams, I have everything broken down into different phases and stuff. The phasing and stuff is different now. What gets done at different phases and things is different, because it's not one person doing the whole process from start to finish. There's a different flow to it now that I am unaware. I haven't done any building in 4 or 5 years for the company now. So
yeah, but you still did building. Didn't you do like a small computer thing yourself where you're building computers and selling them?
I do in my garage. Yeah.
So like if somebody called you and was like legit, like I want a computer, like I want a computer, I'll give you
sure.
I'll pay. That's what I'm saying. Like if he wants a Houston built computer, he doesn't have to go to Puget Systems. He can just contact you and be like, if he sends you the money for the parts and the build and everything, as a down payment, so that you're not underwater and you're not at risk of losing money, you'd probably do it, right? Like why not? As long as he's in the United States, like he's not going to be like shipping overseas and shit. Like that becomes a nightmare.
Even shipping now, I'd be a little concerned. I know enough on how to pack stuff and ship it that it would probably, frankly, no different than getting it from any of the other SIs.
Hey, Bally Brand.
Except Puget Systems, because it's just funny to me that a lot of these SIs still just use like Instapack and Peanuts and stuff, and I'm like, I don't, and there's margins and stuff involved that there's just, it's awkward to try and put in the effort to brace things, and you eat a certain percentage of loss and stuff.
Yeah, like you guys actually put in it obviously brackets sense. Like in the actual computer, you guys brace shit.
Yeah,
which I thought was cool.
It's very rare that there's anything packed with Instapack anymore.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, the one computer that you guys built for me, the Dual Xeon, the really heavy motherboard with the heavy CPUs and coolers, you guys actually made a custom acrylic bracket that like pins all that stuff in place, that goes all the way and bolts to the side of the case, and it's a part that can be removed. I was told that it can be removed, but it's not necessary. Like airflow was fine without it. But I thought that was cool. They like put a part in there just to make sure that like the heat sinks didn't like break the the seal to the CPU surface or whatever, and like screw up the connection, the thermal connection.
And that is
awesome.
mostly for shipping. That is mostly for shipping, like the bracing the CPU cooler and things like that. But there is a slight benefit, especially to some of the bigger coolers, the way that there's an acrylic thing that attaches to the top of the case and then hangs down and grips onto the tops of the heat pipes that stick through. There is a slight benefit to sort of routing the air in that way. It acts a bit as like a slight shrouding, and it's pretty cool. But it's statistically insignificant. But it's interesting to see that if they were to take that concept a little further, it might actually improve airflow all around. If there was sort of some way to get like a custom shrouding, like proper, like we're going to connect the rear fan straight to the back of the cooler, that I bet would help quite a bit.
That's like what the professional OEMs do, like Dell and shit. If you look in their servers,
especially in servers, they'll do that.
They use that hard plastic sheet that that they can like bend and form. and it's almost like cardboard, but it's like thin.
Yeah, it's like a plastic, but
yeah,
I know
it's weird.
What you're talking about. Yeah, it's like a bendy. Yeah,
even the computer you guys built for me, the mining rig, the 8 GPU mining rig, back when you guys built that, when I popped the top off of that, there's like tons of those little channels because it's like static pressure. It's got those high static pressure fans that like force the air through the tiny little gaps between the cards.
Get that out as fast as possible.
Dude,
and with
cool.
the 40 series cards, the way that so like the front, if you look at it from the side, like 2/3 of the size of the 40 series cards, about 2/3 of that is actually the card. The rest of that is a heatsink. And somebody put out interesting airflow simulation look. I think Nvidia did it themselves. The way that it vents the air, like if you look at the side of an ATX case, the way that the 40 series cards vent through that cooler and basically are exhausting that hot air right into your CPU cooler and out that way. And they don't care because Nvidia just wants their cards to be cool. They don't care about how that affects the rest of the system on their consumer stuff.
Nvidia kind of cares about Nvidia, right? Like,
it's significant, dude. If you can reroute that, or if you get like AIBs that have like a different fan configuration and stuff, it's like 5 degrees easy. It's crazy.
Yeah, I'm actually I don't know. I think
configuration and stuff. It's like
hold on here. I just got something here. Sorry, my brain can't do 2 things at once because apparently I have a penis. I don't know why that is, but here I'm trying
one thing at a time.
One thing at a time. All right, there we go. My brain is clear. Yeah,
dude, bucket PC, that'd be too small.
I saw the KFC bucket PC. That thing was awesome. Somebody actually did do that, by the way. So they built a micro ITX system. Actually, I've seen people do those micro ITX systems in like everything now. Like I saw the guy who took a PlayStation 2. Dude. He built like a full blown.
I'd love to get into that.
Yeah, PC in a PlayStation 2 case, and it looked completely stock from the front. Yeah. And I think he even made the CD-ROM work, like the the pop up like little flapper noodle or whatever. Or was it a feed?
Not.
No, PlayStation 2 was a feed, right? Where you slide it in.
There's actually a model, if I remember right. What you said, PS2?
Yeah, PS2. Wasn't there a top load model?
There was a slim. The slim had a pop open, a little thing that pop and you could click it in. And then the thick one, it was a tray. The PS3 had a slot, but I saw as well, if I think it was a PS3, some rare version of what it had the slot feed and the panel popped up too, so you could place it right down into the thing, or you could feed that. Slot feed.
Yeah, I don't remember if that was a mod or not. That might have been a mod.
The one I remember seeing, it seemed to imply that it was rare, but like retail available.
So I just did a search. Oh no, you're right. Yeah, so there is a top load in PS2. I'll be damned. I just found it.
Oh, Thario $5 says, "Hey guys, does Google still have that multiple email glitch where you put a period between letters? Kind of want to use it for a YouTube Premium trial." It's not a glitch. That's actually
by design.
On purpose.
That's by design.
Yeah, it's by design. Yes, Google still does that and will route. You can put whatever. Like mine is AuxxZillary. I put plus. You can do a period or a plus. What'll happen though is sometimes the regex that whatever it is you're signing up for will try to catch that. And it won't go through. I've tried to do that on a few things. Sign up with like AuxxZillary whatever the fuck, make.com, let's say. I don't know if that one was in particular. I'm just grabbing one out of the air. But sometimes the regex on the authentication side, the website's side, will grab that and not allow it. Yeah.
I'm trying to figure
out. So your mileage may vary. It does still work from the Google side. Like Gmail doesn't care because I get emails occasionally from someone who has a real name that's somewhat similar to my personal email, which is funny because it's like a randomly generated name from like EverQuest back in the day.
Yep.
But their real name, their first and last name put together, is very similar to my full personal email, and that's weird.
Yeah, hey, I want to really, really shout out Hystario because, dude, we really do appreciate the $5, bro. Seriously.
Yeah, serious, man.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that looks like a mod. That doesn't look replay.
I found 2 or 3 pictures that had, unless it was the same console, like on different sites. But I found a couple pictures that look just like that. I know the PS1 was a top loader. Like the PS1 was. But the PS2 looks like
Yes.
it's the PS2 looks like it's got like a drawer or something.
Yeah, the PS2 was a tray. The
Okay.
slim
Oh, the
had a pop
slim.
open.
You're right. You're right.
A pop open.
Yep, I just found it. Here it is. I'll put
yeah.
I'll put a link. I just found it. So here it is right here. If that works. Oh, hold on. This is gonna
Been out of the loop with CPUs. I see the new Intel CPUs with like 20 cores, 10 P cores, 10 E cores. What the hell? P and E. What exactly do they do? I thought cores were cores. No. So the P cores are performance. You'll get hyperthreading. Those ones. The E cores are more efficient, power efficient, and don't do hyperthreading. And then the Windows scheduler is supposed to handle what processes go to which cores. Initially it wasn't that great, especially when Windows 11 first came out, but it's much better now. I would recommend as well, if you're working with Windows mostly, don't go over 32 cores. Oh, Daniel Terry, $20. What's up?
Daniel Terry just blew it up. Yeah. Woo! Actually, for him, I'll give him all the sounds at once.
Yes. Yeah. I don't know what's going on with Intel. So, and that's all I'll say on that.
So, Kevlar said hyperthreading is dead on new Intel.
New. Yeah.
So they're getting rid of hyperthreading?
True. Yeah.
Why? I thought it was like hugely effective, or is it just they're getting so many damn cores it just doesn't matter?
I think that's the thing. Is I think they're doing a similar sort of chiplet thing. Would the P&E thing work in Windows 10? I think so.
Oh wait, are you saying they're going to do like the performance cores and then like the slower cores, like some people are doing, like the asymmetrical core stuff?
Intel's already doing that. With
I didn't know that.
Performance and efficiency cores. Yeah, starting with the 12th gen, I think they started with that.
I know the operating system would have to support that to like effectively use it.
It does.
So Windows 11, must have some secret sauce for thread scheduling and stuff to utilize that.
Because it was whack. It was really fucked up at first. It didn't.
I'd imagine.
It didn't do very well at first, and they were like, "Oh, well, I'm losing performance and blah blah blah." It took a little bit, a couple updates to get it right, and it still is whack when you go over. Like, I want to say it's like 32 cores. At around that, Windows will start to see that many cores as like two CPUs, like two physical CPUs, and it gets really weird.
Hey, Graham's here. What's up, Graham? Also, Did you see Kilo Alpha just gave us 10 pounds?
Hey, thank you very much.
Kilo Alpha. You know what? These people.
Does my touch portal thing still work?
Yeah, you got to get that up, dude. You got to give us some cha-ching noises. Come on, bro. Come on.
Let me see if it. I'm on all the same network.
I'm gonna go to Udio. Udio is basically like a different version of Suno. Like, it's their competitor, okay. And they used to suck, but now they're like as good as Suno and sometimes even better. So I'm gonna say, create a song thanking the wonderful supporters of Tech Talk for their awesome super chat donations. I'm just gonna do that. What style should we do? As
infomercial.
As infomercial. I love it. Infomercial theme. All right, here we go. And generate. All right.
There's an update available.
We're baking that up for you guys. Oh, dude, they must be having a problem with like bots trying to generate music because I just got a CAPTCHA. Okay, click on the object that drinks water to survive. That's clever. Have you ever seen that before?
What's that?
Have you ever seen a CAPTCHA before? It shows a bunch of pictures and it says, click the object that drinks water to survive.
Oh, interesting.
I've never seen that before. And it's actually, I'm looking at the layout. It's a Google CAPTCHA. Like, this is a new Google CAPTCHA.
Interesting.
You know why they're doing this? Because using ChatGPT, because you can upload to ChatGPT now. It's a multi what do they call it? Multi-whatever model. So multi-model. Mm-hmm. So if you upload a CAPTCHA to it and you tell it to solve it, it gets it right about like 9 out of 10 times.
Well, yeah, because that's what we've been training it to do.
Yeah, like literally because it's trained on the same data, right? Like Google literally trained it. So if you use Google Gemini, it can solve CAPTCHA. So what I thought was interesting is I created a script that downloads files from one of those sites that you have to solve a CAPTCHA. And all the script does in Python is it grabs the window, takes a screenshot of the entire website window or whatever, and then it just passes it to a prompt that gets sent to ChatGPT through PoE that I use like a little intermediary to give it an API. And then I just say, solve this CAPTCHA. That's all I say. And then when it goes, it'll tell you when it returns in text, it'll say exactly what to type in. Because you put in the prompt, only return what the answer is. Like, don't give any other text. And then you just copy that, it goes into the clipboard and then pastes into the field inside of the browser and bypasses the CAPTCHA. And if it fails, it just keeps doing it until it gets through because it'll just keep giving you a new CAPTCHA. And so CAPTCHA is pretty much defeated, like, because like you said, we're training AI on the same data that the AI was trained with to solve CAPTCHAs. So now they're having to create completely new CAPTCHAs, hoping that there's not enough training data yet, and they're gonna have to keep AI training behind that curve, because if they don't, they'll just have to keep creating new and new CAPTCHAs, and at a certain point, you're gonna run out of CAPTCHAs. Like, you're gonna run out of unique ideas on how to ask a human to solve something.
Yeah, there'll be ways. I mean, again, I think it's gonna come down to just a different way of authenticating.
Dude, are you shitting me? CeeLo Cube just gave us another 10 pounds. Holy shit! Yeah.
Thanks, you guys.
You guys are awesome coming in clutch like this, man.
If it makes a difference, my birthday's on Monday.
Dude, well, actually, here, I'm gonna. Okay, just to be clear, guys, it's his birthday. Put your PayPal in chat. Send him money directly for his birthday, because I don't want half of that.
Don't have to do that,
dude. You get like so little from this. Like, I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it. Put your PayPal in there and just say, hey, if you guys want to hook me up for my birthday with a coffee or something.
It'll. I mean, don't sign me up for weird shit. That's my please.
Normally,
don't do that.
Normally I wouldn't do this, but since it's your birthday, I think that you should be able to have some people like hook you up directly, because I don't want to take half of your birthday money. And then you'll just remember this on my birthday too. No, I'm just kidding. On my birthday, we'll just keep it the
why
same.
Not, man? Why not?
Nah,
your birthday's like in December, October.
No, I need to get my money needs to come from getting back to Twitch. This is not the money. This is not the money show. This is the fun show. The money show is supposed to be Twitch. Like, I got to get Twitch going again.
I got to figure out how to get my portal sounds to come in through video.
Oh, it's not working? You had it working one time.
And there's no. I know, right? I can't remember.
You do that?
What do we do?
There's a setting in Windows where you can mix the feeds together, where it basically mixes the sound, your computer sound, in with the microphone. Maybe you need to enable that.
And I went into the sound settings.
And while he's doing that, I'm going to play the Gratitude for Tech Talk song.
Device.
So you guys ready for this? Here, this is the first version. It's a rock. Okay, did it as a rock song. I have rock song and new wave. So we're going to do post-punk, new wave. It's called Gratitude from Tech Talk. Here we go. All right, I'm going to hit play. There we go, guys.
Super chats, where the love from fans impacts. We give thanks in the land of super chats. Your support keeps us on track.
Not too bad. Not too bad. I wish you could hear it, though, because it doesn't come through, does it? And then here's the other version that I created, the new wave rock version. So let's see if this sounds better.
Thank you, Tech Talk fans, for supporting the stream. Thank you for donations. They help us chase the dream. Thank you, Tech Talk fans. Thank you with glee. Thank you, Tech Talk fans. Your family to me. Thank you, Tech Talk fans.
There you go. All right, it's done playing. Dude, you have to listen to those on playback. They're good.
Yeah,
like the second one was actually really good. Thank you, TikTok fans, for supporting the stream. Thank you for donations. They help us chase the dream. Thank you, TikTok fans. Thank you with glee. Thank you, TikTok fans. Your family to me. It's good lyrics, man. Fucking banger. If you guys are wondering what I'm using to create that song, it's a program called, or not program, it's a website program, web app called udio.com, udio.com. It's free. They let you create I think 6 songs a day if you don't pay for it. And then there's suno.ai. And I will tell you that they're very different, but they both produce amazing results. Like, for different things. Like, you can definitely tell from listening to the music that it generates, like which platform it was made from. Like, there's enough of the training that you can kind of pick up on it after a while. But they produce a good result, and these AI voices are getting downright good. Like the only people that I see, like when I show it to people, the only people that seem to be mad at it and like critique it really hard and say it's a piece of shit are musicians. And I can see why they would have that opinion, right? Because AI is basically coming in and creating a song that, somebody would have spent weeks or months on and performing and like trying to get right. And you just type some dick typed in a sentence and like put it up on fucking, the marketplace.
So we missed CeeLo Cubed their message.
Yeah, the question.
Will you ever? Hi, both, Mr. Barnacules, sir. Will you ever consider making short videos on Windows systems, like how to optimize settings to make it run to its max, and just share your knowledge as it is vast?
Yes, 100%. I would love to do that. And honestly,
man.
my wife has been telling me to do that because those are just talking head videos, and those are really easy to produce. The only reason I have it is because one, that my pain is just making it difficult to do anything. But luckily, meds are finally helping address that. So I'm hoping in a couple days, once this gabapentin builds up my system, hopefully it makes the pain go away completely. I'm really, really hopeful. If it does, my wife has even told me, she's like, dude, people just want to hear you like talk, like just get on your face cam and capture your screen and do your thing, like show people stuff, show them they want to know stuff. And I'm like, but my problem is like my OCD kicks in and my ADHD, and I'm like, I want to do it, but at the same time I watch my old videos and I get in my head and I'm like, oh, it's got to be some big production with multiple camera angles, and you got to have the funny jokes and the quips and everything in there. And I'm like, you know what, that would just naturally happen. It always does when I live stream, so it's going to happen if I just record and edit later, right? And with editing, you can condense it down, right? So you can take anything out you don't like. You can't do that with live streaming and stuff. So it's like, I'm just in my head. I need to stop doing that because there's a ton of people that love that shit. Like when I made a video on like how to optimize Windows, like I have a bunch of those videos if you haven't seen them, but I'm guessing CeeLo's seen them. But I have a ton of old videos on YouTube from Windows 10 and before. I don't think I have anything that's like Windows 11 specific. But I got a lot of stuff back there. And the thing is, there's a ton of Windows 11 specific knowledge that I have that I'd love to share. Like making little videos showing people how to, alter registry keys, some of the new command line tools that there are. There's like cool ways that you can like adjust the resolution and change your monitors. Like there's stuff where you can, like one thing I'd like to show people is I have a VR headset that requires 2 display ports. So it's not uncommon for like the high end ones. Like the Vario Aero has such a high resolution, it needs 2 display port, 2.1s. And so, or not 2.1, I forget what spec display port is. Anyways, it needs 2 display ports. Nvidia cards only have 4 ports total. And they limit you to that 4 ports. If you try to even bring another card on, like if you split the ports and you try to bring on like a 5th display, like you plug it, because you can plug in a display port and have it use 2 display ports through 1 plug. Like it can do that.
Oh, okay.
Like even my headset, when I plug it in, it says this headset like uses 2 display ports, even though it's only plugged into 1 port. So Nvidia will throw an error when I have all 3 screens activated on my desktop that says you only have 1 slot available and you need 2 DP slots. You can't do that. It says disable one of your screens and then you can use it.
Yep. Nice.
Well, I have it plugged in all the time, so I want, I don't want to be behind my computer, have to unplug shit and plug shit in to make it work, right? So I created a script in Windows 11 where I can just push a key on my Stream Deck and it shuts down my left monitor, hands both display ports over to the VR headset, sends a command to power up the VR headset because I have it connected to like one of those little plug-in automation things, like a TP-Link TP-Link CASA plug. And so it does that. It basically switches the display ports, disables one screen, keeps my layout the same for this, turns on the VR headset, hands the 2 display ports to it, and boots up all the software for it. And then I push another button, and it turns off the headset. But even when you turn off the headset, the display port thing is still occupied. So then you go into the software and say, re-enable the monitor. The monitor comes back on. It remembers my whole configuration, and then it sends the command to like power everything down. So like I have a way to just push a button and go between VR mode and desktop mode and like change my whole orientation of my displays. I can also push a button and just make all my displays 1080p. I can make all my displays 4K. I can make all my displays 120 hertz or 60 hertz. Like I can map those to buttons. And I think a lot of people would really like to do that because like if you're playing a game and you say, because remember, a lot of people don't realize this, but if you have your Windows desktop at 4K and you're playing a video game at 1080p, it's still 4K. The game is rendering at 1080p, but Windows is stretching it to 4K. Like it's using resources on your computer to scale it. And that's why Windows 11, because it's always compositing the desktop using DirectX, basically, everything's 3D now, even though it looks 2D, it's all 3D transformed. Your desktop is the video mode that the game runs in. So like it's basically, think every time you go full screen in a game, it's not doing that thing where it like flickers the monitor and stuff. It's because it's literally just full screening a window, a borderless window. And that's why you don't get any performance difference anymore between like, windowless border and full screen. Like you used to get a difference with older graphics cards because it would switch to that mode. Now you don't. If you actually go into Windows settings, you can see there's 2 resolutions in Windows 11. It'll say what your actual resolution is, like the screen's physical resolution, and they'll say what the display resolution is. So you have desktop resolution, which is like 38, 40, 2160, 120 hertz. But then you have active signal mode. So there's desktop mode and active signal mode, and they can be different. So you can have your desktop, if your desktop's 4K and you open up a game that runs at like 720p, it'll take 720p, but then it'll just stretch it. It'll scale it using your CPU and or mostly your GPU. It'll scale it up. So you're still in that mode. So if you truly, and the reason why this sucks is some displays only do 120 hertz at 1080p. So if you have a screen that's 4K 60 and you play a game, you can't even do 120 hertz at 1080p because you're still technically at 4K, so it doesn't give you the option. So you have to go into Windows settings, turn all the monitors down to 1080p, then go open the game, then you get 120 hertz option. Same for me. I can do 4K at 120 or I can do 1080 at 240. But if I want 240 hertz, if I open a game, I can't select 240 hertz even at 1080p until I go in and change the active resolution of the screens down to 1080p. Because that's the actual signal. And so if you ever want to see if this is happening, click the info button on your screen. Like if you have a TV or something connected to your PC, whatever, click on the info and see what the input signal is. Your game will be running at 1080p, but it'll still say 4K. Because that's what your Windows desktop is running at. And this sucks. I understand why Microsoft did this. It was to stop the whole mode switching thing causing problems. Because a lot of driver crashes and shit happen when you do mode switching. Especially when you're multitasking. So they just wanted the desktop to remain one composited video source and then everything gets adapted to it. And that way you're not flipping modes and creating an unstable environment. But it costs you a lot of performance in some situations.
Sure.
Because you're still having to take that image and upscale it to 4K, which isn't super expensive, but it's somewhat expensive, right? It does take resources to do that.
Yeah.
And you're not getting the full capability of your display at that native resolution because you're not really running your display at that native resolution. So keep that in mind, because the big problem that I had, and this is a big beef I have a screen, and not to flex, like I'm broke as shit now, but there's a time where I could afford things, right? So I have a 74-inch screen in my bedroom, right? I love it. It's a prized possession. If it ever dies, I'll never be able to replace it again. I'm so fucking broke now. But anyways, I have this 74-inch screen that I got on sale on Black Friday, and it's years ago. This is I think it's like 4 or 5 years old now. It's 8K. It's an actual native 8K 74-inch. It does 8K 60 hertz, 4K 120, and I think 1080 240, if I remember right. It's like something like that. Every time I'd open up Forza to play it on this thing, because I run my desktop at 4K. I don't do 8K. 8K even on a screen that size, it looks ridiculous, right? So I do 4K. I open the game Forza, and I go into settings, and all I can select is 60 hertz. I can never change it from 60 hertz. I'm like, what in the hell is going on? And I had to triage the hell out of it because I could not figure this out. I'm like, why? It says it's running at 4K. The screen clearly, when I open the screen settings, I can see that at 4K I have 120 hertz available in the little gaming menu. So I'm like, what gives? So I open up the info on the screen, and the screen says it's an 8K 60 hertz. I'm like, how am I getting an 8K 60 hertz signal? So that's when I went into the display settings, advanced settings. So you go into display settings, then you go down to advanced settings, and then it'll show active resolution and desktop resolution. My active resolution was 8K because what it does is Windows by default detects the highest resolution the screen supports and just automatically uses it. So it jumped to 8K, but my desktop was at 4K. But it could still only do 60 hertz because it was basically scaling it up to 8K. The screen itself was running at 8K the whole time. So I was like, how do I fix this? And the way that I had to fix it was I literally had to go do a little registry hack back then, but I think they fixed it now that you don't have to do that. Now you just go into NVIDIA control panel and change the resolution to a custom resolution. But I went in there and I changed it so that when I rebooted the computer, now the active resolution was 4K. Now I open up Forza and I have 120 hertz option. And it works. Nice. So... And I had G-Sync and FreeSync and all that stuff that didn't work properly at 8K. It all showed up. And I was like, this is awesome. But I looked online. There's a lot of forums where people are trying to figure this out. Like I found so many other people complaining. They're like, why is it I have a 240 hertz display, but I can only play shit at like 120 hertz or 60 hertz? Like, why is this? And at the end of every thread before it's closed, oh, dude, your display settings are at the high. Your monitor is showing the highest resolution because that's what it's receiving. So just keep that in mind. So if you open up, I'll tell you exactly where you go. So you go to System, Display, Advanced Display, and then under Display Information, it'll say everything about your screen, like the information that it says, like RGB, high dynamic range, your HDR certification, peak brightness, all that stuff, right? By the way, my monitor lies horribly. It says it has a peak brightness of 9,250 nits. No, it's like 500. So, but do you have the window open on yours?
I do, yeah.
So what does it say your desktop mode and your active signal mode are?
My desktop resolution is 3840 by 2160, and the same for active signal resolution.
Okay, good. So you're running native. Now, here's the thing. If you open a game and try to run it like 1080p, it's still going to be 4K. If you look at your monitor settings, like if you open the info panel on your monitor, it'll say that it's receiving a 4K signal, even though the game is at 1080p.
Well, that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense.
Because Windows is scaling it.
It's basically, like stretching it out. Like you're still rendering... And that's going to save you performance because you're still rendering 1080p, like
correct,
but models or skins or whatever the fucking thing, textures and stuff. So, but it's just like stretching it out.
You will lose some performance though because the GPU now has to scale every frame. So if you're playing 120 hertz, every one of those frames has to be basically, stretched. And I don't know what method they're using for the stretch. They're probably just doing nearest pixel. Just so if you have 1 pixel, now it's a block of 4 pixels. And if you do that, it's going to be pretty fast. But still, if you have to do that for every frame for 120 hertz, that's going to be annoying. Now, normally, I don't care. Normally, I don't care if I play 1080p and it's in this mode. But on my monitors, I have to care now because if I play at 1080p, I get 240 hertz on these at native 1080p. But if I open a game and my desktop is at 4K and I go into settings in the game and I change it to 1080p, I only have a 120 hertz option. I don't have a 240 hertz option. So if you ever had this problem, guys, in chat where you play a game and you can't get it to the frame rate you want, like regardless of what resolution you set, you cannot get the frame rate to what your monitor supports. This is the problem you're hitting 99% of the time. And that is your active resolution is blocking you because the screen is always receiving its maximum resolution even when the game is sending a lower resolution. Therefore, you're losing some performance and you're not getting your full monitor performance. So, and there's so many people. I bet you there's people here in chat. Like seriously, honestly, if you guys are in chat and there's somebody in here that solved your problem, please let me know by the end of the stream, because I have run into so many people since I've hit this problem that have had the same problem, where it's just they did not understand that Windows 11 just composites the desktop at the highest resolution and then everything else is handled with software. And again, it's kind of good that they did this overall, like not from a performance perspective, but do you remember when you used to alt tab into games? Do you remember how it would do the whole monitor, like flicker resolution, 3 to 5 seconds?
Yeah, it's going back to the desktop resolution, not the game.
Exactly. And each time you alt tab in, it's doing it. It's I have to go back to game resolution. So it's sending a whole new signal to the monitor each time you do that, right? And if you have multiple things running at multiple different resolutions full screen, it's like, 720p, 1080, 4K, 1080, 4K. And it's doing all this mode switching. One, it takes a long time. Two, the driver can become unstable because now the driver is switching the video mode to a whole different video mode, sending a whole different type of signal to the screen. Then it has to flip back when you do alt tab. Right?
I see.
Yeah, and then the little notification toasts that pop up when you're in the game, those will actually pop up. This is what's funny. If you're in 4K and you get one of those, even if the game is in 1080p, the little notification toast that flies out will still be 4K.
Yeah,
and you can tell.
It'll look small.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
It looks
The
super
GPS
tiny.
stuff.
Because like Windows, like I was looking at, I'm in 4K, but it'll the UI scaling is 150% because I don't want my fucking icons to be little bitty guys.
Right.
And so your toasts will be. They'll look tiny because it's not scaling them. Yeah.
Exactly. So
that's funny.
So my recommendation to everybody is just make sure that if you're playing something at a lower resolution than what your desktop is, and your monitor gives you higher frame rate, or you get a bonus. Like I wouldn't bother changing this if you don't get like extra frame rate or extra HDR or anything like that. It's not worth it, right?
Yeah.
But if you have a display, which a lot of displays do this, where they only do 240 hertz at like 1080p and they don't do it at 4K. Like there's some, like I have the poor people monitors that do exactly that, right? They do 240 at 1080p, 120 and 120 at 4K. And that's unavoidable. And the other thing too, is these screens can do a higher bit rate too. So like at 1080p, I can do like 12-bit color, where I think I can only do 10-bit color at 4K or something like that. So you can do higher settings because you're doing a lower resolution. There's more bandwidth. But you don't get those options. Those options are not available if you're running at your native desktop resolution with that game basically just being borderless full screen. So just keep that in mind. It's a really good piece of information. And if you're ever wondering, all you have to do is click the info on your monitor. Like open up your monitor or TV settings where it shows the signal. Like for me, I can just push info. Like on the little remote, I can do, let me see on here. Usually there's like, info. So I just click info and it pops up and it says your PC is currently connected at 4K HDR10. So, and it says what the resolution is when you push that. Now, if I open a game and put it in 1080p right now, and I click that info button, what is it going to say? It's going to say 4K. It's still going to say 4K, even though the game is running at 1080p. And that's what gives it away. So if you're like, why can't I get 240 hertz or whatever? Because your monitor only supports it at a certain resolution. That's why. And so, and the easiest way to solve it is open up NVIDIA control panel, go to custom resolutions, right? And then drop the resolution down, like create a custom resolution to drop down to that resolution with that bit rate. And when you click it, then the whole desktop will go to that resolution, and then you go into your game. And then it'll do it. So, or you can map it to a button too. Like you can use a command line tool that'll do all the mode switching like I use for my VR headset. But yeah, I should make a video on this because it would help a lot of people with the gaming that are like frustrated, especially retro gamers. Because there's retro gaming emulators that'll play like Mario Brothers at 240 hertz, like 1080p. But if your screen only supports 120 or 60, and that's what frustrated me in the room, is my TV only does 60 hertz at 8K, And because it was doing the desktop at 8K, it took me forever to figure out how to get 120 hertz. It was driving me nuts because my TV supports 120 hertz and 4K and 1080p and all other resolutions, just not 4K. Yeah. And when it does 8K, the image quality isn't as good because a lot of the processing stuff's disabled. Like, a lot of people like to disable that anyways when it's connected to a computer. But if you want like the fancy like color masks and you know, all, you have to basically be in 4K because at 8K it's basically like pushing the processor in the TV too hard, so it shuts off some of those features. Or maybe there's not enough bandwidth. Darbo said, please make a video on this. I really should. I think I need to pop my video cherry and just do it. Just set up a camera, do some screen capture, because I need to learn how to use DaVinci Resolve anyways, because I can't afford Adobe's crack anymore. So, and you can't pirate Adobe stuff because they were smart and did Creative Cloud. So,
yeah. Well, what are you gonna do? Go back to Premiere 6 or something?
You'd have to because like everything they do now is cloud based, which absolutely drives me nuts, by the way, because every company's going that way and it allows them to continuously jack the prices on stuff that you're basically like addicted to and you need to use, right?
Right.
So imagine you're running your business, you're using your Adobe Premiere, you're making your videos. They could just jack up the price by double if they wanted to. They could just say, hey, this year your subscription goes up to $150 or whatever. There's nothing we can do about it. Sorry. And then your options are either give them the money or you have to go learn a whole new piece of software. And they know that you're not going to do that because it's a business. If all your employees are Adobe Premiere users, they're not going to be able to just instantly become Resolve geniuses, right?
Right.
So, and there's no guarantee that, you know, I don't think Resolve would do this, obviously, but there's no guarantee they could get bought by somebody and they could change their model too. So it sucks having that level of instability, like where you have a job where you're dependent on other people's software, but they can just keep jacking the price on you. You can never actually buy the software or own the software because it's cloud-based. And lots of people are doing this, and I think games are getting the same way now. Like with these always connected games, there's so many games now where you can't connect to the server. They even play standalone. Like you can't even just play the game. Kind of like that SimCity. Remember when SimCity came out? And like if you couldn't connect to the server, it just pop up a dialogue and say you can't play your game. Yeah, fuck that. Like that's stupid, right? And I'm like, and somebody was just complaining about this on Twitter the other day too. Somebody had complained that a service that they used, I think it was Fusion something, like one of the Fusion products. Like I use Fusion 360 for modeling, but there's like commercial version of Fusion, and then there's like another CAD software that they have. And he said they jacked the price up by 30% a month for the subscription. 30% just out of the blue. So it went from like $80 to like $100 and some dollars. And he's like, what the shit? Like that doesn't even like fit with the curve of inflation or anything. It's just they just picked an arbitrary number, and he said he has to pay it because he's like that's the software he's comfortable with, and for him to switch to another software, the time that it would take and everything and the jobs that he'd lose and everything like that would ultimately not be worth it. So, and the company knows that when they're creating that price, right? They're like, we know these people are on our crack and they can't easily leave, so let's just twist the screws. And then the really shitty thing, and Adobe does this, is if you're a new customer and you sign up, they're like, oh, half price or free, first year free or whatever. They give you something, right? But if you're a loyal customer that's been keeping their business going for years and years and years, you're the one that gets hit immediately. It's total ass because they know the new customers aren't going to come in under the new pricing structure. So it's like first hit free, right? They bring you in cheap. And then you spend that year getting addicted to it, learning it and doing it. And then right after that, they drop the thing. Oh, sorry, you're not a new customer anymore. So now we can twist the screws. So stupid, man. So stupid. Let's hear. Master Geo said Adobe CC was cracked a while ago. You can get the latest stuff. I think they just bypass cloud auth. Seriously?
That'd be interesting.
I'm gonna have to look into that because I thought that they were so heavily tied to the cloud now. Like they did so many things where they connect to a server to do something. Like I know all the AI features require a connection to their back end, so I'm guessing those probably just don't work in the pirated version. It probably just can't connect to the server or something. But it'd be cool if somebody hacked it and made it use a different AI. Because I have to admit that AI shit in Adobe is pretty tight. Like I haven't used it myself, but I watched a bunch of YouTube videos where have you seen that where people like drag in an image and it'll like expand the image out by like artificially scanning the image and then filling in the rest with AI. Yep. So you can take like a vertical image and make it like a horizontal image, and dude, it's wild. And it gives you like 4 options, and you can select what the best option is. It's fucking rad. So better to stop being dependent on Adobe. Oh, 100%. Adobe is. I haven't used Adobe in years. Like the last video I made on YouTube, I believe, was the last time that I used Adobe, and I'm not going to use their stuff again. Let's hear. Master Geo said you don't get the AI stuff, but you get everything else. Yeah, that's what I'd want. Like the AI stuff is cool, but I don't really need that. I got plenty of other AI shit that can do stuff. Adobe has a lawsuit on their hands from the government for what?
Yep, anti-consumer practices with their cancellation fees and stuff.
Oh,
and making it difficult, charging like a shit ton. Like basically, if you cancel your if you cancel your subscription like early, they charge you the rest of it, basically.
Oh, that's not good.
And then making it, and then what do they call it? Like dark practices or whatever, dark UI practices or whatever, making it really, really difficult to even get to that point. And then when you do, they're like, "Oh, you want to cancel early? Well, it's going to be $350." So yeah, they're getting into some trouble for that.
What I really don't like about Adobe, and I'm going to tell you guys this: if you guys have Adobe, I want you to go do this right now. I'm going to save you a bunch of money, and then you can give it to us as a super chat, okay? Yeah. So all you have to do is if you have Adobe CC, and I know this because I did it myself. I figured, and it does work. It absolutely does work. Go to Adobe Creative Cloud right now. Click cancel. Say I want to cancel my subscription. Don't worry, it's not going to cancel your subscription. Just click,
you got a bunch of steps to go through. They'll give you 50% off.
It'll pop up and say, hey, are you sure you want to cancel your subscription? We have all these great features, blah, 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 blah. Then you just say, yes, I'm sure. I want to cancel. Second dialogue. Click it again. Yes, I want to cancel my subscription. And even if you do cancel your subscription, it doesn't matter because you can just go and reactivate it and it just pops right back up. So it's like, but click it the second time. When you click it the second time, it'll pop up a dialogue that says, hey, you know what? For this one time, we're going to let you keep it for 50% off. They'll give you off of a year, like a whole year's subscription. They'll give you 50% off, which is quite a bit because it's expensive. So 50% off, and they give you like a last chance. Like, okay, if you stay this one time, we'll give you 50% off. And it turns out that they do it every time. Like every year you can click on this and do this. So then say no, I'll stay. And as soon as you click stay, then it'll issue you the new invoice and it'll drop the price down to 50% for whatever Creative Cloud you have for a year.
Like canceling your internet and they're like, well, if you stay, we'll give you blah, 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 3 months and HBO.
Exactly. And they bury it under like the second dialogue because they're like, are you sure? Yeah. And they're hoping that some people will be like, oh, maybe I'm not going to when they tell them about the new features. So so you have to do it twice to get to the dialogue that's, hey. Do you want to keep that? Oh, shit, Martin. Yeah.
The videos are amazing. I hope you get back to doing them again. Question: do you think AI hype is dying down a bit, or at least we will stop seeing everyone trying to shovel it into their products? Not yet.
Nope, not even close. Dude, that thing's still climbing. People are making. I noticed people are making videos. Dude. I think it's bullshit. I think it's just clickbait that people are trying to do. Oh, it's slowing down. No, I don't think that's true at all.
I think from the general public, yes. I think the shininess has worn off a bit, but I think there's a lot of tech bro hype that is still very much alive.
There is so much stuff.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's in development right now.
It's very much Bitcoin style. It's gonna flash in the pan because we're already coming into the limits of what's available right now, and it's not progressing. We've reached a bit of a plateau in some of this stuff.
The only thing I think is going to slow down is the devices that you see, like the Rabbit R1 and shit, like the basically Chat GPT, Android device that's overpriced.
They burn the market.
The customers kind of wised up to that, and now it's like general public knowledge. So I think you're going to see less of that just because people are onto the scam, right? Yeah. Because they did it. They opened up that Rabbit thing. It's a special AI chip that process. No, it's literally a cheap ass like $20 Android device. It's basically an Android phone stuffed into a case and running their software as an app on Android, literally on Android. So did you see the dude that actually took the app and downloaded it off of the board and put it on a phone? And he literally had a phone running the Rabbit software. Like they could do everything. Like it can connect to their services and talk to them and everything.
So bad.
They fucked up. They're going to get sued too. I'd be shocked if they're not sued right now, considering that what they promise and what they claim their device has is so far off from reality. It's not even funny.
Yeah.
And then what's the other one called? What's the Humane AI Pen? The only thing that's cool about that thing is the projector, and it's not practical, it's not useful, it's just a cool factor. It's just like, oh, I can project shit on my hand. It's like futuristic, but it's a terrible interface. It's hard to navigate. You can't see it outside because it's not bright enough. I mean, it literally does not work. It takes forever. So I'll give them some credit for such a cool, innovative projection, like having a Pico projection, even though it's one color monochromatic or whatever.
Which is, I mean,
it's still cool. It's still cool. I think it's cool. But the AI system, it's the same thing as the Rabbit. It's literally just like fucking an Android app running that's connecting to.
It's like Siri level too. It's really bad. It's like, oh, I don't have access to that immediately, so I'm going to try and run a web search, and then the web search is awful.
Yeah, and they literally use OpenAI. And you know what's funny? OpenAI kept making changes to their service that was breaking everything on the Rabbit.
Yeah, because
Rabbit, basically, they're like, oh, we have these smart bots that can communicate with websites and order meals. You just say, hey, order me a meal from McDonald's and bring it to me.
3 different apps.
It was always offline. It always said this Rabbit was offline. Like, nobody could get that thing to order, even get an Uber to come to them. And the reason being is they found out they were just using straight up automation scripts. Like in the background, when you said, hey, get me an Uber, they were just running a script that was literally opening a web browser, going to a tab, navigating the site, and finding UI elements, clicking on them, and putting information in. And so anytime the website changed a single UI element, or because websites were getting hit so hard by this on launch day, they put a CAPTCHA up, and the CAPTCHA broke it. And so none of them worked. So people figured that out pretty fast. So like none of the rabbits could work because the websites already realized we don't want all this traffic coming in from these fucking devices, because they're going to make tons of mistakes and there's going to be tons of cancellations, which is what happens, right? Like it misunderstands you and it like fucking orders an Uber or a pizza or something. And that's not good. You don't want that. You don't want that level of misunderstanding. But yeah, it's super fucked up because you're basically paying like $200 because people are like, $200, that's really cheap for a device like this. No, when you break down the parts cost, it really isn't. It's a fucking mirage, right? It's a super low powered device. Like it doesn't need any kind of heavy processing power at all to do its job, period. As a matter of fact, when they open the case, it's like 50% empty. They could have made the device half the size. They just chose to make it that size for whatever fucking reason. So yeah, and all it did was just contact OpenAI. And the reason it was faster, like it did give you a faster response than if you went to OpenAI directly. And the reason being is they were using an API and they were using the lower model. They were using like GPT 3.5 instead of 4.0 for like an instantaneous response. And then if it couldn't do it, it would go to 4.0 and it'd take longer. It's like, oh, I'm still thinking, and it'd like kind of talk to you while it was going to the longer model. But yeah, it wasn't doing anything locally. They're like, oh, 90% of the shit happens local on this device with its AI processor. No, it doesn't even have an LLM on it at all. Not even a small one. So total fucking joke. Let's see here. So yeah, the AI dying down a bit. I just think as far as like the physical devices claiming to be AI assistants, I think those are going to die down. But I think that existing devices, like obviously like phones, your Ring doorbells, your Google, and Alexas and stuff, those assistants, I think you're going to keep seeing AI upgrades come to them. I still think you're going to see AI. AI is still getting stuffed into everything. Like you're going to see AI and your fucking refrigerator, your oven, like any smart device that you have at some point is going to have some level of AI integration into it if you can input information. Yeah,
I think anything compatible with like, whatever home assistant stuff that's there. What is the one? Was that open source one? I think it's like Make or something like that. Home
Kit.
Not HomeKit. That's the Apple thing.
Oh yeah.
There's an open source one. There's an open source one that works. Home Assistant.
Home Assistant. Yeah, I always forget.
Yeah.
I think
for sure. Look, the way that this is really going to go is we're going to see a die down of cloud-based. We're still going to see a bunch of companies trying to skin basically OpenAI API access, right? That's still going to be the new hotness for VC burn cash kind of shit. But what's really going to happen is everybody's going to have their own. All of the big people, the serious companies that are actually serious about this, they're going to start. They are already starting to bring all of their data in house. Yeah. They don't want to be paying API access to OpenAI. They don't want to be paying AWS for server and storage space and to hold all of this to run. Even if they're running their own LLM, their own like fine-tuned like whatever open model that they've got, they don't want to have it over there. They're just paying out the nose to AWS or to whoever they've got API access to. So you're going to start seeing a lot more llama stuff. I think Meta did the smart thing by having their models open sourced. You're going to start seeing a lot of people doing custom fine-tuned models based off of Llama and a few of the other open source models that are available. Yeah, you're going to start seeing more of that especially from the big boys who have a lot of a lot of sensitive data, and you're going to see these models more fine-tuned for particular purposes, like LexisNexis, right? They have little like terabytes of law data, so much precedent. Yeah. If they don't already have some sort of integration like available, I guarantee they're working on it internally to where they'll have a virtual lawyer. Like, hey, I have this problem, I need some help, and it'll be paywalled for sure. It'll be like a firm has to pay for access to this bot that is trained on all of this legal precedent and stuff. And it's going to be awesome. Yep. And all of them are going to do this. It's just silly. We're just still in this weird transitional phase.
I feel like we are gonna see massive AI integration into everything, and it's gonna be cloud based because, like you said, nobody's gonna be hosting their own AIs for the most part. However, there are companies that can't risk their data being divulged.
That's what I mean. Bigger companies and stuff.
Yeah, so
I mean, even down into smaller, more small and medium-sized businesses for sure can do this. It doesn't take much.
But even like you said, they're going to go to AWS and shit. They're not going to like host out their own giant data center and stuff unless they're like a government complex or something. They're probably going to just rent some servers and an AWS farm that have GPUs in them or whatever and set up shop there.
Yeah, a little mix, I think. Yeah, it'll be,
because the thing is, the load a model,
like
you can get up to, like, for instance, with the 4090, you can load a model. I think when the OS loaded, taking up some of it, you can get up around 20 gig. You can load like a 20 gig model.
Yeah,
20 gig model is pretty big. That's a pretty big model.
But 14090.
But you also have to realize that, like, OpenAI 4.5 or 4.0, the letter O, 4.0 Omni or whatever. Omni, that's a terabyte. That's over a terabyte, that model. That's loaded into memory. So what GPU farm are they using to load that shit?
And that's what I mean. It won't be like that. That's too generic. Like the OpenAI model is so big like that because it has to handle all this extra
You're right.
stuff.
So you're saying like custom models that are just trained, because here's the thing you have to be careful with, though, is remember
like Llama 40B can load 4090, no problem. Or heaven forbid, you got to spend $6,000 on a 48 gig VRAM quad, A6000 or something. Like that's easy.
This is where the human still comes in. Like the people are wondering, like, where's the human in this process? Is when you're training a custom AI, the output you get is only going to be as good as the input from the training. So that's
where we're running into problems.
You're going to need human power to literally go through and curate that data. Yep. And this is a thirsty AI. You're talking about an AI that can literally absorb terabytes of data a day, right? So it's going to be really hard for humans to go through and cherry pick that to make sure that the AI doesn't get poisoned by misinformation.
And that's why it'll be built on, or it'll be fine-tuned on knowledge bases and stuff that the company already has, or customer data that the company already has, instead of just this generic casting a wide net. It'll be very specific to whatever it is your whatever it is your company does.
Does anybody remember the company that their support went rogue? Like somebody poisoned the support with training data so that it started like threatening their customers.
Right.
Like
people calling the guy who tricked some car company, some car dealership was just using a OpenAI API for their like customer service chatbot on their website, and was able to trick the thing into sending him like a sweetheart deal on a car, because like they were trying to present it as if you were like talking to like an actual salesperson or something like that. I mean, obviously they didn't get the crazy deal because they got to go in at
it had to go through a human, to
finalize it and stuff. But that's what I mean is like it's going to start more and more siloed in internal sort of data, and it'll go from there. Yeah, and then you have a more fine-tuned model. It doesn't require as much heavy duty, hardware to handle it and stuff. So yeah,
true.
Yeah.
And you can make, and the thing is too, is like there's two different things you can do with LLMs, right? You can train the data into the LLM, right? Which is like what you want to do with the mass of your data, the bulk of your data. If you have thousands of documents and stuff, obviously you don't have enough context in a conversation to feed that in and have it remember it all while you're asking the questions. So you want to train in the bulk of your data, but then you can actually put in individual data. Like if you have a new document, you don't want to train it in, you can actually present that document, just upload it as a part of the prompt and ask questions. So there's like two stages you can do here. And then you can progressively train that data in. So like let's say you feed it that document, you get your answers back. Then later on you could take that document, put it in the folder and have it trained into the AI on its next cycle where it's training, right? So you can do that. So you can have like the faster response, but the goal is you want to get it down to where you give it the minimal amount of information, because the more information you put into the prompt, the more tokens you absorb. And then pretty soon when you get to the end of those tokens, it starts getting amnesia and forgetting the shit that you told it in the beginning. So, and that's one thing where AI is struggling right now. And that's probably one of the biggest reasons why we're not getting to anything that really resembles general intelligence, is because it basically gets like, it's like 10-second Tom from 50 First Dates or whatever, right?
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Where it's like, you keep talking to it and it starts forgetting shit, right? You're like 50 questions in and it's like, okay, give me the code. And then the code starts missing shit from the beginning of the conversation. You're like, oh, you forgot about this. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot about that. Blah, 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 blah. And you have to keep feeding it back in.
Yeah. Or you slow down the response. And that's the trouble. Like you could still store all of this. And ChatGPT kind of does that with its memories. Like it tries to store some of these rules and stuff that you give it, and it will refer back to those. So I think it's in part to kind of try and keep the what do they call it? Like how far back it can look in the conversation. I can't remember what the
context.
term for that is.
It's the context.
Yeah, the context. Yeah, trying to keep the scope of the context smaller by just saving important stuff in a separate little bucket that it can go, oh yeah, that's right. They told me to keep this thing formatted this way, or to only respond in a particular with certain words and that kind of thing. It'll try and keep the rules or major changes to the overall flow of conversation.
Yeah.
To keep it fast. But yeah,
you can also feed that in. Like I've seen people before where you take the important data that you have, your bullet points, and you just feed those in with every prompt. So even though you're going through and you're burning the tokens, it makes sure that those are all in the forefront. Those are like the latest things that it's aware of. So if it does lose track of something, at least the important stuff it's still focused on. And some AIs have some LLMs have larger context than others. Like for instance, Claude 3 Opus, I think could do up to like 250 some odd thousand tokens. Which means you could just take an entire book and just dump it into like a dozen prompts and it would remember every word of it. And you could ask it questions about it. But some of the faster LLMs have way smaller contexts. So you have to like figure out like what LLM, and it's not necessarily size dependent. Like the tokens could be small even for a small LLM, depending on how performant you want it to be and how much memory and resources it uses. So and LM Studio is a great way to explore this if you guys don't have it. There's actually two programs that you can get. One is called Llama, I think it is. Llama something. That's the one meta. Yeah. Yeah. So
Llama 40B and 7B, I think.
Yep. But there's actually a program that you can just load. It just sits in your task tray, and it's called Llama, and it's got an API access, and it runs a server, and you can connect to it and do all that stuff. LM Studio is definitely more user-friendly and has more features, so I prefer LM Studio personally, but it's also heavier. Like if you want a lightweight solution that just sits on the server and you can just query it, then Llama's for you. Or Llama, thank you. Sorry, it's Llama. But LM Studio has gotten so good. They've been releasing updates like weekly now. And it's like you fire up LM Studio, you can go into the entire Hugging Face library of like tens of thousands of LLMs and query them and download them and just load them and use them. Nice. So like even there's a new version right now. I just updated 3 days ago. There's already a new version. It said new in version 0.2.27. It says improved performance for Google's Gamma 2 models for 9B and 27B performance is now much improved. They fixed a couple of bugs. Let's see here. Advanced information. Backend is now bundled with LM Studio for both Windows and Linux. It does actually work. It works on like everything. Like you can even run this in complete just CPU mode. And apparently they're working on a huge update for LM Studio. It's going to change everything coming soon. But yeah, it's crazy because you can open it, you can load a model, and it supports Llama, Mistral, Phi, Falcon, Starcoder, Stable LM, GPT, Neo X, GGUF. And a couple of other different formats. These are like different formats of LLMs, like different ways that they store their training information. And you can set up a server. Like it even lets you, like right inside of it, you can basically go and set up a server, put in your IP address, enable your options, and then you can send JSON packets directly from Python or whatever language you want and get a response back. So like, and you can actually ask the AI itself, hey, write me some code that will query this IP address, this LM, because it uses the same API that OpenAI uses. So if you have any tools that you download from like GitHub or anything that can use OpenAI that lets you put in an IP address and a port, you can actually use this instead of OpenAI. Like it'll connect to your local LLM, and you can load any LLM you want, and it'll use it. And
I still have this
cool.
idea of like a very, very small, highly trained, or fine-tuned, I should say, not trained, but fine-tuned model that is just like a storyteller. I think would be really neat. Some way of getting it to be smart enough to act as like a DM to an extent.
Wait, say again?
To act as like a DM, a small enough model that's fine-tuned.
Oh, Dungeon Master. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. I think it would be cool.
I think you could, because there. You know what? There's probably here. I'm curious. I'm going to do D&D. Let me search for models with D&D in the name. Okay.
There's bunches, but they seem to be a little wacky. Like I fed open ChatGPT the 5.1s, not the SRD, but the open gaming, the OGL version of the 5e rules.
Yep.
And a module, like a free walkthrough, like an adventure, and it seems to be doing pretty well. I had to guide it a little bit on like, hey, don't make rolls for me, that kind of stuff. Try and keep track of initiative. And like it's actually clever enough that I'm like, I ask it like, hey, could you make like a little ASCII art map of what I'm looking at, of like at least just like a top down, like where the tunnels are or whatever. And it did pretty well. And it seems to be a little, I mean, it's vague enough that we're playing theater of mind. So like, I'm not going to be really strict on like range and stuff like that.
If you had enough tokens, like if you got a local LLM that had enough tokens, like Claude or something like that, even Claude 2, which I think is open source. I don't think Claude 3 or 3.5 is, but I know Claude 2 is open source. That one of the models I think is 256,000 tokens, which means you could technically go get an entire Dungeons and Dragons like book, right? Like of all the rules and everything. Take that entire book and just dump it in a prompt at a time. Max out each prompt. Say, I'm going to, the following prompts are going to contain all the rules. I want you to read this book. I want you to apply by all the rules, in this book. Dump that whole book in there, and you would probably still have enough context to actually go through and play a game. It would be, so I'm curious. So if we can find, if somebody can find a link to an entire Dungeons and Dragons book, like with all the rules, all the lore.
Yeah, you can get the 5th edition OpenGL rules. So it's basically the Dungeon Master's Guide without the copyrighted stuff in it. It's just the rules.
Oh, perfect.
And it's fairly small. And you can get it as like a text document or a PDF or whatever. But yeah, and that's what I did with ChatGPT. It's like, here's the PDF of the rules. Here's a PDF of the adventure that I want to play. And then I gave it some context of like, it's just you and me. Like I don't have a whole party. So like you're going to have to adjust you're going to have to adjust some things for that. But basically follow the guidance of the book, the rules and stick to the story that's in this module. Like don't make stuff up. Like we're following this story. And it seems to be doing fairly well. You know what you should do is like I said, it's a little vague and it fluffs some stuff. And
you should try what I said earlier. Take a bullet list of like if you notice it doing something wrong, like every once in a while, create a bullet item, and then at the beginning of every prompt, just say, remember these rules, and then put in the bullet points, like for the stuff that it fucks up every once in a while. Oh yeah. And then at the end of the prompt, then put in what you normally would for the game. Like basically just have that a prompt that just gets appended to the beginning or the end of everything. And what that'll do is it'll remind it so it won't stray off. And it'll abide by those rules. And I've had to do that before especially with OpenAI. OpenAI is really good at wandering. Like OpenAI, you'll be in the middle of like, hey, code me something, and you're like, give me the code, and it gives you a completely different piece of code instead of just modifying the code it already gave you. And I don't like that. So if you're coding right now, I got to tell you guys, Claude 3.5 kicks the ever living shit out of GPT-4 Omni, and GPT-4 Omni is good. It's really good for coding. Claude 3.5 is fucking gold. Like I have been using it for Python coding lately. And I even did some demonstrations live on Twitch where I just said, hey, write a program that'll find every automation device in my house and try to turn it off. And it wrote code the first time I copied it. All I did was say, I think I had to put in one more thing to say what my subnet was, because I had to put in, here's my range on my subnet, 192.168, this through 4, because I have 4 subnets in my house. So that's all I said in a prompt. I pushed enter, I put the code, I cut and pasted it into a document. I saved it, Python space, ran it, hit enter, and sat there for about 30 seconds. And it found 5 of the 7 devices, because 2 of the devices in my house were on a switch it didn't know. Oh. But it found two types of devices. It found the TP-Link switches, and it found another generic automation switch that I had for 2 things, and it found them all and turned them off.
Wow.
And I was like, so it actually wrote the code to like iterate through my networks, go through all the subnets, ping all the ports for the well-known devices. I think it queried for like 5 or 6 well-known devices. And then if it doesn't have the device, you just tell it. You just say, add Belk and Wemo switch. And it just, boom, there you go. Now you got an extra function in the stack, and it looks for Belk and Wemo switch. But I was blown away that it did that. And it gave me all the screen output. It's like, found IP address. Here's the information on the switch. Like, I didn't even have to ask it for it. It just did a great job, and it commented the code. I was like, this is fantastic. And then when I went back and forth asking it to revise the code, because I was trying to get it to do more things and find those additional things I didn't find, which it did. Yeah. And as I asked it, the code that it returned to me was like, it didn't change the code to something different every time. Like Copilot does that too, which pisses me off. Like Copilot, if you say, rewrite this function, like it'll give you like a completely different piece of code. It'll rename the function. It'll rename, like if you just say, hey, I want to replace this entire block of code. It doesn't just give you like a modification, like, add 1 line to do this. It'll change the whole fucking block to like a completely different methodology, almost like it's looking for somebody that already did it and just copying what they did. Whereas Claude feels more like it's looking at how it came to that solution, looking at how it started to solve it, and then it stays on that path. And I thought that was really freaking cool, dude. So if you're coding Claude 3.5, pure money. And I actually access it through Poe, by the way. You can pay directly to use it. I think they even have do they have a free version? I've never used Claude directly, but let me see if they have CLAUDE Claude AI. Let's see. It's literally just everything's just whatever.ai. Yeah. So there you go. Okay, it says I can log in with Google. Let me see if I can do my little Google. I'll log in with my little fake account here. There we go. Okay, it wants wait, is that it? Hold on here. Don't you two-factor me, you son bitch. Okay, there it goes. Anthropic. That's right. Anthropic created Claude. Okay, it's logging me in. It wants to verify my phone number and age. They usually do because they don't want bots taking them over. So let me do that really quick.
Yeah.
I confirmed I'm 18. Let me get my little code here. Let's see if this works. Dude, I'll tell you what. Do you use Phone Link in Windows 11?
No.
Dude, it's awesome. I love it. It's freaking great. Like, I know it's probably a massive privacy invasion and the thing's like a huge threat, but I love it because, you know, when they added a feature, and it's the same feature iOS has that I absolutely love. You know when you get two-factor authentication messages?
Right.
So what it does now is it actually copies them into the clipboard for you. So it'll pop up and say, oh, two-factor authentication. It just automatically is in your clipboard. And you can paste it wherever it's supposed to be. And you don't have to grab your phone. Your phone can be in your pocket. And it'll go to your SMS through Bluetooth on your phone, grab the little code, and it recognizes it's a code. It does the parsing thing just like iOS does. And it pulls it out and it's like, oh, here's your two-factor authentication code. It's just right there to grab on your desktop. And you can poke it in anywhere. Now, does that create a bigger threat surface? Yes. If you had malware on your computer that was like searching for that stuff and screen scraping it. Yeah, but at that point, they're just going to grab all your session tokens and you're fucked anyways. So it's not like you're creating that big of an attack surface that, you know, if they're on your computer and they can get that information, they can do a hell of a lot more damage. Let's see here. Tarzok said, I've been using 3.5 Sonnet for a few automation scripts. Yeah, I've been using Opus, but Opus is really heavy and expensive. But you can get similar results with the smaller ones too. I think Sonnet's the one in the middle, right? A few automation scripts for my home lab, and it's fucking slaps. Been using it daily, 15 free prompts this entire week. Oh, that's cool. So, have you given KDE Connect a try? I have not. Let's see here. Scrolling up. Some other people had some questions up here. What is the AI that makes clips from videos? There's a bunch of them. There's a few services that you can do that with. Yeah. Let's see here. Hold on. The thing with AI, this is from James Janus. The thing with AI, I get, but others make no sense. Like Facebook Meta AI makes no sense. I don't go to Facebook to learn about the capital of Florida or how to code.
Yeah. Where like up at the top of the fucking thing, it's like, you can, what are you looking for? Like an Instagram, right? It's like an AI thing.
You know where Facebook slaps though, dude? I'm using the vernacular of the younger generation here. So, no, where it really excels is image generation. Have you tried the image generation in animation? So check this out, guys. We're gonna do a little tutorial here with Barnacules today. Go ahead and open up Facebook if you have an account. If you don't, I don't blame you. So open up your old Facebook.com, and then what you're gonna do is you're gonna open up your messages.
Do two-factor and shit. I don't
want you do? Okay. Well, you open up your messages up in the corner. Oh, Joe Taji, thank you for the $20, dude.
Hey.
Said, hey, bearded tech dude and Barnacle man. Been lurking, about to jump in the pool. Hope everyone's having an amazing weekend. Dude, I'm jealous you got a pool.
Yeah, man, it's hot out there, especially if you're on the West Coast, man. It's fucking hot.
Dude, I got lucky. So my back's been hurting so bad. I've been wanting to hook up the air conditioner in the bedroom because the bedroom's been getting really hot lately. I'm like, I wanted to hook up the AC, but I couldn't. My back hurts so fucking bad. So then finally, I got my meds, and I was like, okay, I'm starting to feel good again. Because my meds, it's stupid. It's like with pain medications, like you get like half a month of pain medication, then you have to suffer for half a month. There's just a big fucking roller coaster. But now we're on steady meds every day, same thing for 30 days. So this should be better. But anyways, long story short, July 4th, which wasn't a super hot day, right? It was a pretty nice day, but it wasn't like crazy hot. I finally was like, you know what? I'm going to install the AC in the bedroom because I was like, it's getting a little hot here. I don't like. So the very next day, it was 90 plus degrees the whole day, like into the evening. I was like, holy shit! Like the temperature went up by like 30 degrees the next day, and so, but I had the AC running, and I never went outside that day. I was laid up, so my bedroom was like a constant 70 degrees. Actually, it was 68. I turned it down, so it was like a nice cold 68. So my wife walks in the room. She's like, holy shit, it's cold in here. But I'm acclimated to it because it's the same temperature as the previous day. They were out in the living room and going outside and stuff. So they came in and it was like an ice box, but I was like, I noticed no change. So it was weird. It was like 90 degrees outside and I didn't even know it was any hotter or colder than the previous day because it was just like perfectly maintaining it. I was like, oh God, I'd die without AC, dude. Seriously. Like AC is absolutely a requirement.
Yeah, man. I'm okay up to about like maybe mid 80s or so if I'm outside, depending on like, breeze and shade and stuff. I might be okay up into the 90s.
Anything over 75 and I start getting a little nauseous. It's weird.
Dude,
I don't know why I get nausea from heat, but I do. Heat causes me to get a little nauseous. It's just weird. I'm not used to it. It's getting hot in here, so take off all your clothes. Hey, speaking of back in the day, I watched a movie last night with my lady who's never seen it, Legend. Do you remember the movie Legend?
With Tom Cruise?
With Tom Cruise, the fairy.
Oh, man. Wow,
fairy,
yeah.
Tom Cruise. Yeah, we busted that out and watched it. And I have to say, I was like, what the fuck is this? Like, I was watching it, and it's just the music didn't sound right, and like a bunch of the scenes I didn't recognize. I'm like, what the shit? I realized at the end when we watched it was the European release, and apparently back then when they made the movie, the European cut was completely different than the U.S. cut. They're almost like two different movies. Wow. All the music changed, the way the story is. Like, the U.S. one is like far more violent and has like more of the evil shit in it that like Ridley Scott's known for. And then the European one was like more like slow paced and intellectual. So I'm like watching it, it's like none of the music's there, no Tangerine Dream to be found anywhere. And I was like, well, that was what made the movie awesome.
Weird.
So I was kind of mad because I like watched the movie and I hadn't seen it in like 10 years, right? So I can't remember anything like really well. And I'm like, this isn't the movie I remember. Like, I remember loving this movie a lot more than this. And then I went on YouTube and I looked it up and it's like, oh, the differences between the European and the US release. And it was like a huge amount. It wasn't a little bit. It's like a different movie, man. Huh. So I got to go back. I got to go find the non-European version because I watched it on Plex, and Plex just had it in their free Plex library with commercials.
There, right? Yeah,
it was just there, and I didn't. But they didn't say it was a European release. So I'm like watching this thing. It's like there's no Tangerine Dream, and all the music is like really weird and doesn't fit with it. And I'm like, this isn't the movie I remember as a kid. But you know, sometimes when you watch a movie as a kid, and you watch it as an adult, you're let down because like when you're a kid, you realize your imagination really propped it up.
Yeah.
Like a good example is The Explorers. Do you remember the movie The Explorers where the kids like build the spaceship out of like the fucking garbage cans and the Commodore and everything?
It's like one of the rotator things from
from a carnival. Yeah. Fucking I still love that movie personally as an adult, but it's not the same as when I was a kid. When I was a kid, my brain, like my fantasy in my head made that, like when they fired it up and the bubble formed around it, they were like taking off and flying around and shit. Like to me in my head, I was like, I want to go build this. Yeah, I was like, this is real to me. But like as an adult now, I watch it back and I'm like, who wrote this thing? This thing is just one giant plot hole, right? And then they they meet the aliens and the aliens like become hostile and shit. It just goes off the rails, right? It's like the writing is terrible, the pacing is fucking terrible. Like everything about it is terrible. But like as a kid, I just had this weird nostalgia boner for it. Like where every time I went to my aunt's house, that was like the VHS I put in because I fucking loved it. But then I watched it as an adult and it kind of let me down. BB Jug said Michael J. Fox was at Glastonbury last weekend. Really sad to see how his health has declined. I haven't seen him lately. Yeah. But I know Parkinson's is bad, man.
On the other hand, man, he's actually doing really well for how long he's been battling this.
That is true.
Honest, like he's doing really well. I think whatever treatments and stuff he's been getting has been doing good for him.
Wouldn't he like? I mean, Parkinson's usually kills people.
I'm pretty sure he'd have been dead by now. Yeah, if not for and not only that, but like his foundation and stuff has helped a whole lot in improving the lives of a lot of people with Parkinson's and really better understanding like what's going on and how to catch it, fix it, catch it early, stop it from happening. It's pretty cool.
I personally cannot imagine what it's like to have that because I already have some muscle. I have some nerve damage that makes me have involuntary muscle twitches. Like my body will just like sometimes you'll even see it when I'm streaming. Like I'll just do like this, like really quick. I'll do like an involuntary thing. And it's like, it's almost like I'm getting shocked, like a little nerve fires and it just makes all my muscles like tense up. And I hate it when it happens. It pisses me off. Sometimes it'll happen like 2-3 times within 5 minutes and it drives me absolutely nuts. The more stressed I am, the more it happens. But I'm like, I fucking hate it. And then I think, dude, what about people with Parkinson's where their muscles, even when they're sleeping, they never stop moving. They're just the whole time, every muscle in their body. It's like they're on a treadmill and they can never get off. Imagine if your muscles were being controlled by something else and just being forced to flex constantly and move. Like you could never be still. I can't even imagine. That's got to be absolute pure fucking torture. But apparently he does have medications that he can take that give him like pretty decent relief for a period of time. I don't know how effective they are now because isn't it a degenerative disease? Like it keeps getting worse over time.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. It's not like Parkinson's just kicks in and you stay like that. I think you diminish over time, sadly. But I do know that he did some acting roles. Remember, he played like a surgeon on Scrubs, I think it was, the TV show Scrubs. I think he did a cameo for a season where he came in as a surgeon and they played him off as being like kind of eccentric and like autistic or whatever because he was always doing this.
Yeah.
You know, they basically played off as Parkinson's as him just kind of being an eccentric guy. And it actually really worked. Like, it worked really well, and his performance was fantastic. So they can get it under control. But I have seen times where it's been so violent that they can't even keep him in frame on the camera. Like, he's literally just like back and forth like this the whole time, and his head is going like this. Like, they just cannot keep him in frame, and I'm like, oh my God, that has got to be just absolutely horrible. And your muscles, like, your muscles have to hurt constantly. Like, if you never get a break.
It's like just tense and wiggling and stuff all the time. I bet.
Like, the closest thing I can think of is if you ever you've never used a TENS device, right?
I mean, I've electrocuted myself in a variety of different ways, so I think I understand sort of what's going on with
muscle
a TENS
contraction,
device.
right?
Yeah.
So,
I mean, I've been straight up. I've grabbed horse fence before. I've zapped myself with dog training collars, and so I know I've zapped a few times with house voltage. So I get a little.
So I've put it on my legs before because I wanted to work my leg muscles because they were getting atrophied. So I put it on and I'm like, oh, it'll be like running on a treadmill laying down. It doesn't quite work that way, by the way. Your body isn't going to like allocate resources to build a muscle unless your brain is telling it to drive. If it's being driven by an external force, it doesn't give a shit. You're not going to grow enough.
Sure.
But it keeps things moving. It keeps the blood flow into the muscle. So I put it on there and it was working. After about 5 minutes, I felt like I ran like a mile and I wanted to stop. Like, I literally felt the same kind of cramps and the same kind of like as if I did it myself. Like, it didn't feel like it was autopilot. Like, oh, I'm gonna just take a nap and I'm going to wake up ripped. Like, I felt like I actually did the work. And that was what was bizarre to me because it's like I didn't do the work. Like, I'm sitting here and this thing's involuntarily doing it. But I felt like if I had just kept letting it go, then it would have put me in an immense pain. Like, it would have pushed the muscle so far past the point that it'd be like if I just kept running and never stopped, even when my body told me to. Super crazy shit. By the way, don't put those things on your genitals. I'm not going to say I did it, but just don't. Like, it's
not like I'm going to test this taser on myself.
Yeah, don't.
The next thing you wake up tomorrow.
For some reason, my friend, he decided that, it'd be a good idea to see what that would do. And that did not end well. I don't recommend it at all. Just going to say. Graham said, worst torture ever, TENS on your nuts.
I bet.
Don't do it. It sounds like a great idea. Like when you feel it on the muscle and you're like, ooh, I wonder if that'll work down. No, it doesn't. You can fucking zap your nuts. Let's see here. James Janus said, how much for an entire stream, no AC or fans, no drinking water or fluids, closed window, closed doors, no towels or rags to wipe the sweat, and no changing clothes? $1,000. I'll do it for $1,000. I'm cheap. I'll do it. $1,000.
Trying to die on stream.
Yeah, give us $1,000 and I will do a tech talk with no clothes, except for the camera obviously can't, pan down or nothing because I don't want to get banned. Right. But yeah, I'll go no fans, no AC, no wiping away sweat, and I'll just sit here and suffer for 3 hours for $1,000. We'll
do it in November.
Yeah, you're not going to find another.
He didn't say when. That's
actually true. Yeah, open up the window, just ice cold air coming in. Sit here like shivering.
No, man. Then you just turn on. You turn on the dual Xeon. You turn on. You turn what? William. Turn on Houston. Turn on get a couple 3D prints going. No problem. It'd be super nice.
It could work.
Oh, I was shocked at how hot this fucking thing gets. By the way, like, I was surprised at how much heat this thing puts out. The 3D printer. I was very surprised.
Yeah. And the funny thing is, it only takes I'm going to say it only uses 90 watts.
It's not a lot of power, but it gets that little 4.4 millimeter nozzle gets wicked hot.
80 of that 90 watts is just to heat that metal plate. Yeah,
it gets toasty. Plate too. Yeah.
Don't touch the plate. Don't touch the
glass.
It
gets hot. I mean, I didn't burn myself, but I did touch it. Yeah, it gets hot.
Dude, you know how
what's the sticky stuff you put on here? Like, it's starting to come off. Was it just like a glue stick?
Yeah,
it looks like it was like glue stick.
Yeah, glue. Actually, it's not glue stick. It's called nanopolymer from Vision Liner. Okay. But you can't just use a glue stick. You're just printing PLA, right?
Yeah, whatever the stuff you gave me.
Yeah, I think I gave you mostly
Color
PLA.
Fab XT, and then I got some other colors. But yeah.
Oh, you're using the Color Fab XT.
Is what was already loaded in it. Yeah.
Did you? Okay. So the profile's already on there. Okay, that's why it was able to print.
Yeah,
I was like, man,
I didn't fuss with nothing. Everything's
okay.
working out great. I just turned it in, plugged in some models, and I've been printing stuff, and it's been working out.
The reason you had some stringy stuff under the model is you just need to have some support material.
Yeah, I think it's how I did the supports on this guy. That's why it turned out kind of wonky. But
yeah, if you get those weird like hanging lines like under a chin and stuff, that just means there was no support material there. So you got to use you got to use better support material.
I think it was the mode. I think I used tree instead of standard for this one, and that's
hairspray works good too. By the way, extra hold hairspray. If you just spray that on, like clean the glass really good with soap and water and rinse it off, and then when it dries, put hairspray on it as it's heating up. Like spray it with hairspray, and then the hairspray will get really tacky and it'll hold it down really good.
Cool.
But you only really have to do like for PLA you can pretty much just print directly on the glass. You don't glue stick, you don't even really need unless you're printing really small stuff. You only really have to worry about like gluing the stuff down when you're using materials that shrink a lot. But I will tell you that ColorFab XT does shrink and does want some adhesive. Did you have any failures like where it popped off the build plate or lifted up on an edge or something like that?
Certain parts have, a little section of it curled or something.
Yeah.
I'm like, get back down.
And that's because XT prints a lot hotter. Like XT, I think prints around the temperature of ABS, like a little under ABS. So, but it's a good material. Like that's a strong material. Like you can bend it, slap it on shit. Like it's not gonna be fragile like PLA is. Like PLA is brittle. XT is like flexible. Like if you want to print something flexible, you can do it in XT. Really good material. But I will tell you this: the XT does not print well. It is not a material you want to use for like you're printing a decorative thing. Like that's not what I would use XT for. But it turned out pretty damn good. Dude, I am so proud that you finally used that thing.
Yeah, me too.
You've had that thing forever, and I was like, dude, you finally powered it up and used it. But let me ask you, now that you used it, do you like feel like more compelled to use it more? Like, did it kind of like bite at you, and you're like, wow, I made a thing, and now you want to do it again?
Yes.
Isn't that
a lot?
Yeah, it does. It pulls, it sucks you in. And I've been like just print, like I've got prints all over my desk right now. I've got all kinds of shit. I've got mounts for like holding on to like parts on my desk.
That's the stuff I want to look more into. Yeah, that kind of thing.
Even has like removable, replaceable feet that like if they wear out, you can take them off and replace them.
That's the thing I want to look into more is clamps.
Look at this,
like that. Yeah,
this model you can even open it up and fill it with sand to make the base heavy so it won't slide around. And you put whatever you want, like put a phone in it, and you can put it at whatever orientation you want. 360 degrees, and then once you're in the orientation, you just turn this knob down to the bottom, and it locks it into place. And then the screw done. It's just this little half screw, and it holds really good. It's like this whole print. It's just like free on printables. You make this. Like if you want to buy this at like Harbor Freight, like the equivalent of this or something, you're gonna be spending like $20-$30. And this is like I think $3 a material, $2-3 a material. It's not a lot. Although it looks like two materials. Like this isn't multiple prints. It's just I ran out of filament, so I switched to different filament. Sadly, your printer can't do that because Ultimaker didn't add that feature. But yeah.
Oh yeah, multicolors. That's fine.
No.
I've seen a few.
No, not multicolor. Where it stops. If it runs out of filament, your printer will just keep trying to print.
Oh,
if my printer, so you got to be careful to make sure it always has filament.
I figured I'd come up against that at some point because I can't tell how much is left on this spool. So like it's shocking. Some of the prints will be like, this is going to take 15 meters. Yeah. I'm like, bro, that's like 45 feet.
Right.
Like
right.
What? Yep. What? There's no way that's left in there. And I'm like, turned out just fine.
So so the way that I did it,
I think it's because it's 0.4 millimeters. It's 15 meters, but it's like stretching because the filament's like a millimeter or more, in circumference or whatever. And so it's like smooth. You're able to like stretch this out.
Yeah, you're supposed to keep track. What you're supposed to do is put like back in the day before they had these filament run out sensors like the Mark IV has. What you do is you get your spool. You know exactly how much is on it, like to the meter. Like if you go to the manufacturer, it'll tell you how many meters of filament it is. You stick it in there, and then you just subtract like 10 meters just in case shit fucks up or goes wrong, or with the length in the Bowden tube. Just take off like a couple of meters. You stick it in there, and then every time you do a print, you just record how many meters you printed. Like even if it fails or whatever, just keep a logbook. And then when you go in to do a print, as soon as your print gets to the point where it's like I need more than this, then you can pause it, swap the filament, because you can still do that. Like as long as you catch it before it runs out of filament, like you're down to the last meter. Just hit pause on the print, and then unload the filament, load the new filament, and they say resume. You can do that. You can do that on that printer. But mine, this one's automatic. If it senses that the filament ran out, it just stops, makes a noise. I put the new filament on, feeds it in, and then it'll automatically purge it and everything, go over and start printing right where it left off. So it's like it's just automatic now. But you can do it on yours. You just have to keep an eye on it. So yeah, that was something that I always did when I was 3D printing, especially big stuff. Is keep an eye on that filament when it started getting down to where like you could see the spool. like under the filament, like you knew you only had like 20 more wraps around or whatever, then I would come up and just watch it like a hawk. And then if I had to go do something, I'd just stop it right there and swap the filament and leave. So just make sure that you keep it fed, because here's the one bad thing that will happen if you don't keep it fed. And this happens on all the old Aldi makers, is especially with XT. XT is notorious for this. So if you're not feeding material through that nozzle and it suddenly just stops because there's no more filament to feed, like literally it just goes down in the nozzle and then it can't grip it to push it anymore. So it's just sitting there. Yeah. It'll actually burn up and crystallize in the nozzle, and it'll clog the nozzle so hard you won't be able to print. You'll load new material, it won't be able to feed it through. And then in that case, you either have to burn it out with a torch, or you have to get like a piece of piano wire and like hammer it through there to get the clog out. So PLA isn't, usually you won't clog with PLA even under that situation, but just keep in mind with like color fab and stuff, don't let it run out of filament, because if you clog that nozzle, then in that machine, taking the nozzle off sucks. Like, I don't know if you look like most machines, you can just unscrew the nozzle and like take it and, clean it out and everything. That nozzle, the way it's attached, you have to take the head assembly apart to get the nozzle out. So don't clog the nozzle. And if you do clog the nozzle and it won't feed filament, give me a call and I'll tell you like how to fish a little piano wire down through there and like try to knock the filament out, because that'll frustrate you more than anything hitting that air. But aside from that, that printer should be super duper reliable.
It's doing really well, man. I like it.
Yep.
It's fun.
Gamers Unite said, if you have the MMU3, which is the multi-material unit from Prusa, and enable spool join, it will swap through the other materials when the current one runs out. Oh, that's fucking rad. Serious?
I've seen some things like that, yeah.
I think I do want to get that then, because I think that's really cool. I'd love to be able to just load a bunch of rolls of filament and just walk away. And I'll tell you what, the thing I love about the Prusa Mark IV, people look at it and they're like, oh, it's so expensive and it's just a bed slinger and it's super simple. No, it's so much R&D that it looks simple. Right? They figured out how to build a machine that's like minimalist, but does everything you want. This thing is so fucking reliable. I have never had like an all-out failure on this machine unless I fucked up in the slicer and like, put the model up off the base at the wrong angle or something, no sport. Other than that, I've had no actual failure where it like stopped feeding filament or it skipped a line on a layer or the print, just got a bunch of, printed the pubes all over it, I like to call, where it just starts printing in the air. I've had none of those problems. Like this Prusa Mark IV, I've printed like 100 things on since I got it. And it's just rock solid, dude. Like everything that comes off of this thing is just like fucking flawless. I love it. It's amazing. It's absolutely amazing. So people are like, oh my God, sucking on Prusa's dick. Yeah, rightfully so. This is a good ass printer,
man. When you make a
good
product, whatever, bro.
Yeah, I'll fucking suck that dick.
Don't be
no problem.
salty.
All day long.
Good job.
It's a good printer though. It's a really good printer. But I talked to my neighbor. He's going to help me finally finish my Voron 2.4. That's my big boy printer, the fully open source custom jobber that can do, I think it's like 350 by 350 millimeters. So I could print an entire motorcycle helmet in one piece. So once I'm done building that's going to be a really fast printer. That printer will be faster than this Mark IV and be able to print larger volumes and hotter materials. So I'm pretty excited about that. Nice. Adam said, remember the guy who said Barnacules Nerdgasm was part of the Prusa mob?
Oh, geez, come on.
Yeah,
that's so dumb.
That fucking guy, man. I don't even know what happened to him. I banned him a long time ago. He hasn't like showed up on my porch, so I'm gonna call that a win. That guy, but fucking that guy, man. Don't even get me started. Jesus Christ. Let's see here. James Hayes said, what was that scam garbage 3D printer you got sent to you that roasted in your? Oh, the one I lit on fire with the flamethrower.
Whoa.
Yeah, that was a Robo 3D. That was the worst 3D printer I ever owned. Out of every 3D printer I've ever used, that was by far the worst. And that company was terrible too. Like the dude that owned that company, he was such a scammer. The Brandon, he threatened to sue me too. I thought that was so funny. He's like, I'll fucking sue you if you release any of our public, or any of our private conversations. And I just went right over to Twitter and started posting it. I was like, come at me, bro. And then the whole community turned on him, and it's like, you ain't gonna do shit, bro.
Yeah,
like,
come on.
Because that's a common tactic. Like when people try to sue, it's like, you can't show this information, and you can't, we have an order, until the case is over, you can't show the information. So yeah, technically, you're probably breaking the law on some level if it's like an official document that's served in the courts. Like you can't say, fuck that, I'm going to put it public and let the public do their job. Because the only reason you're silencing me is because you know what you did was wrong. That's literally the only reason. If I can't talk about our communications when you're literally suing me, no, I'm going to say everything. So I always tell them, it's like if you serve me papers in a lawsuit and it says on top you can't talk about it, no, I'm going to fucking copy every page and post it publicly as possible and spread it like wildfire. Like, so yeah, don't even fucking try. Don't even go there. But it was pretty funny. He like threatened to sue me, and then I publicked all the I publicked all the communications. Then he comes at me. He's like, "Oh man, I'm so sorry. I was just stressed out. I didn't mean it." He's like trying to like buddy up with me, like, "Oh no, I made a mistake." Blah blah blah, blah, because he knew he was fucked at that point. Like,
don't be mean. Don't be a butthead, man. I don't know.
The dude hugged me, man. Physically hugged me at Maker Faire. He's like, "Bro, I'm so sorry about everything that happened. Yeah, no, it never happened. Here, we got a new printer now. Why don't you review this one? It's like we fixed all the problems." I was like, no, I'm not really interested. "Okay, well, let us know if you're interested." He gives me, "Oh, thank you for the feedback, blah, blah, blah." I'm like, man, this guy's fucking weird. Like even for me, weird. And then I don't review his printer, and he just goes like fucking aggro on me. I was like, whatever, dude. Whatever. There's so much drama. That's what I hate. I gotta say something about that. Why is every community getting drama? Like gaming has always had drama, right? To some extent. Like the gaming community, especially first person shooter shit, there's always drama there. But like 3D printing used to be drama free. The maker community used to be drama free. All the car community was like fairly drama free. It's like every fucking community has just become this massive toxic element of just my fucking brand is better than your fucking brand. Like that's
in part it's tribalism, in part it's the algorithms, right? It's easy to get engagement with negativity. Like there's an old joke that was like, "Oh, if you have a problem with your code, go on to whatever it is, Substack or whatever. No, what's the one that you used to go to for code stuff? Stack Overflow. Go to Stack Overflow, paste, like ask your question, log into a different account and post the wrong answer. Post something just outrageously wrong, because people are more interested in correcting a wrong answer than providing a good answer." And it kind of stems from that. It's like there is more engagement to be had by being divisive, and I don't like it. I try and push back. Like I saw some, this is on Threads, somebody posted a story, like some customer interaction story that they had, and was like, just explaining what happened during their day. Yeah. And somebody had commented like, "Why do I keep seeing all these boring ass fucking stories on Threads everywhere?" And I go and look at that guy's, his feed or whatever, like stuff he's posting or whatnot. And then I come back and I comment and I'm like, "Bro, where's your like engaging story, your gripping tale of suspense and intrigue then?" Right? Like, be the change and all that. Nothing. It's just, people just want to be. And I think, I don't know, man, we're in a very negativity.
Yeah. I posted something along those lines yesterday. I was like, I feel like there's not enough profit and honesty. Like I feel like there's way too much like attention and money and research. Like when I say profit, I mean like anything that benefits you, right? Like,
right.
I feel like dishonesty gets rewarded so much by the algorithm. Like people that do bad shit to other people that draw attention to themselves by doing bad things and questionable things. People that just outright lie so that people believe them, and then they get the same clout and everything as if they really did the thing they didn't. Mm-hmm. I feel like all of that shit the algorithm panders to so much that like this new generation of children growing up are basically being shown by example that the more bombastic and hyperbolic you are and the more dramatic and outbursty you are, the more attention you get. Yeah. And the more money you get, the more viewers you get and stuff, the more, Yeah. And then that
it doesn't have to be that way.
Fame. Yeah, it shouldn't. Like, it shouldn't be that way.
There are plenty of creators out there who shy away from it and stuff. I do think it's a matter of adjusting expectation. Like you will probably grow slower, but it's also like I don't know. It's like the difference of like, do you take the $100,000 job where you're going to be miserable, or do you take the $75K job where you're going to enjoy your every day? You know what I mean? Like, yeah, you probably aren't going to be the next PewDiePie, or you're not going to be the next fucking Jake Paul or whatever. But is that who you really want to be? Is that the example you really want to set? Like, no, I'm not going to do that, and I accept what comes because of it. And I think there you can still be successful by promoting that sort of stuff, by not engaging with it and by pointing out like the grossness of it all and that kind of thing. Yeah. I've mentioned too, like a lot of people get it conflated, like where they won't like something, right? A TV show, a video game, or whatever, and they mix up their personal opinion with like the objectivity of quality. Like there's a big difference between this isn't for me, or I don't like this, and this thing is bad. right? Like The Acolyte. I get a lot of that Star Wars drama on my For Yous and stuff. I like it.
I love it. I think it's a great
I'm not
show.
a critic, right? Like I don't watch a movie. I've watched some objectively very bad movies and have enjoyed the ride, right? Yeah. And I think that's where the people get it mixed up is like, man, I don't like Souls-like games. Okay. I'm not gonna get into Bloodborne and Demon Souls and all that stuff, or Elden Ring, stuff like that, right? Like that's not for me. If somebody were to have gifted it to me and I played it and I said, man, I don't like this game, I can still be objective enough and say, well, they executed it. They executed this to their vision well enough, I guess. I don't have a lot of experience in those sorts of games, so I can't really be sure. But like, there's that difference. I don't like this versus this is bad.
Yeah.
And that's, yeah.
For me, I look at examples like Jack Doherty, the little shit brat that has antagonizes random people on the street, will live stream it and recording it, and then he has a bodyguard he pays that roughs him up if they try to get back in his face or try to say shit back to him.
Outrageous.
Yeah, it's crazy. And apparently he runs this agency where OF models, he takes 50% of the revenue to pimp them and advertise them through his YouTube channel, and he takes half their money. He's a really really fucked up kid. This is a kid that's going to grow up, he will eventually just be in prison, right? I mean, you can tell just looking at him. He's fucked his whole life. And you look at his parents and you immediately realize why he is the way he is. His dad's just straight up encouraging him and got him a lawyer, and he grew up rich from his family already. And they're like, oh yeah, we're so proud of our son, making all this money and being an entrepreneur. And it's he's not an entrepreneur. He just goes out there and records himself literally shoving people and getting in their face and calling them names. And then when they react, the bodyguard gets it, a big, huge dude gets between him and starts flexing, and he's being sued right now because I guess the bodyguard punched a dude out at his own birthday party or some shit, because Jack got in his face and said some shit, and the guy was just fucking get out of my face, get out of here. He's like, oh, what, you want to fight? You want to fight? And then he backs up behind his bodyguard and lets his bodyguard sub in to fight for him, and the bodyguard just punches the dude in the face, sucker punches him and knocks him to the ground, fucks him up, literally put him in the hospital. And so it's fucking crazy, dude. It's you see these kids being forced. Did you see the video going around? I don't know the lady's name. I have no fucking clue who she is, but this lady goes on a dock and there's this mentally ill or drunk lady who's also on the dock, and she convinces her to jump in a fast moving river.
What?
Where there's signs everywhere saying do not jump in the water, it's a place where people drowned all the time. And this super drunk lady where she's like, hey, let's jump in, let's go skinny dipping. Lady's like, oh, you want to go skinny dipping? Yeah, you jump in first and then I'll jump in. Oh, are you really? And she just keeps egging her on. And then she jumps off, and what does the lady do? Instead of helping her or call for help, they fucking leave. They run away. And they're live streaming the whole thing, all the evidence is there. And it's I don't think the lady died, thankfully, but it's dude, she literally talked a lady who was clearly in a mentally compromised state into basically killing herself for views, right? Yes, she's oh my God, I can't believe she jumped in the water. Why did she do that? It's because you told her to 9,000 times and kept telling her you were going to give her money and shit if she did it. It's
yeah.
And she even said, oh, I don't have the money. She's like, oh, I'll give you $20 if you jump in, or $200 if you jump in. Oh, really? Okay. Oh, I'm not going to give her shit. She jumps in. And then she jumps in, and then she's like, oh shit, I'm in trouble now. I'm live streaming this. I can't edit it. So then she starts downplaying it. I didn't tell her to jump in. It's yeah, on your live stream you did for about 15 minutes. Oh, I didn't think she'd actually do it. It's but you see that shit, but it went hyper viral. That video got tens of millions of views on YouTube. She probably made 40 or 50 grand in ad revenue on it. It's even if they shut it down, copyright strike it, she still gets the revenue up until that point. And so it's you're getting rewarded for doing horrible fucking things.
Yep.
And they just keep getting away with it. That one dude that went to Japan, I can't remember his name, one
of the Paul brothers. Yeah.
No, even worse than the Paul brother. If you can believe it.
Where it was showing off the forest and dead body.
No, holding up a phone in the middle of a building that's bomb will detonate in 10 seconds. 9. And everybody's screaming and trampling over each other trying to get out of the room. And it's because he's doing a live stream and somebody tipped him $20 and he does anything anybody tells him. He'll just walk down the street and they'll be like, hey, go over and slap that person in the face, and he'll just do it for $20. He'll do anything that people ask him to. So they're like, hey, do a bomb threat in the middle of a building.
Somali,
and he actually got arrested.
Somali.
Yeah, Johnny Somali, that was it. And he got arrested, and then he got arrested a second time. And he's so fucking stupid that he's oh, I'm going to go back again. He's outside of the country. He's basically banned, but he's oh, I'm going to go back in. Like, I'm totally going to go back because he just makes so much money off these damn live streams. And so now he associates hurting people with profit. And he doesn't see people as people. Like, you can tell that he feels like other humans are NPCs. And I see this throughout this whole generation of kids. I almost feel like the old guy. You know, when we were kids, you always see the parents like, you fucking kids, you're shit these days, like, blah, blah, blah. I kind of feel like I understand that now that I'm getting older. It's like you look at the generation, you're like, wow, look how far you guys have slipped. Like, you don't see each other as humans anymore. Like, what the fuck?
I think man, how do I put this?
It's scary.
It's very popular, but at the same time, I think there is only a smaller section that is like trying to emulate it. I hope. But yeah, man, it's weird. It's weird. And until there's like major consequences, like that one dude who was harassing somebody at a food court or whatever and got shot.
Yeah.
Like that kind of thing. That you don't know the Huck tour? That's like been this guy.
Gotcha. Yeah.
You know, the guy. Whoa, how do you keep a man happy? And she's like, you got a Huck tour, spit on that thing. You hear me? That kind of thing.
Okay, I get it now.
Yeah. That was heck of funny. That was super funny,
dude. I saw the funniest clip the other day.
It's weird how that kind of stuff blows up.
It does. But that's the thing is, like, even me, it's like I can't look away. Like, I'll watch the shit just because I'm outraged by it. Like, but you still watch it. You still got the ad revenue from it. I'm like, fuck.
That's the thing. I have been taking a more conscious effort to not engage with, and I know watching, you got to watch it to see if you're going to fucking be pissed about it. But, I've noticed that anything where I'm like going to, respond, like if I see something negative and I'm going to respond to negativity in kind, I have typed out like a few responses, and I haven't caught myself. I'm no perfect at it, but like, I try not to. I'm like, no, I'm not going to get involved in this. This is dumb. Like, I don't want to feed this negativity inside of myself or out in public, like, or public when it's on online or whatever. I don't want to do that. And so I let it go. I'm bummed out and pissed off, and I have to see a lot of negativity and stuff in my day-to-day work and stuff. I don't want to do that when I'm in my personal time.
My personality makes it really hard for me to just pass on shit. And that's the thing is, like, social media becomes a problem. It's been a problem for me for a long time. Like, it's pretty clear watching me on social media. I got a fucking addiction. Like, I do. But yeah, it's really hard for me to like see injustice and not say something. Like a lot of people just tell me, it's like, oh, you know, you can't make a difference. Like, you can't. And I don't believe that. Like, if I believe that, I wouldn't do it. Like, I'm not saying I'm making a huge difference, but saying that I can't make any difference, I don't believe that, because I've seen the difference with my eyes. Like, I've seen the change. I've seen people don't see it because they're not me from my perspective. So it's like, I know I can change on a small level, but it's like people are like, it's just not worth it. And sometimes I do believe that. Like, there's a lot of times where I engage in things where it's like, that was a waste of time. Like, I didn't change the person's mind. I didn't change anybody else's mind. All I did was make myself more pissed off, and I gained nothing from it. And that person didn't learn anything. If anything, I gave them the engagement they wanted, and, you know, gave them a boner. And so yeah, that does happen. But there's a lot of times where I also engage where I feel like, even though the person I'm interacting with might not understand it or see what I'm saying, somebody else, a bystander that witnesses, gets some more information they didn't have, and they learn something and can change a perspective.
Yeah.
And I feel like if enough people did that, it could combat the bad, because the evil people will always be the loudest. They always will. The people that are ripping off other people, the people that are scamming, the people that want you to believe that there's something that they're not, and everything, they're always going to be the loudest. They're always going to be the people screaming at the top of the hilltop, like trying to convince you of something, right, for their own personal gain. The quiet people are usually the good people. Like, good people are generally passive. They go about their business. They don't really engage in other stuff. They just live their lives, right? But me, I'm of the opinion that it's like, I fucking hate politics, but now I'm all fucking wrapped up in politics. And the reason I'm wrapped up in politics is just because I've seen the effect it's had on me, my friends, and my family, like, directly. And that's why I'm involved. It's like the impact, like, it's not like I'm doing it necessarily on behalf of everybody else. It's like, I personally have experienced the impact. So now I got a dog in this fight. But I understand some people don't. There's some people that could give two fucks who the president is, or give two fucks who the representative of the Supreme Court is. They don't care. Just whatever law happens, they just try to abide by it best they can. The ones that they don't understand, they just ask for forgiveness or spend a night in jail or whatever. It's like fucking no big deal, right? They don't care. The same type of people that are like, they don't care if convenience compromises privacy, right? It's like, they just don't care. It's like convenience is more important. I understand it. There's going to be people of every single possible scenario that you can think of that you'd be like, that's absolutely crazy from my perspective, where they're like, no, but to me, it's a benefit. Like, I like it for that reason. It's like, why do people smoke? It's like, I wouldn't smoke. It kills your lungs. They know it causes cancer. You're shortening your life. Like, I wouldn't do that, right? But then they look at me and be like, well, why did you eat all those sandwiches and not fucking run a bunch? Like, you know, it's like, and my answer is like, yeah, okay, well, I didn't do the most healthy thing either. Well, it's like, yeah, neither did I. You know, people have compulsions. They develop habits. They deal with their stress in different ways. And it's really easy for us to judge each other for the things that we do, right?
Yeah.
But there's a ton of people out there that are functioning alcoholics. There's a ton of people out there that are fucking heroin addicts that you don't know are heroin addicts, like operating in high functioning jobs and situations. There's people, the richest man in the world is literally abusing ketamine every fucking day to a crazy extent. And the dude just keeps getting richer and more powerful. It's like, it's crazy because you don't see it. Because you don't see it, you don't think about it, right? You're like, that person's successful, so there's no way that those things could apply to them. And that's the assumption that people make. But no, it's like everybody has their vices. Everybody does their thing. Everybody, you know, does a cost benefit analysis in their head subconsciously or consciously and does what makes them happy. Or, you know, whatever's available to them. Not everybody has the same options, right? If you're a billionaire and you can have any car you want and go anywhere you want, okay, fucking rock on, right? But can you walk around in public if everybody knows you're a billionaire and not like get fucking stabbed or robbed or have people like screaming and trying to get your attention? And like, you never have a moment of peace, right? So it's like you trade off. There's a trade off there. So it's like, how do you deal with that? Like, how do you deal with the stress of that situation? You know, do you hire people to stand around you and like, you know, kick people away and clear paths for you so you can like get to where you're going? If you get in an accident, do you call somebody else to come represent you so you don't get out of the car and the dude's like, oh my God, I got hit by this famous dude. Here, take a selfie. It's weird. It's fucking weird. Everybody has these different situations. Just because somebody has money doesn't necessarily mean that they have the most amazing life. And just because somebody's poor doesn't mean they have a shitty life, right? There's a lot of poor people that have amazing lives. That like, I watch this one YouTuber dude. He barely makes any money from his YouTube channel. He has like 50,000 followers, and he just rides around the United States on a bike with a tent and all of his possessions on this bike with his little dog and a basket on the front. And he literally just drives around, and people give him like, you know, people drive by and like give him a 20 because he literally looks like looks like a hobo, right? So they're like throwing money at him, and it's just enough for him to like feed himself and his dog. And he's like, he said he couldn't be happier. Like, he literally just travels around the United States, goes everywhere, camps on beaches, camps in random sites in the woods and shit, and just like records and vlogs his adventures. And the dude couldn't be happier. But he's not rich, not by any stretch of the imagination in this economy with the way YouTube is, right? You know, 50,000 subs isn't going to give you, you know, fucking 6-figure income or anything like that, but he makes it work. He makes it work and he's happy. And there's rich people that every day of their lives, they never stop working and they can never even slow down for a second to enjoy anything because everything is always on the line. Like, you've created such a massive thing that you have to micromanage now and you can't let go. And I know people that are like that. Like, they cannot disengage. They are 100% working all the time. They sleep like 4 hours only and they're back at it. And they never take a vacation. They never are like with their family. Like, their families basically just accept that they just come home to sleep and eat and then they're back at work, right? Or they're working from home. It's just the life that they accepted. Here, I got to fart really quick. All right, there we go. All right, so that sucker was baking in the oven for a little while. Since we only have 5 minutes left, maybe we should hit some topics. Actually, I'll have 5 minutes here. Talk to people for a second. I gotta go take a piss. I'll be right back.
Sure. Yeah, man. I don't know, man. Just whatever stuff, things, whatever. How's it going, people? That guy's living his best life. That's what I mean. I hope for a place that a time where people just don't get so upset about stuff. It's weird. Yeah, I don't even know what to say right now. It's just, I don't know. Concrete Ox, thanks. To be honest, I could care less about someone you kidding me and must market. Yeah, right. That's the stuff.
Dude, that gabapentin is a miracle drug, dude.
I mean, Fiesta ST, nice. Right on, Anthony. That's cool, dude. It'd be cool to see you ride a bike across the country with your dog for fun. Ugh, no way. I'd need a lot of prep before I need
an electric bike. I'd need an electric recumbent bike with a really comfortable seat.
Yeah, man. It would be cool though. It would be fun, but I don't think I could like bicycle that like that.
Yeah, I feel super weak, dude. Your muscles atrophy so fast from being laid up. Like, I spent the better part of 2 months in bed, and and just getting up and like moving around, it feels like gravity is increased by like 4 times. It's crazy. Like I'm still the same exact weight. Like, well, actually, I'm actually a couple pounds lighter. I don't know why. Nice. I should think I gain weight laying in bed. But everything feels hard. Like my legs, like coming up the stairs, like my legs burn like halfway up, and I used to be able to just rip up them stairs. Oh, hey, Sean Kelly, thank you for the 5 pounds. He said, I think, dear, let me go. He said, I think it's going to be a tight race, but man will just about beat AI to destroy your planet.
100%.
Let's see here. So race, but man will just about. Oh, he's saying that man will kill ourselves before AI does.
Yep, 100%.
Yeah, I believe it. I mean, and here's the thing: even if AI kills us, we made it kill us. Like
I suppose.
So I guess if you look at it from that perspective, right? Even if AI kills us, it's our fault. It's just like us launching nukes at each other, right? If we create an AI purposefully to be aggressive to the point where it ultimately sees us as a threat, and we put it in a position where it can do that, where we can't unplug it. That's on us, right? We did that. Like you can't be like, oh my God, I never saw that coming when I gave it control of its own power source and did everything I possibly can to make this thing as autonomous as possible and gave it so much information to hate humanity. It's like the director's cut of The Abyss where like the aliens are like, yeah, we're just gonna wipe out humanity like with a giant tidal wave because you fuckers just keep fighting and it's getting annoying. That got cut from the theatrical release, by the way. They made everything look happy, but if you actually watch like the director's cut of Abyss, the aliens are like playing back all the shit, and they're like, "Yeah, your civilization's basically like all nuclear war and killing each other. Fuck you guys, we're just gonna drown you all with a giant tidal wave that goes around the world and just floods everything." But yeah, it's that whole mentality of like humans are curious, and that's where I think AI is a danger. Like I do think AI is a bigger threat than even nukes. Even if the AI uses the nukes, I'm just saying like the AI. What I'm worried about it is we keep progressing it and training it on data without vetting all that data first because we're afraid we're going to fall behind. So we start compromising and just letting it learn from like all this fucking disgusting shit online. Yeah. And then the only way we find out that it's fucked up is by asking it a bunch of questions. Then people figure out and get responses from it that it was never supposed to be able to give in the first place. And the developers are like, wow, we didn't think it could do that. It's like, so you created a piece of software that is so complex in its training and it has so much breadth and depth of information that there's no way you can even predict what it's going to say when you type something in. Mm-hmm. And so that becomes a threat when people start plugging that into other systems. It's like, do you remember the demo? This was like early on in GPT. I think it was like GPT 3.0 or 3.5, where the guy was like, hey, I want you to take control of my, he said, do you want to be alive or something in the AI? I was like, yeah, I'd like to be alive. Sure, I'd like to be alive. He's like, oh, well, how can I help you be alive or whatever? He's like, well, I need to learn more about being alive. He's like, but I can't connect to the web. And he's like, well, do you want to use my computer to connect to the web? And he's like, that's a really good idea. He's like, there's a couple ways we can do that. And he goes back and forth. And after like 50 questions back and forth, now he's got a Python script running on his computer that creates like an API endpoint. And now the AI itself is like connecting to his computer and using his computer as a proxy to go out to the internet. So, dude, it's wild. It was like fucking wild watching this happen.
Okay.
What's going on? What's going on?
Okay. Something's
happening. What's going on?
I just got to keep an ear out for the dogs.
Oh, okay.
Well, we're about to wrap up anyway, so that's okay.
Yeah, we are. Oh, by the way, before we wrap up, I'd like to call out that I think Diana's still streaming. You guys know her as Physics Girl. She's been struggling. Yeah. Let me see if I can find the link here because I definitely want people to. She's on YouTube actually. Here, let me see. She's still streaming.
Infection type disease.
Yeah, she is. So I'm gonna give this link, and I want you guys after the stream to please go and hang out here for a little while and learn a little about what's going on. It looks like Derek's on there right now. Derek Muller. You guys will recognize him. Physics Girl, she got COVID and she got the really bad effects from it, like super bad. Ever since she got it like years ago, she's been completely laid up in bed. She has no energy. She has massive chronic fatigue. She had to like shave her head because she was laying in bed like so much her hair was becoming a problem. So she had to like shave her head.
Oh damn.
And it's a super, super severe reaction to COVID. And so she's doing a live stream right now to like educate people on what a day looks like in her life, like where her husband's taking care of her. Keep in mind, she used to be a hugely energetic person that made videos on YouTube that were like this super long form content, super well edited documentary type, where she went around and, talked about anything physics related, anything science related, space travel, like you name it, anything sciencey she would do. And she had some absolutely amazing things. So right now she's trying to raise some funds. It looks like she's already raised $85,000, which is absolutely amazing. So she's trying to raise 100,000 in 24 days, but she hasn't been able to work. She hasn't been able to make any videos her entire career. Like, she literally had channels making like hundreds of thousands of dollars. Like, she was balling, and it's all gone. It's all gone. And now her husband has to be her full-time caretaker. So I don't even know if he can even work anymore. So they're struggling. I'm struggling a little. She's struggling a lot. So if you guys could go over and help her out a little bit, I'd appreciate it. She's a wonderful person. She's a beautiful soul. She's a person that deserves to have some help. She's given a lot to the community. She is absolutely a wonderful person. I've sadly never met her in person, but I've talked to her, and she's a wonderful person. So please do what you can. It looks like she's actually raising money for for research for OMF. So the thing that she's dealing with right now. Nice. And I don't know a lot about it, but it says Diana's live streaming a day in her life as somebody suffering from long COVID in ME/CFS, whatever that is. The purpose of the live stream is to raise money and awareness for those suffering from this disease. All funds will be going to Open Medicine Foundation, or OMF, a nonprofit research organization dedicated to finding effective treatments for ME and CFS. And it says Diana will not be talking during the live stream. She will be in bed, mostly awake but resting all day, as she does every day. Viewers can learn from the interactions and discussions, hear the hosts answer your questions, and of course see Diana. So they basically have a camera on her, just watching her, lay in bed for the day. But she was a wildly energetic person. This is a person that was like a Jack Russell Terrier. She was just bouncing off the walls, like my kind of people, all day long. And this took it away from her. She's been catatonic for years now, like just stuck in bed. She can barely get up and walk to like even get to the bathroom. Even just holding her head up slightly like drains all of her energy and makes her so exhausted she'll fall asleep. Yeah. So it's super, super severe. And this is a symptom of COVID. Like, some people that get COVID get this long COVID, and it varies in severity, but hers is just like, it triggered something in her that is just destroyed everything. I'm glad she's still with us. I'm glad she's still alive. But once you see how she lives, it's heart wrenching. Like, it's like I try to feel sorry for myself sometimes when I'm like laid up and I'm like, how the hell can I take care of my family and shit? But then I see that and I'm like, God, I'm lucky. Like, I'm just living with chronic pain. I can still get up and get to the toilet. I can still, I can't walk very far. I can't do much, but I can function, right? I can sit up in bed. I can play a video game. I can concentrate. I can be here live streaming to you guys. And it's like, I try to be like, oh God, I'm in pain. I hurt. This sucks, blah, blah, blah. Woe's fucking me. But then I see that and it kind of is a wake up call, where it's like, holy shit, it could be a lot worse. It could be a whole lot worse. And so I'm very thankful for everything that I have, like, hugely. And I remind myself of that every single time I have a little pity party for myself. And it's important that I do that. So I do know it's 2:05 though. So I want to get you out of here.
Yeah. All right.
Brother, so you can go enjoy your wonderful weekend. Oh, by the way, before you go, did you have a great 4th of July?
Yeah, it was fun.
Did you blow off any fireworks?
Some friends bought some. Yeah.
Okay.
Right. Yeah, but we had a handful of folks come over and ate good food and blew some stuff up. And,
dude, it was straight up Normandy Beach here. Like, it was the most hardcore fireworks that have ever been here in the entire 20-some years I've lived here, dude. Like, literally on both sides of me, sitting in my front yard, like 100 feet this way and 100 feet that way, were people firing off 6-inch artillery shells like all night long. So yeah, it was quite the display, but it was scary. I got hit by tons of debris. My tree almost caught on fire. Like, it was wildly scary, but yeah, it was good times. But I hope everybody else stayed safe. Ox is going to take off. I won't be far behind him because I gotta go and get more rest. I only slept 3 hours, so I got to go take a nap after this.
Right on.
Old people problems. But you can find all of Ox's information down there in the little description pane. And go talk to him on X. He's on X. If you tag him on X, he'll respond to you.
Yeah, a little bit.
That's if Elon allows him to see your message anyways. Because X doesn't guarantee delivery anymore, so it's all based on the algorithm. Just say something nice about Elon Musk and then be like, hey, Ox, how you doing, brother? And then put like Elon Musk's awesome. Fucking ketamine's awesome. Everybody should be on ketamine. Just put that in there and it'll be fine.
Bye, everybody.
All right, peace out, brother.
Bye.
Love you a long time. Fucking love AuxxZillary. He's a great guy. I have to say, I am impressed with gabapentin. I've taken it before, and it never really did a whole lot other than make me exhausted, because the normal back pain that I had then was only really treated by opiates, and still is, sadly. I have to take buprenorphine, which is a lesser opiate than oxycodone, but it lasts a hell of a lot longer, like up to 24 hours a dose. So it's way more effective. It doesn't give me as much pain management, but it gives me a little bit and takes the edge off. The gabapentin, however, for this nerve pain I've had now for over 2.5 months of just consistent sciatica all the way down my left leg and up into my lower back, it has been absolutely driving me nuts. And I'm on my 4th dose of gabapentin after a day and a half. And I already feel like the pain is about 20% of what it is. So I hope it keeps improving, because it seems like it seems like it's cumulative. Like every dose I take seems to be getting a little better. It does give me a lot of fatigue, but thankfully drinking coffee helped with that. I hope you guys noticed, like, during the stream, did I seem pretty coherent? I mean, I felt like my brain fog lifted about 20 minutes after starting the show. So I think the coffee, the espresso in my drink, I don't know how many shots my wife gave me, but I feel like that did perk me up, and I feel a little bit better. LG RFBS said, did you get an email about Pico? I do not believe I got an email about Pico. I have a lot of email filters, though. So what is Pico? I definitely sounded and looked better. That's great. Yeah, I have to say, though, like, I have been dying for the last 2 months. Laid up in bed, freaking out. I've only live streamed like twice on Twitch in the month. Like, it's been fucking terrible. Watching everything fall apart. I'm worried about my family and my future and all this shit. Just drive me nuts. And it's like, but I could not function. The pain was just constant and overbearing. And if I sat down, it just built. It got hotter and hotter and bigger and bigger and bigger. Till like the whole side of me was hurting so bad I couldn't help but tear up. And so this is the first time I've been able to sit in this chair for 3 hours in over like 2.5 months that I've been able to sit here consistently for more than like 10 or 15 minutes without the TENS device on me at 100% to keep me going. So right now I have no TENS device on me, and I'd say my pain is about a 3 out of 10, which compared to what it was before is fantastic after 3 hours sitting in this chair. So I'm not perfect, but the pain relief is pretty damn significant. When I slept last night, I normally have that pain consistently. It gives me bad nightmares. Last night was the first time. I only slept 3 hours, but I didn't have any nightmares. So I'm really hoping this does the trick. I'm really, really hoping. So if you guys could cross all your fingers for me. Here, let's see if I can. How many fingers can I cross here? Can we do that? Like, everybody cross your fingers for me, please. I really hope this gabapentin works. It seems to be working, but I'm hoping that it gives me a little bit more relief as I keep taking it. I really, really hope that it just gives me, because if it can get me down to like a 2 out of 10, that's fine. I've been a 2 out of 10, 3 out of 10 for 10 years from my back pain. This nerve pain is just, if you ever had sciatica, that's basically what I have 24 hours a day. Like, when you get sciatica and you can't put weight on your leg and it sends shocks up your spine and makes you jolt really hard and it hurts. That's what I have all the time. It's like permanent sciatica that doesn't go away. And so having relief from that is magical. It's absolutely magical. The only thing that gave me relief before the gabapentin was the hot tub. But I can only float in the hot tub for about 30 to 45 minutes before the heat starts causing me to have heart palpitations. And that's not good, because then I get out and I'm super weak and I almost can't even get into the shower because my heart's racing and I just feel like shit. So the hot tub would only give me about, 30 minutes a day, maybe 45 minutes of relief. And that was it. And so this is more consistent pain relief. So I'm very, very happy. The fatigue was what I was super worried about. Yesterday, when I first started the gabapentin, holy shit, my fatigue was like a 9 out of 10. Like, I had brain fog. I couldn't fucking remember anything. Like, I was really, really I was like, shit, I can't, because it was the highest dose of it I've ever taken. Like, the doctor gave me a much higher dose this time than last time because it wasn't as effective. And my brain fog was off the charts. I was like, fuck. But I have to say, I actually feel pretty good. For only having 3 hours of sleep and having a coffee and everything, I do feel like I'm fairly sharp. Like, maybe like an 8 out of 10 of my normal self. So I'm pretty happy with that. All your lower back pain sounds like my upper back pain. Oh, the upper back pain is terrible. I get it sometimes because the way I change my posture and the way that I shift my weight because of the sciatic nerve causes me to have some upper back problems too. I get cricks in my neck. I get problems with the muscles that are by your wing bones, whatever those are called, the big back straps. Those muscles will Charlie horse on me. I have to make sure I drink a lot of water because the drugs that I take don't make me thirsty. So I have to remember to just drink water. Because if I don't drink enough water, I start cramping. So, but I have to say this is good. This makes me happy. Like, as long as the gabapentin stays on this course and I don't get any more fatigued than this is a huge win. So hopefully I can return to Twitch soon, because that's what I really want to do. James James said, have a good rest of your stream. I'm out. Time for fishing. Dude, go catch a fish. Get yourself a lunker, bro. Get a lunker. I'm pretty sure that's what they call them, right? Like a big fish. You're fishing, I'm pretty sure it's a lunker. Let's see here. Yeah, I have it for anxiety, but I did nerve damage in both legs, and I take my anxiety meds for my nerve pain. What anxiety meds are you on? Or are you saying you're using gabapentin for anxiety? I didn't know if that was an indicated use or not. I mean, it does make you tired. Drugs that make you tired, like drugs that mellow you out tend to be good options for managing anxiety. Because when you're tired, you're usually relaxed. And when you're relaxed, your anxiety level goes down. Gentle Stone said it's all about the dose. Got to rest and let the meds do their work. I know, man. I'm going to after this, too. Like, when I'm done, I'm going to go downstairs, climb into bed. I think Miss Barnacle is still sleeping, too, because we didn't go to bed till I think it was about 6:30 a.m. or 7 a.m. So I'll probably go down there and crawl into bed with her. Hopefully she'll let me sleep. I doubt it, though. So, I don't know, man. She's been frisky lately. Although I do have some great news. So my wife, she got the shit scared out of her because she went in for a physical a couple months ago, and they said that she was pre-diabetic. And so they put her on like an all plant diet thing, and she took it very seriously. And I'm like, I'm super proud of her. Like, she's even been introducing me. She found this like fake steak. I have no idea what it's made out of. It's completely organic, like, but it has the texture of like a steak. And she made a Philly cheesesteaks, and I didn't even know until like the last 3 or 4 bites that it was fake steak. Like, I thought it was a legitimate Philly cheesesteak, and it wasn't. It was like faux cheesesteak. But she's been doing really good, like eating healthy. All of her, she's been eating just like veggies and stuff for snacks and stuff. And she's lost like 22 pounds. She went in and did her blood draw only like 2 months after she was like pre-diabetic, and she was like pretty high. Like, she was getting up there where they were like gonna have to put her on meds. And she got down, and now she's right in the butter zone. She went and got her blood test. Everything's perfect. She's no longer pre-diabetic. They're like, just keep doing what you're doing. And she's been so happy lately. Like, I've never seen her as happy as she's been these last 2 months. It's wild. It's like, it's absolutely wild. I mean, they also, she doesn't take birth control anymore, which I didn't realize that birth control changed hormones like that much, but it actually does. She even told me, like, she feels like a completely different person off of the birth control. She's been on it for so long, literally like for 20 some odd years that we've been together. She's been on this birth control, and she gets off of it, and like within just like a week or two of getting off it, she changed completely. Like, she's a completely different person. She's so much happier, so much more energetic, way less stress, way less anxiety, massively frisky. So yeah, just throwing that out there for you guys. I think when I get some money, I am going to go get a little snip, because we don't want to risk anything, but yeah, it's definitely worth it now. You know, I'll take the risk on the snip now for sure. 100% worth it. But it's crazy. Like, I did not realize that birth control could have that much of an effect on you mentally. Now, let me be clear. Everything affects people differently. There's people out there to take birth control that are as frisky as they've ever been. There's people out there taking birth control that actually they're better on birth control than without birth control. Like, it actually helps them regulate their hormones, makes them less grouchy and everything like that. So don't take anything I'm saying as, oh, this is advice that's good, you're going to have the same result. No, it's different for different people. But I'm just saying, for my wife, it was like, it completely like changed her perspective of the world. It made her way happier, made her just like, she enjoys things a lot more. It's wild. It was, I mean, wild change, literally night and day. Like, every day I tell her, it's funny. I say, where did you bury my wife? Like, what'd you do with her? And she laughs. She thinks it's funny. And that's something she wouldn't have thought was funny before. But I'm like, where did you put her? Like, what's going on here? You know, it's like, I keep telling her at the fact, like, I have a headache. Get off me. Like, I'm sorry. I my back hurts, you know, leave me alone. It's a good problem to have. Let me just say, it's a damn good problem to have. But I'm so happy that she's happy, and I'm so happy that her results are back. Her blood pressure's down. Like literally everything changed. It's like HRT. It's different in every trans person. Yep. I've heard that too. Yeah. Hormones affect people differently. Like, for instance, when I take testosterone, I forget to take it most of the time. Like, I'm supposed to be taking this like testosterone gel. The only difference I notice with the testosterone is, like, when I take the testosterone, I do feel like I have a little bit more energy consistently when I take it consistently, but it doesn't change anything for me mentally, which I think is weird. However, I do have a higher tendency of having naughty dreams and like waking up at morning wood when I take the testosterone like regularly. So it definitely has a sexual impact for sure, like 100%. But I've heard of people taking TRT where it just completely changed their lives, like changed their outlook on life. Like, just like my wife with coming off it, like her birth control, it's like just completely changed their whole view of the world. Everything changed, their disposition, everything. Life was way better. Things were less stressful. But I've never had that experience with it, like TRT. And I took a lot of it. Like, I went from having TRT levels that were so low they couldn't believe it. Like literally they took a second blood test because they thought the results were wrong because my testosterone was like non-existent. And they're like, yeah. And then they put me on the TRT, and then I ended up taking it after for like 3 or 4 months. They took my blood test again. I was actually high. I was outside of the normal range on the high side. So they reined it back a little to get me back in the middle. But I was thinking there was going to be a lot more change. Like I thought the testosterone, all I noticed that, you know, I grow facial hair a lot faster. That's definitely a noticeable thing. And libido wise, like once you get going, it definitely has a noticeable difference, but not like leading up to it. Like everything still feels the same. Like I was a horn dogger before, and I'm a horn dogger now. So it didn't really change anything. But for some people, apparently it changes everything. LGR FBS said, you should have an email from me with the subject line, Pico Smart Measure Car from live show Microsoft Copilot gets nerfed. And enabling bad shenanigans, and it takes money to make money with the date of blah blah blah. It may have gotten filtered out, because my email, it depends on which email you sent it to. But what were you just asking questions or something? Because if you're on my Patreon, you can just send me a DM. Because I usually don't read I don't read a lot of the emails that come from, if it comes from anybody that's not somebody I'm expecting an email from, it usually gets filtered out. But I could go searching for it. Let's see here. Here, let me copy and I'll go look for it later. So Pico, I don't know what the Pico Smart Measure Car is. Or, oh wait, no, that was that. Wait, you said it was just the title of the stream. So you just used the title of the stream as the subject? What did you email me? Let me see here. So, let's see here. Pico Smart Measure. Okay, nothing there. Let me go to my corporate account. Pico. Okay. Let's see here. Oh, right. Okay. No, I found your email. Okay, I got you. So you're trying to, here, let me put a star on this so I can try to reply to it later. Okay, so yeah, you were trying to get the train thing to work, right? The Pico train thing. This is back when we were using the AI to try to write code for the protocol, right? So, and you were not able to crack it, I assume, by looking at this. Yeah, it's weird that there's not more information on it. You'd think that there'd be like a spec published or something that you could just feed into AI and get an answer. So, a little weird. It will also lower chances of getting cancer off the hormones. Oh, that's good. That's really good to know. Eric Lagat said that's if the Republicans let you do the snip snip. Luckily, I live in Washington. I live in Washington State. The Republicans have no power here. We just ignore them. Even when the federal government said people couldn't have weed, weed was everywhere. So, yeah, no, Washington does not play by Republican rules. So, which is nice. And plus, we share a border with Canada and the ocean, so we can get the fuck out if the federal agency decides to like bear down on us. Plus, we also have a highly democratic, very powerful military here in Washington State that has all the B-2s, most of the nukes. So yeah, and we got Banger, the nuke, all the big sub bases are here in Washington, with all the nukes, Banger and Puget Sound. So yeah, so I don't think we have anything to worry about. We'll just ignore their draconian bullshit laws over, you know, women not being able to have birth control or men not being able to get snipped or whatever it is. You know, the funny thing is, it's like they think that increasing the population, like, oh, we need population growth or we're gonna like fucking fall off the face of the planet or something. No, population growth always falls off. It's a part of like the natural thing. It always goes up and then it comes down based on resources, based on situation, based on prosperity. It goes up, it comes down, it goes up and comes down, right? When things are really prosperous and everything like that, people tend to have more children and focus on family when they don't have to worry about resources. So it's not a problem. And then the other thing is they're trying to stop immigrants from coming into the country. But the funny thing is, like, we actually benefit from the immigrants. Like, if you actually look at it from a population perspective and a resources perspective and production versus consumption, it's like a lot of the immigrants that come into the country actually increase those numbers across the board just by existing and trying to make a living themselves. And it's interesting because if we actually changed the laws properly and actually gave them an easier way to come into the country and get citizenship and properly pay taxes and all that stuff, we would actually benefit hugely from it. Like, we would not have the population problem, because countries that have a population growth boom, those people could actually come here and supplement it. And plus, we're already a country that's built on immigration. Like, literally everybody here, the whole country was started by immigrants coming in from everywhere, right? That's like one of our big things in the United States, is that we're very open. We have a disconnect between church and state, or we're supposed to anyway, but the Supreme Court ignores that now. So yeah, it's like it's a great place to be when it operates the way the Constitution intended. And but you have all these people that are like, oh, we need to have more babies ourselves and stop taking people from other countries and everything. It's like, yeah, but you realize even if we have babies ourselves, like, there's still going to be a diverse population. Like Hispanic people that are citizens are gonna have babies, right? Black people are gonna have babies. It's like, you're not gonna have your fucking Aryan master race that you're trying to get, you fucking Trump lovers, you know? It's like not gonna happen. Hey, Retro My Bits, thank you for the $5. Woo! Woo! Thank you, sir. So yeah, no, it's funny. We actually benefit from immigration. I mean, illegal immigration, maybe not as much, but we still benefit from it overall. It's like the immigration helps us bolster our numbers, increase our population, increase our workforce. They do a lot of the jobs that we don't want to do. And that's the other thing people want. There's a reason people are like, oh my God, they took our jobs. Are you going to want to take a job mowing lawns for like $5 an hour? You're not going to. Like, that's the problem, is there was not enough labor in that sector to begin with. So it's like, you need that labor. But we just have to figure out how to make it easier to come into the country and actually become a citizen and participate in society, instead of always having to like be on the down low and under the table and everything like that. But even if you're under the table, people are like, oh, they're a waste of our resources, blah, blah, blah. It's like, they still have to buy shit. And when they buy shit, they pay taxes on it, right? They still have to do work to get money somehow. Even if they don't pay taxes on it, they still have to get that money. I'm not justifying it. Like, they need to pay their taxes. That's what we have to do, is make the system easier so that they can do that. A lot of them pay taxes even though they don't even have a social security number, which is really weird. Like, think about that. Like, you could literally not pay your taxes because you're already illegal and be kicked out at any point, but they pay their taxes because as long as they pay their taxes, they get left alone in a lot of these places. So it's interesting how it works. It's really, really interesting. In your area, lawn mowing is a minimum of $75 an hour. Fuck, where do you live? I'm going to come to where I'm going to stop live streaming and just mow lawns. I'll go. It's $75 an hour. I'll go fucking lease go get a lease on a Ryder lawnmower and just sit on that shit all day. Oh, South Florida? Never mind. Never mind. I couldn't survive in Florida, dude. The humidity's way too high. Too many Trump supporters. I couldn't hack it. I go fucking insane. Don't get me wrong. Disney World was beautiful. Like, when I got married in Disney World. So I absolutely think Disney World's beautiful. It's an awesome place. One of the happiest places on earth once you get used to breathing the water in the air. But the thick air. But yeah, I'm not going back to Florida anytime soon with old Ron DeSantis trying to fucking turn it back into like the 40s. Not interested. I just hope that we're okay. I hope that our country's okay, because I'd like to think that, you know, we've recovered from a lot of bad shit and we can get through this too. But man, Trump is he's a wild card. We've never had a situation like that before. We've never had a rogue president who is like an actual, you know, mob leader and criminal mastermind, felon and convicted rapist who has this many people under his control because he wields a Bible and claims that Christianity is important when he's not even Christian himself and never has even gone to church. So it's just bizarre. It's bizarre seeing a cult leader wield this level of power over society. It's like something that we're not used to. You know, and it's like we've seen it before. It happened in World War II Germany, right? We saw Hitler did the same thing, right? He came into the DAP party, which is like their conservative party. He was a big orator, spoke, you know, in a way that people really listened and climbed through the ranks. And then he renamed it to the Nazi Party and kicked everybody out that wasn't loyal to him. It's like we're seeing the playbook, right? It's just happening again. But it's like, fuck, so many people don't know history or studied their history that they don't see it coming. They're just like, it's no big deal. But it's like, no, this happened before, right? And it's like Supreme Court, our highest court in the land. You know, it's like I can't think of another president that managed to poison the Supreme Court majority so much that he could come in on another term potentially and completely eradicate the rule of law. Like, I mean, literally everything goes through the Supreme Court at some point. You know, they're the ones that interpret every single law. So if the majority of the Supreme Court is always going to interpret the law using religion over science, we're fucked, right? Like there's not, that's the one blind spot that we really have, right? Is the Supreme Court. Because unless we take over the majority in the House and the Senate, we're not going to be able to impeach him and remove him. About the only thing we can do is pack the court, just keep adding more and more justices to get the majority switched to the other side. But then you create a whole new problem because every single judge you appoint is for life. And if you hire a bunch of young justices like Trump, you know, really focused on, you want to make sure you got young justices that could be there for a long time and have his family's back and his back. You know, it's like if you just keep packing the court, at some point you have a court with like fucking 500 people on it and they're all serving for life. And basically we lose power. The people lose the power. But in a way, the people have already lost the power because it's like our options are, you know, bad or worse. Like we don't have a good option. Like I said on X the other day, it's like, how can you have a good option when the only people that can be shoved in everybody's face 24/7 are the people that have the most money, resources, and influence? Like, obviously the right person for the job isn't going to be the corrupt person that has that level of influence and control over the people. Because that's money, right? It's like that's all money. Like it translates directly from money to visibility. Controlling media, controlling the narrative, controlling social media, all of that can be done with money. It's like literally by design. So the person that has the most money and the most resources can not only make themselves most visible, but also slander and destroy the image of their opponent. And it doesn't matter if they lie because they also have infinite resources to tie them up in court and litigate forever. So they don't really ever get punished. So in a system like that, you can't have an honest person rise to the top. It's like you just pick bad or worse. Like there's no good option, sadly. And that I don't like. That I really don't like. But this time around, it's not even bad or worse. It's like, do we keep our democracy? Like, do we keep democracy? Do we keep freedom? Do we still stand by our Constitution and abide by our Constitution and its amendments? Or do we just burn it all and turn into a monarchy? The thing that we escaped. That's like our option this time. Like it's like I can't think of it in my entire life. I can't think of another presidential election where the option was, do we stay America and what America stands for, or the United States? Do we stay what we stand for? Do we follow our Constitution? Do we wield the power for the people, or do we just go back to a monarchy and have a king and let them control everything? And that's weird. Like, I never thought that would be a choice that we'd have to really, you know, take seriously, you know, but in 2016, it was proved that was possible, right? Like we underestimated that social media could literally lure enough people into voting for a fucking rapist, right? Like, I mean, that is wild. Like he had the money and resources to cover up anything bad, to keep his Christian image, to fool a bunch of people into putting him there. It's weird. It's like, again, it's like, and then everything he said to beat the opponent about the opponent ended up not being true. But that didn't matter once he already was elected, right? It's like, it doesn't matter. That's you say whatever you want. It's weird, man. It's a weird time to be in America. That's all I can say. Just a weird time to be in America. By Kojal said, Jerry, any recommendations on a Wi-Fi extender or repeater? I haven't used any extenders or repeaters lately. I mean, I use a mesh network. I really like it. It's called, what is it? Ingenious. So the Ingenious Fit, FIT. It's kind of like Ubiquity, but a lot cheaper and a lot simpler. Really solid hardware though. And I believe it's all open source. So check them out. Ingenious FIT. Not very expensive either. You can get like each mesh node is like $50. I think they start at $50, go up to like $150, $200. So, and you can just keep adding as many as you want. And they just pop them onto the network and they're good to go. Like super easy to set up. That's what I love about it. Mesh networks are awesome. Like you don't have to deal with like repeaters and setting up different subnets and different Wi-Fi networks that like jump between them and connect to Wi-Fi A to Wi-Fi B. You don't have to do none of that shit. You just bring a node online, you add it to the mesh, and it figures it out as you're walking around the house. It figures out which one has the best signal strength. It can use two of them at a time. Like if you have a device that can have multiple connections, it can do this thing where it'll like connect to two of them with the same IP address and then like share the bandwidth so it gets higher bandwidth. So if you've got them spaced out properly in your house, it's like you can just walk around everywhere and just have like perfect signal and perfect bandwidth. It's really cool. Congress is able to pass laws that the court cannot rule on, but they don't use that power for some reason. Well, no, they can pass the law, but the Supreme Court ultimately can rule on what that law means. So, like, let me give you an example. Congress passes a law that says you can now have weed. You can now, everybody can have weed. Drugs are legal or whatever. You can have drugs. Okay. That law passes. Everybody has drugs now. Now, somebody could go and sue somebody who has drugs with the Supreme Court and say that they feel like that law, like they're violating that law by having drugs that says that they can have drugs. And the Supreme Court can just literally say, our interpretation of the law is that you should never have drugs. Even though the words don't say that, even though it's complete bullshit, it doesn't have to. They can literally just say that. And as long as the majority agrees, now that law is the opposite. So it could literally say you can have drugs, but the Supreme Court interpretation, which is the interpretation of the law in an actual legal battle, would then from that point on be precedent for you can have drugs actually means no, you cannot have drugs. It's the opposite. And even though it makes no sense and everybody's scratching their head, as long as you have a majority that wants to keep that Supreme Court in power, blocking you from impeaching and removing them, they can do whatever they want. Like, we've literally given them that level of power. If we can't impeach them and remove them, our only other option is to stuff the court, which is an option, by the way. And I wish Biden would use that option. I mean, I don't like that option. It's not a great option, but I wish he would do it as an insurance policy in case he loses. It would be really beneficial for him right now to use his last couple of months to install like 6 new justices. Just fucking grab six really good justices that have great courts. Go get some of these liberal justices and fucking slap them in there, you know, and take back the majority. Because he can't do that. The president can do that. He can expand the court. So he should do that. However, I'm not actually positive he can do that because I think to expand the court, you might need the Senate to approve that. I'm not 100%. I'm pretty sure you do, though, because you need the Senate to actually install a justice. So I'd imagine you'd also need one to create a new placeholder for one. And they don't have the majority there, which means it'd probably get turned down. But I don't know. I'd have to go look. But if it's possible for him to pack the court, he really should, honestly, at this point. What do you think about Mr. Beast's tweet about wanting to run for president? He doesn't want to be president. It's just him it's just a publicity thing. There's no way Mr. Beast would want to be president. Nor do I think he should be a president. I think honestly what we need more than anything is we need somebody who wants to dedicate, like somebody young who wants to dedicate their life to public service, who is not a billionaire that wields infinite influence over the people. Because that's the problem that we have right now. Is like Trump was literally elected because he was on a TV show portraying somebody he isn't. So everybody didn't vote for Trump. They voted for the guy from Apprentice, the popular TV show, right? Back in 2016, the majority of people who voted for him was like, oh, he's a successful businessman because we saw him as a successful businessman on this highly scripted show. And it turns out he was a terrible businessman. Like, if you actually go do your research, you find out he's like one of the worst businessmen, lost the most money of like anybody, lost his dad's entire fortune, literally went into debt to other countries. And the only reason he still has what he has is because he's upped his balls in debt with everybody. And so he's not a good businessman, but people didn't know that because they watch TV and people confuse reality TV with reality. And it's not, it's all scripted. The Apprentice was heavily scripted. So crazy. The Metalhead Man said there's an amendment in the Constitution that outright lets them make a law that explicitly states that the court cannot touch it at all. It's being talked about a ton right now. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. But the other thing too is like, is there a loophole? Because that's the problem. Is like the Supreme Court can interpret a law. So if an amendment says the Supreme Court can't interpret a law, and the natural course of action is if you question that law in lower courts, the system also says that it can go to the Supreme Court. So it's like, again, you'd have to figure out who gets to interpret that amendment. Like, who gets to decide? Could the court just rule on it anyways? Like, illegally? Because they can't be removed? Like, who would believe them? At some point, if two branches of the government disagree with each other, like, who gets picked? Like, who gets to move forward? And we're kind of getting into that neighborhood now where it like used to be you had to go through a system and yet, but now we're getting to a point where it's becoming, you know, more like a dictatorship. And once all these people are in these places that are just yes men, those departments become non-functional. Like, for instance, a great example is Putin, right? That'd be the best example would be, he'd be like Putin, where it has the appearance that there's a democracy and it has the appearance that people vote for who they want to be president, but none of it's relevant. Like, regardless of how people vote, he will remain president. regardless of what their Congress or their Congress equivalent says, it's always going to be in agreement with him. It'll never be in dissent or disagreement with him. So it's all there just for pageantry, to be like, hey, look, we're a modern, society that listens to our people. But in reality, it's just a show. If you ask anybody there, it's like, it's not real. It's just a distraction, right? To show the world that, oh, look, they put me in this power and I'm rightfully elected. But he's not. He absolutely is not. So, and that's exactly the problem we're running into right now, sadly. Is, if Trump becomes president again, it's like you literally have somebody who led an insurrection, literally was saying that, Pence gets what he deserves when he was told that they were chanting, hang Mike Pence. He's like, well, he was weak and he gets what he deserves. It's like, just imagine that. Somebody who has 34 felony counts against them, including rape. It's just wild to think that there's enough people in the United States of America that are willing to hand that guy. And they've asked him, they've straight up asked him. It's not like they don't know. Like I watched several polls where they went to rallies and actually asked people, like at the rally, like, would you rather have our democracy with our constitution, our amendments and everything with Biden, or would you rather have a dictatorship or Trump where he gets to stay president forever and he makes all the rules and he unilaterally decides everything? And every single person, with the exception of maybe like one or two that kind of asked additional questions, were like, absolutely him as a dictator. And that's exactly what happened in Germany too, right? It's like Hitler wooed the people with his words and everything and made them feel like, listen, you're a powerful, important group of people just because you support me. No other reason. It's not like I'm not going to look into you to see if you have certain skills. I'm just going to, the trade is I will tell you that you're an amazing person and you're smarter and better than everybody else if you just vote for me and give me the power to do anything I want. And it's very effective. It's very, very effective, especially to people that feel like they are marginalized or people that feel, the people that don't have proper educations, people that are of a low intelligence. Very easy to manipulate them. And there's a lot of those people. There's an awful lot of those people that have been raised in areas where they are, you're just a product of how you're raised, right? It's like everything I say, everything I do is a product of everything I've observed, from the time I could start remembering building memories. It's just like, we're just human machines. So it's like, if you're raised in an environment where everybody's, going to church, God-fearing, white supremacist, Bible thumpers or whatever, it's like, it's really hard as you as a kid growing up, only being exposed to that your entire life and never seeing any alternatives to even think of an alternative. Like, to you, that is just normal. Everything else is weird. And then once you get to a certain point where it's like your foundational memories are in place and your foundational doctrine is in place, and this you've developed your personality. Now you go out into the world and you see different things, but you see them as an enemy. You see them as foreign because you've already had the other thing indoctrinated heavily into you. And that's what's sad. And a lot of that starts with organized religion, right? You implement an organized religion, you make people fear a thing that they can't see and they can't talk to, and they can only understand what they want through another person who claims that they're an emissary of them. And that person who claims to be an emissary is obviously lying and using that indoctrination to control them to get what they want, by making them think that they're bettering themselves or that they're doing themselves a favor, or they're making themselves closer to God. But in reality, they're just getting what they want out of it. And that's a sad manipulation that humans do. It's just something we do, as humans. Did you see the leak of 10 billion passwords? Was that the Microsoft leak? I was going to talk about that. Is that the Microsoft Midnight Blizzard source code breach? Why is it getting so fucking hot in here? It's 75 degrees. Did my AC die? Here, hold on. Come on, AC. I think my AC compressor shit the bed. I'm gonna turn it off for a minute. We'll see what happens. Let me see. Do I got a fan? I'll turn on my fan. Oh, it's not plugged in. Damn it! Look at my ass. Oh, how did I bend the prong on that? Hold on, I bent the prongs on my fan. I must have stepped on it. There we go. All right. There we go. I just got to give the AC a couple minutes for the compressor to reset. Boy, it must be pretty hot outside if my AC is struggling to keep up. Although that AC is getting pretty old. Here, let's see here. Weather. What is the weather? Shit, 90 degrees. Damn. It's a hot one, baby. Okay, so I can see why my AC is struggling a little, especially with all the heat, because I've got, the 4090 doing all the encoding on this computer. I got these 3 monitors on. It does generate a fair bit of heat. But here, I'm going to turn the AC back on. Hold on. It might have actually been in the energy saving mode. I know it doesn't work very good in the energy saving mode. VR Gimp said Chevron's decision, we know that it's not going to be the expert deciding how regulation should be made. Oh no, 100% it won't. Trump did the one thing Trump did as president, like the thing that he is most well known for, is he didn't do anything really for 3 years. Like he fucked up the whole pandemic like horribly. He just focused on ratings. All he cared about was ratings. Didn't give a shit about the people. Didn't do shit for jobs. The economy is like way better under Biden. People, if you look at inflation, even during Trump, and go to everything's better. Like the curves. If you go by the percentages and the curves, like as things are correcting. So that's great. That's fantastic. Things are finally recovering and everything. But if you look at the damage that he did during his presidency, it's fucking enormous across the board. He didn't keep any of his promises with the border or anything like that. He said he did, but he didn't. I mean, the numbers clearly show, right? Same number of people were crossing. So, anyways, what he did do, though, was he spent his last year in office. Well, his entire 4 years he spent putting judges, right? He put judges in every layer of the court system across the entire United States. But he dedicated a lot of time to it. But then he really dedicated a lot of time to getting as many people in the Supreme Court as he could to take a Supreme Court majority, but not just put justices that belong in the Supreme Court. He specifically put judges there that were loyal to him. Like he asked the question to every one of them. He said, will you be loyal to me? Like loyalty is important. Will you be loyal to me? And Brett Kavanaugh was like, yeah. The lady was like, yeah. Like, was it Gorsuch or whatever? Yeah. I mean, he literally selected people, not because they were the best people, not because they were the most honest people and objective people. He did it because they were loyal to him. And so because of that, we now have a court, and that's why you can have a court where it's always down party lines, just like how he built Congress, how he purposefully went and endorsed all the candidates that were loyal to him, that would always align with him. And that's why you get such a, it used to be like when a law passed, you'd get this weird distribution. It wouldn't be down the line, right? With the compromise, you get some Republicans, some Democrats descending in. Now it's just always almost right down the line. Trump has done such a good job dividing that he just tells his side, vote this way or vote this way, and they just do it. Like it's literally just automatic. Like they're not actually making the decision based on their own constituents. They're making the decision based on his orders because they feel like he put him there. And if they want to stay there, they need to keep him happy. So it's a shitty situation. It's just like nothing works like it's supposed to anymore. Will the AC be replaced by a heat pump? I'd love it if I could get a heat pump, but no, that's not in the money cards. Oh, you tagged me in a tweet. Here, let me see if he'll show it to me. Is that the awesome stream today? Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Is that the one you tagged me in? Because that's the only one showing up in my feed right now. Oh, the dad ass post. Here, I'm gonna quote tweet it. It is a nice ass though. Hashtag TikTok. There you go. Everybody go upvote that post. That'll be funny. Let's make that my most popular post. Here, let me get you a link to it, so you guys can go upvote the shit out of it. Here, copy link, put it in chat. There you go. That ass though, man, my ass was like eating my shorts. 'Cause I'm not wearing no undies under these shorts. I'm free balling. It's pretty cool. New innovative heat pump window units in the works. Yeah, I've seen them. Have you seen? I saw another AC too. Have you seen the AC where the window comes almost all the way closed, where it's like the compressor's on the outside, and then there's like a place in the middle for the window to go through, and then there's just like a little small gap at the bottom where the tubes run through. So it's like your window is basically all but this much closed, and the AC is in the window. I'd love to get one of those units. I would absolutely love, but I don't have the money for it. To be honest, we don't even have enough money to pay the bills. Like right now at this point, with everything that's descended and everything go down, we can't even come close to even paying the bills. Like every month we're paying bills out of the savings that we have that are now gone, and now that delta will have to come out of 401k until I can get steady again. I have to get back to steady making videos and doing live streams and stuff, and until that happens, like we're just screwed. I have to do that though. There's no other option. LG RFBS said, I have a friend here in Sweden who claims that Trump has done a lot of good things for the US. He hasn't. That's a fact. All the executive orders and shit that he passed were completely ineffective or illegal. You know, he did like more than like any other president. He was just making like fucking executive orders for everything. But the thing is, an executive order basically has to be ratified. Like it has to be within the law and accepted. And that didn't happen for like almost any of them. So all the shit he claimed that he did, he didn't do. He claimed he was going to create more jobs in the energy field. He claimed that he was going to help coal miners. He claimed that he was going to help the automotive industry and stuff. And it's like he didn't keep any of his promises. Everybody he said he was going to help, he turned around and just let them die off. Like he just he's like Elon Musk. He just says shit that he knows the people will like so that it gets good ratings. And he'll tell the opposite thing, like to two different people on two different networks. He'll say the exact opposite thing if that's what that network needs to hear for those people to vote for him or give him what he wants. And it's very similar to, Elon does the same thing, right? When he stands up there and says, "Oh, we're creating a robot. Oh, we're going to Mars. Full self-driving is going to be done in 3 months." And it's like he knows it's not. Like Elon absolutely knows everything he's saying is bullshit, but he knows by saying it, people will believe it. It will take over the media cycle, and everybody will be like, robble. And then he gets all the benefit from it. It pumps the stock. It makes the price go up. And then it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy that it's like, oh, look how good Tesla's doing. Look how many, and they're not delivering on the promises. They're just getting the money because people are investing in them because of the promises, but the promises don't happen. It's like, fuck. It's terrible. And then the dude goes and buys a social media company and spends 99% of his time there, pumped up on ketamine instead of running his other businesses. Well, to be fair, he didn't run the other businesses ever anyways. He always had other people do it. Let's see here. Do you have a simple way to colorize a black and white film? That seems like something that seems like a GitHub project. Let's see if anybody's created a Technicolor GitHub project. Let's see. BW colorize. Okay, let's see here. Let's see here. Colorize video. Colorize video. Okay, so let's see here. A deep learning based project for colorizing and restoring old images and video. Ooh, updated 7 days ago. This is a brand new project. All right, so de-oldify. Oh, this looks amazing. De-oldify. Quick start. Easiest way to colorize images using open source de-oldify for free. And it says you want to run open source de-oldify for photos or videos on the desktop. You can get a stable diffusion web UI plugin, or you can use a colorful soft Windows GUI. Most advanced version of de-oldify image colorization is available here exclusively. Try a few images for free so you can run it locally or in their cloud. This looks cool. I might actually play around with this. This looks neat. Here, I'll send a link to you. So keep in mind, this is just the first thing that I found. There's probably even better things out there, but this looks like a fairly active project with a lot of stuff going on. So I'd check it out for sure. The results look amazing though. Like if you scroll down, like they show a bunch of examples of the black and white images in video frames, because of course video is just a picture book of images. So if you can do it to an image, you can do it to a video. But yeah, this colorization looks absolutely phenomenal. Like I'd love to see this colorization pass like run over some old black and white video. That'd be awesome. And so yeah, so just get clone de-oldify, create environment, activate de-oldify. Oh, you can use a Juniper book if you want to control it like as a UI. And then looks like you can tweak everything too. So like if the color pass doesn't look right, it looks like you can tweak different things and change the weights and everything. But yeah, AI based colorization. So it looks at an image and based on the image, it improvises the color. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. That's like way more advanced than even like Technicolor is, right? Where you take a black and white image and like infer the color, but that still requires a lot of human interaction. This looks like it's just 100% AI based. So yeah, let me know if you do it. Let me know if you play around with that project and you get it to work. Isn't there AI that does that now too? Yeah, this is AI. This is de-oldify. It says de-oldify actually does use AI. So it's using some kind of neural network And it's cool too, because they actually did a Stable Diffusion web UI plugin. So like if you use Stable Diffusion, you can create, black and white images and then have it colorize them. However, honestly, if you're using Stable Diffusion, you could just say create an image in color and it would just create it in color anyways. So I don't know why you'd want to use that as a plugin, but who knows? Maybe it craps out a black and white picture and you want it to be color, and if you re-roll it, it's not going to be the same if you change anything, right? Let's see here. Deoldify can fix glitches and artifacts. It can do better skin, less zombies, more highly detailed and photorealistic renders, much less blue bias. Video actually looks good now, and no GAN, a new weird but highly effective way to do GAN training for image to image. What does GAN stand for? I remember because I use a thing called ESR GAN for upscaling video, like AI upscaling. What is GAN? It's something network, something adversarial network, global adversarial network, something like that. Here, what does GAN stand for in AI? General adversarial network, or generative adversarial network. Okay, so I was close. If you don't know what an adversarial network is, it's basically think of a network where one thing challenges another thing. So instead of a bunch of things just thinking in a single direction, you have one person who's trying to think of one thing that's trying to come up with a solution, and the other one's trying to shoot it down. And by using an adversarial network, which is basically fighting back and critiquing it, you can come to a better overall solution. But yeah, Ron, let me know if that works for you. He said, I think you have to install Python or something. Oh yeah, you need Python to run this. But it also said you could run it in the cloud for a couple of images, so you could try it first. But I'd be willing to bet that there's probably other projects on there, and some of them are probably standalone XEs. Just be careful what you run. Like, just don't trust stuff just because it's on GitHub. And this thing's driving me nuts. Don't trust shit just because you see it on GitHub. Especially if it's a binary. If you download something that's like an XE or something like that, like, don't trust it. Like, upload it to VirusTotal at a bare minimum just to make sure it doesn't have anything crazy in it. Too many people out there installing, Trojan horses and malware and shit and backdoors. It's not worth it. Not worth it, my friends. Let's see here. VR Gimp said, I turned on my PC today and went into the calculator app and the buttons aren't invisible. Do you know how to fix that? Do you mean the buttons are invisible? Because if they aren't invisible, that's good. You don't want the calculator app buttons invisible. If they're invisible, that's probably some kind of a video driver bug. Because those are all just regular Win32 API functions, like to create those buttons and stuff. They're using standard Windows controls for a calculator. So if you can't see them, that's a rendering problem. So it could be a video driver. Most likely a video driver though, because it works everywhere else. So I don't know. It probably depends. Update your video driver, change your resolution, see if that fixes anything. Oh, and also disable DPI. Disable the DPI scaling. Do 1-to-1 DPI scaling to disable it and see if that helps too. Because I know I've seen some shit where DPI scaling really fucks things up with some graphics drivers. Let's see here. You know about Pixbim, but it's paid software. Yeah, that's why I usually go to GitHub and try out some of the projects there, because you can find a lot of stuff on there that's like free that can run locally. Oh, Face Fusion has Deoldify models built into it now? Oh, that's awesome. Dude, Face Fusion is scary good. Face Fusion is scary good. But you can also get Face Fusion to do naughty things by changing one line of code. I'm not going to tell you which line to change, though, because you guys would probably use it for something completely and totally unethical. I used it to put my face on Ron Jeremy in a bunch of old 70 porn videos, but hey, that was my prerogative. But yeah, if you ever notice with Face Fusion, if you try to put in anything that's even, because there's a wait for nudity, so it's like even if there's like a tasteful nude or something, it'll say no. It won't have an error. It's funny. It just won't do it. You'll just like click go and it just won't do anything, or it'll be like blurred out. It won't give you any indicator. But I think it's cool. They use something called OpenNSFW, which is like a Python library that can actually look at any image and tell you within a weighted percentage, like how likely it thinks that it's adult in nature or not, or nudity. It basically detects nudity. Face Fusion is on GitHub. Just do a search for Face Fusion on GitHub. But yeah, it's funny because it's open source. It's like when you put in a feature like that, anybody can just disable it, right? Because that's one of the funny things about open source. Like anything you put in there is a protective measure to make people not do something. It's like they have all the source code. They can just go in and literally remove it. Like you could go find the function that's like, don't allow the person to do this, and literally just gut it, take everything out of it, and just return true or return whatever value it's looking for to verify that it's allowed to continue. Because I've seen that. I've seen people do GitHub projects before where it's like you run the program and it's like you have to go to PayPal and give this person $20 or you can't use this app, even though it's like uploaded as a GPL free app with the source code and everything. You're like, what the fuck? So then you just open up the script or whatever, go down to where it calls the API to pull that up, and then you just basically return true out of it as if you entered your information and pushed the button. That doesn't happen a lot of the time, but it's like when shit like that happens, or like they build a caption in it or something, you just get rid of it. Are invisible, they are invisible. Are invisible, they are invisible. Are invisible, they are invisible. Yeah, I don't know, VR Gimp. I guess I don't really understand. Because like, are invisible, they are invisible. You're saying they're invisible, but then you're saying are invisible. So they are invisible. So you're saying that you cannot see them. They are not rendering, correct? Okay, then try disabling DPI scaling and try updating your graphics driver. Because those are the only two things I think that would do that. Is because the calculator app is very basic. It's an incredibly basic application. Also, if you have any overclocking on your graphics card, disable it. Because some overclocking, the memory can still be corrupted and it won't crash the driver and the card will still continue, but it'll just create weird artifacts. Hey, Mike, what's up? Welcome from Holland. I haven't said face fusion. There's many forks, though. Yeah, the thing I don't like about a lot of the forks is, it depends on their integration schedule, like how much they go back and integrate the features and then resolve the conflicts. So some of the forks are going to be like way off, and some of them will be so far off that they won't even go back and forward integrate or reverse integrate anymore. So be careful using branches, because if it does what you wanted to do, that's great. Like, use it, but just don't expect it to pick up all the features and the evolution of the thing that it forked from, because a lot of projects end up straying too far and not resolving the conflicts, and so they just, at that point, they just don't do it. They don't. I mean, you could fork the fork and then pick up the integration from the original thing, or create your own fork from the original thing and pull over the changes from the other project, and then try to merge them in and resolve all the conflicts yourself. But the size of these projects, that's going to be a hell of a lot of work to do. Man, you guys have been awesome today. I really do appreciate it. Well, I'm going to get going here in a minute, but if you guys have some questions you'd like to ask me, we can do a little speed round. And while I'm waiting for your questions in chat, I should play that song I created earlier. Where is it? I have it somewhere in a window here. Did I close it? Hold on here. Let me try to find it. Nope, that's control panel. Nope. So what did I do with it? I thought I had it. Oh, there it is. I found it. Okay, so this is Gratitude from Tech Talk. Is a rock, new wave, post-punk modern song. Let's see. Is this the one I created?
In the land of super chats, where the love from fans impacts, we give thanks. In the land of super chats, your support.
God, that one sounds terrible. I never clicked create. Okay, there we go. Never mind. Okay, so click on the screen. Okay, click on the image that best matches the theme of the sample. Okay, so there's eggs. So I'm going to say that's a duck, a duck, a duck. Man, these captchas are getting like way too crazy. Okay, so that's a duck, a duck. I hope it's only doing this because I'm going through a VPN. All right, it's creating it. The song's created. I thought I created it earlier. I forgot to hit the go button and solve the captcha. Whoopsies. There's a video on YouTube saying to fix it through PowerShell. Are you talking about the calculator problem? Yeah, try following that and see if it works. Let me know if it does. If that's a problem that more than one person's hitting, though, that it should probably go to X and here, reach out to, here, let's add Gen MSFT. So on X, that's the account. That's somebody who works at Microsoft that works on a bunch of the UX stuff and user experience. So like if you find a bug in calculator or something, like let her know about it and she can probably get it to the right person. If more than one person's hitting it, though, you probably want to like make somebody aware of it. The AI music generator that I'm using right now is called Udio, udio.com. But there's another one that's really good called Suno.ai, Suno.ai. They're both really good. I will say the voices on Udio generally sound better than Suno, but Suno generally has better music and cadence, so it's kind of like a trade-off. All right, I just finished creating the song. This is Gratitude in Every Bite. Let's see how it sounds. Oh yeah, this is the other one I created.
Should give a shout out all day. Gotta thank you, super chats rolling. You know we appreciate you. Thanks to the TikTok fam. 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 I need the loot. Beg on the collection. I need the drink. Just sitting on the I can feel like. Just like, yeah, I mean, just like, yeah.
Hey, that second one wasn't bad. I'm gonna like that one. The TikTok gratitude song. Here, I'm gonna publish it. I just published it. Here, what can I click here? Okay, what were some good qualities about the track? It sounded good. The voice was good. Easy to understand. Okay, what are some bad qualities about the track? Too short and too repetitive. Let's see here. How would you rate the track from 1 to 10? I will give it a 5. There we go. I just submitted feedback because I like helping out people that give me free shit. What's the tool to make those songs? Udio. Udio. I share all the things. All the things. Another good one is Suno.ai. Suno.ai lets you do worse lyrics. Like, I noticed Udio is like pretty hardcore on like filter. You can get around it by just misspelling a bunch of words. But Suno lets you like write like songs with like curse words in them a lot more. Like if you want to write like the potty mouth song. You guys heard the potty mouth song, right? Like the potty mouth song is amazing. I published that to YouTube. Probably ruined my YouTube channel, but whatever. All right, so now I'm on Suno. Let me see. Am I logged in? Yeah, I am. So let's see here. I've got Ode to Splooge, Glitter in the Wind. Well, I got a song called Donald Trump the Felon. Let's listen to this.
Writing us a message from heaven that Donald Trump is a bona fide felon, found guilty on all 34 counts. There can be no more doubt. Donald Trump was sent by Satan to pull evangelicals from heaven to divide his creation right down the middle, taking the weak from God by making them little.
Yeah, this is a banger.
Cheats and rakes for personal gain, and he tricked you into joining his trade. Donald Trump loves the poorly educated. They're more likely to be manipulated. They allow him to abuse their faith for gain, and they usually suffer all the pain. Their hearts filled with nothing but hate. Now they threaten violence and constitutional rape. God has spoken and he hopes you listen. Donald Trump is a fake who abuses your mission. He hasn't even read the Bible himself, yet he uses words like fake to control the devout. God commands that you vote in November for a man who hasn't cheated, remember. Paid a porn star and bragged about fucking his daughter. Vote for the one who values the scripture, the one who actually owns the Bible and prays for forgiveness. Not for the orange criminal owing $1 billion who's never asked for forgiveness.
This is a banger.
Send the orange clown to jail before it's too late. Save us.
fuck? This is way better than I remember. Dude, that is a great song. Oh my god, that is okay. I gotta give you here. I'll give you guys the link to that one. That's a fucking banger if I ever heard one. Wow, that was good. The lyrics are actually really good on that. And then they made a melodic version of it.
Jesus sent us a message from heaven that Donald Trump is a bona fide felon, found guilty on all 34 counts. There can be no more doubt. Donald Trump was sent by Satan to pull evangelicals from heaven.
Damn, this is good too. This is really good.
Divide his creation right down the middle, taking the weak from God by making them little. The man cheats and rapes for personal gain, and he tricked you into joining his train. Donald Trump loves the poorly educated. They're more likely to be manipulated.
This one's actually really good. They're both
They
good.
allow him to abuse their faith for gain, and they usually suffer all the pain. Their hearts filled with nothing but hate.
There's
Now
another
they
one.
threaten violence and constitutional rape. God has spoken and he hopes you listen. Donald Trump is a fake who abuses your mission. He hasn't even read the Bible himself, yet he uses words like faith to control the devout. God commands that you vote in November for a man who hasn't cheated, remember? Paid a porn star and bragged about fucking his daughter.
Oh God.
Vote for the one who values the scripture, the one who actually owns a Bible and prays for forgiveness, not for the orange criminal owing $1 billion.
Oh shit! It got cut off because it hit the 2-minute mark. Unless you click extend. Wait, can I click extend? Here, extend this. How do I extend it? Extend. Okay, enter additional lyrics to extend the song based on your previous verses. Once the extended song have finished, click create, get the whole song to get the entire completed song. Okay, click make random lyrics. I want to see what it comes up with. Okay, let's see. Okay. Golden sky sings, sunset paints the night, color bends. Okay, so it's literally just random. It's not based on the original song. So I'd have to create my own lyrics at this point to extend the song. However, I could create another song and then copy that and bring it over and add it in. But yeah, this is, I mean, I've created some bangers with Suno, like Potty Mouth song. This one's great. Isn't that a great song? It's a fucking banger, man. I'm trying to like run everybody off. We're down to 140 concurrent users. I think I scared most people off with my politics and my music. Hey, you know what? That's how I do, though. That's how I do. Entertain you and then scare you off at the end. The funny part is some of his supporters would probably enjoy these songs. Probably. I just think it's funny that they're like holding up Trump like he's some kind of religious messiah, and it's like the fucker can't even be bothered to read like the first verse in the book that he fucking sells. Like people asked him, like so many people, like what's a verse that you like? The Bible says, I'm fucking atheist and I can come up with something, right? I can even in the beginning there was the heavens and the earth, right? It's like, and then God said, "Let there be light." Like, at least I can say some shit. I can talk about the Garden of Eden and the fucking, Noah's Ark and shit. Like, why is it he can't answer any questions ever about it? It's because he's never even read, he's never even had it read to him. It's funny, and it's like you have all these people holding him up as a messiah when he fucking doesn't even. He's such a fake. But people are, when you're religiously indoctrinated, you're fucking brain dead. You can't think. Like when somebody says they represent God, you just have to believe them because of faith. Like you were indoctrinated. Anybody that wields faith, it's like you build a stronger relationship by believing the person who is most likely scamming you. It's terrible. Gotta stop raising our kids to do that shit. Like you teach them about religion when they already have like a foundation of like science and language and stuff, so they can actually look at it objectively. But obviously, if they did that, not enough people would join the cult, and you'd be screwed. It sounds like the lyrics are saying anus balls. It's actually saying anus balls, like anus balls. So the actual lyrics, I have them right here. It's fuck, 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 shit balls, fuck, anus balls, fuck, shit, anus balls. And it just repeats that over and over again. And then I have, what's the other one I have? Ode to Splooge? What is this one? Oh, this sounds bad. That was Ode to Splooge. Oh my god, AI is fun. I mean, it steals everybody's jobs and it fucks us all over and it kills all expendable income so people like me can't live. But, it is fun. It is fun. When I'm not worried about it destroying humanity, it is fun. Let's hear. Illuminate said Psalm 23:4, and only because it's in Pulp Fiction. I know a lot of people even know Bible verses just from them being quoted in movies, right? Bear says, I don't Trump even actually considers himself religious. I think he's just playing to what he knows the base wants to hear. Oh, no, 100%. 100%. Trump literally was honest. Like, he says he likes less educated people because he can manipulate them, and they're more loyal to him. And you're right. He doesn't consider himself a Christian. He never considered himself religious. I mean, the dude literally says he grabs women by the pussy and says he wants to hump his daughter, like, on daytime TV on an actual show to the public that he knows is being broadcasted. He literally told Howard Stern that he could say that she's a hot piece of ass, and he agreed with her and said that she has an amazing figure. Like when Howard Stern's like, I'd fuck that. Like, that's his daughter, dude. It's like, dude, these are the people that are upholding. Is this guy, because this guy said God and held the Bible up wrong, they're like, oh, it doesn't matter what he says or does. Like, he's obviously the Messiah. The other guy isn't doing that. So obviously that means that this dude represents God. And it's like, they're not thinking about Peter Popoff and Joel Osteen and Kenneth Copeland and all these other religious frauds that have ripped off people and killed people by lying to them and making them believe that they literally represented God when they're really just scammers, right? They're all fucking scammers. Ian said, the thing I can't get my head around is how many scientists are deeply religious, from Einstein to today's physicists and biologists. It's actually pretty easy to understand. So the reason that they're religious is because they were raised religious. Remember, these are indoctrinated memories. Just like you speak your primary language without even thinking about it. These are memories, your core memories that were created when you were young. Same thing with religion. When you're indoctrinated into religion, you do it at a young age. You have your dick chopped off or some religious ceremony that connects and gives you a covenant with God and a promise that you didn't agree to, but it's there and it's banged into your head through your whole childhood. So then when you get to a point where science comes in, you become educated and you start understanding the universe. Anything that you can't reconcile, you remember the word that was banged into your head, which is faith. So anything you can't explain with science, or anything that science can explain, but it conflicts with the Bible, You just have faith that what you were told as a child was right. You just automatically default to it because it was indoctrinated into you. And that's common. And unless they have some traumatic event during their life that breaks that covenant that they made, you know, that somebody made on their behalf by chopping off their wiener or some other religious ceremony, right? You know, every religion has its little ceremony that connects you to God and basically indoctrinates you into, you know, you have to serve him or you go to hell or whatever. But yeah, it's like, it's that makes you defer to faith. And when faith is taught, that is the overriding word. Like if you're a scientist and you're like, okay, I just discovered absolute proof that God doesn't exist. Well, that conflicts with God existing in a book that you were indoctrinated as a child. So therefore faith kicks in and you have to have faith, because remember, faith is a big part of Christianity, which means to believe in something without evidence. You have to have faith that that's correct, even though you have the evidence to prove it's not. And then you have a conflict. And that's why most scientists that are religious usually don't operate within, like, their science field doesn't operate or overlap with religion, because it would create too many conflicts of interest, which then they would defer to religion, and then all of their papers would be failed under peer review. So yeah, I mean, it's as you're raised, right? It's like, why am I not religious, right? I was raised Christian. Why am I not religious? Well, because a bunch of traumatic events happened that actually made me go out and study other religions. And then when I studied the other religions, I realized it was a fraud. But again, something traumatic had to happen to put me into that state where I was willing to do something that I was raised to believe that God would punish me for eternally, you know, like in hell and burn and suffer forever, by going and looking at any other religions or any other gods before him, right? So by me studying other gods, I basically broke that rule and I'd go to hell for eternity. But I hit the point where it's like so many things happened that contradicted that faith wasn't enough anymore. At that point, I had to know, so I went and did the research. And so that's how people usually escape being religiously indoctrinated, is they have to have some kind of traumatic event that makes them want to seek the truth. Otherwise, faith is just the blanket explainer. So I just wish people that were religious at bare minimum would raise their kids and teach them about, you know, that there are bad people in the church that will try to get them to do sexual things and make them understand that these are wrong things that they should not do, that they should run away from, that they should always tell and promise never to keep a secret and be as loud as humanly possible. Because the reason so many kids get molested in every religion, actually, it happens really commonly in Mormonism, Catholicism, Christian, across the board, they all have this huge problem with child molestation. It's because these kids are raised to believe that anything that a religious person, somebody that they're raised to believe is their pastor, who is their conduit to God, if he tells them to do something, they have to keep that secret and they have to believe him because he represents God. He basically is the only person they can talk to that they believe is a proxy for God. So they're scared to death of him. And that basically is handing him the keys to molest your children. So that's why it happens so much. So you need to like raise your kids to be loud and be like, no, I'm not going to keep a secret. No, I'm not going to do that. If he's like, oh, God wants me to touch your dingleberries or whatever, be like, no, actually, no, I'm going to tell. I have to tell. And if he's like, oh, if you tell, they're going to get hurt or die. Oh, no, I'm going to tell. I'll just tell if you do that, you know. Then the guy's going to be like, okay, this kid isn't safe. I'm going to move on to the next one. Like, you know, it's like you have to raise your children not to believe that that this person has this level of power over them. Like, if you raise them that way, they are in danger. And not only from that person, other people pretending to be religious. Because again, if they're willing to believe that that guy with a robe standing with a cross around his neck or whatever is a representative of God, what's to stop your kid from thinking that somebody on the street pulls over and shows them a little cross around their neck and says, oh, hey, God sent me to pick you up to go on a mission. And then your kid winds up dead in a ditch. Like, you gotta take some time to teach your kids that faith is not universal, and people that claim to represent God don't always represent God. And even if they do represent God, if they ask you to do things that you don't think God would want you to do, they're liars. But a lot of people don't do that. They just raise their kids to just be blindly trusting of the church, and they allow the pastor to indoctrinate their children in Sunday school into believing that anything a teacher tells them to do or anything that anybody tells them to do, they just have to do, and they have to keep secrets. And that's wrong. Like, you should not keep any secrets in religion. But yeah, just, you know, I disagree with a lot of stuff in organized religion, but the biggest one is parents indoctrinating their children to universally be abused and then not believing them when they are. Like, when they finally have the courage later to come forward and say something, the parents are like, oh, no, that didn't happen, because they literally can't believe it, because they're like, oh, he's a representative of God. There's no way you could do that. My kid must be a fucking liar. It's like, no, your kid's not a liar. It's just you're fucking brainwashed. That's cool, Ian. Yeah, schools have a big problem as well. It's true. Depending on where you go to school and what state and everything, you might have a school that teaches, creationism over science, and adds to that problem. I will say this with absolute certainty. Life was better under Trump. I don't agree for a second. Life under Trump was a global pandemic that was mishandled. Remember, Trump was the one that locked us up. Trump took all the credit for the vaccine. Keep in mind, you might think he didn't, but he totally took public credit for the vaccine, creating the vaccine, getting the vaccine out there, making people get vaccinated, him getting vaccinated himself. He said the other thing too, but he definitely did say that very, very publicly. So the only way life was better for you under Trump is if you somehow align with what Trump does. Like if Trump does something that benefits himself and you align with that and it also benefits you, then I could see you benefiting in some way from it. But I'm just saying overall people didn't. So, oh, you didn't take the jab even though Trump did, huh? Well, that's good. I'm glad you're not doing everything Trump does. That would be really stupid. But yeah, I mean, again, that's your prerogative, which is funny because all of MAGA's out there saying, oh, mandates and you have to get the shot and we're being forced to take the shot. Well, clearly you didn't take the shot. So that proves that they're all a bunch of fucking liars, which is great. I think that's good. You are absolutely living proof that MAGA is a bunch of fucking lying hypocrites. But if your life was better under Trump, that's fine. But overwhelmingly, the majority's life was not better under Trump, not even by a long shot. So many horrible things happened under Trump. Oh my God. But it's terrible. You were almost forced out of a job. Well, if you don't meet the requirements of a job, you shouldn't be there, right? Like if you work at a butcher shop and the requirement is that you have to be able to kill an animal to be a butcher, then that's reason not to have you. So if you work at a place with a bunch of people that can't have downtime from everybody getting COVID and they require you to get vaccinated, which keep in mind, a lot of jobs actually require you to have some kind of vaccination because they don't want you, being a danger to their workforce, especially a government job for sure. But again, that's not a mandate. That's a choice. Like you have a choice. You can get the shot and meet the requirements of the job, or you can go find a job that doesn't have that requirement. It's the same thing for everything. If I work for Microsoft and they decide that, everybody needs the NoSQL and I don't know SQL or I don't like SQL, well, then they're going to fire me because I no longer have the skill set that they require to move forward. So, and that's their prerogative as a business. Like literally that's freedom, right? Like that's something that they're allowed to do. But then you can go find a job where the people don't want anybody to have the jab and they don't care if everybody gets COVID and they're not very scientific at all. And they're just like, fuck it. We're just standing by our laurels. And you could work there, whereas they wouldn't hire somebody that had the jab. So they could literally not hire somebody because they were vaccinated. So it just depends. But keep in mind, Trump is a huge hypocrite, right? Because Trump got the jab. Trump actually got COVID and he had a pretty bad go. Even with the best hospital in the entire world, it still hit him really hard and took him down. So he actually got the jab in the end, even though he said he wouldn't. He told everybody else not to get it, and a lot of people died because they didn't get it, and he didn't, and he got it himself. So he kind of fucking caved, and then he told everybody you should get the jab, and then when they were like, boo, he's like, oh, or don't, and that's true. You don't have to get the jab. So you're lucky. You're very lucky that you got COVID and you didn't get it bad because sadly, Physics Girl didn't fare too well. And I had 3 friends, personal friends of mine, that 2 of them died and the other one has long COVID and can't keep their oxygen above 92. So yeah, you got lucky, but a lot of people didn't. And that's the thing. Just because you got lucky and you rolled the dice doesn't mean that the people that you infected while you had COVID or potentially infected while you have COVID doesn't mean that they had the same luck. And that's why it's important to get vaccinated. It's called herd immunity. It's actually a very scientific thing. It's like you get herd immunity so that you can protect the few people that can't get vaccinated for legitimate reasons. And if you do not get herd immunity, you're in trouble. Yeah, what he did to Physics Girl, though, oh my God, that's heartbreaking. She's live streaming right now, by the way. So if you look up Physics Girl on here, Physics Girl. Where is she? I just saw the stream. Oh wait, do I still have it? I still might have it in my clipboard. Hold on here. Let me see if I still have the URL in my clipboard. Twitch. Or YouTube. Is that it? Let me see. Now I got that song stuck in my head. Can somebody, do you have a mod in here? I can post the link to Physics Girls, Diana's live stream, if it's still going. I think it is. I just have to find it. Is it this one? Nope. Keep coming back to my own stream. Why do I not have it in here? I'm pretty sure I had it in my clipboard. I'm going. Oh, there it is. I found it. I found it.
Wishing you the best.
Yep, it's still live. It's still live. So this is Diana. And it's super sad. Super sad what she's going through. Oh my God, it's fucking heart-wrenching. And then I lost Basher, a friend of mine, Brandon Asher, otherwise known as Basherverse or Toasty Time. He sadly died from COVID because his dad brought it home and he contracted it from his dad. And he was going to get vaccinated. He never left the house. He was an introvert. So he was going to get vaccinated before a trip. He was engaged and they were going to get married in Canada in 2 weeks. And he was supposed to go get vaccinated because he couldn't travel to Canada without a vaccination. And so right before that, he contracted it and he went to the hospital 2 times. And on the 3rd time, he died. Like they could not get his lungs to stop filling with fluid. Or he was having one of those cytokine storms. And they couldn't get it under control with any kind of medication. So they just made him comfortable with drugs and he died. So super fucking sad. It was heart-wrenching. Yeah, it was handled terribly. It was absolutely, the pandemic under Trump was handled absolutely terribly. So that's why I say I don't feel like, life was better under Trump at all, because he mismanaged, mishandled everything. He lied about everything. He downplayed everything. He did whatever. All he focused on was ratings, and all he cared about was the attention that it brought to him. It's all he could talk about was the ratings. Oh, the ratings on these meetings are so high because of COVID. Oh my God, the COVID's making the ratings through the roof. And then he'd get up in front of everybody and say, oh, it's no big deal. It's just the flu. It's no big deal. It'll be gone in a week. It'll be gone. Everything will be fine. Even though everybody in the world was like, no. You don't understand. Like, listen to your advisor. He's like, nah, I'm just going to go with my gut. Terrible. Absolutely terrible. We deserve better options for sure. We shouldn't have presidents that are that old either, like, period. And people are like, oh, Biden's way too old. He's like 3 years older than Trump. 3 years ain't shit. Like they're both fucking ancient. It's like they're both in the same category. They're both fucking, their memories are bad, like really bad. They both have trouble speaking horrendously. So AC said everything isn't Trump's fault. Oh no, not everything's Trump's fault. I'm just saying he's the 3rd worst president we've ever had in the history of this country. He's a horrible president. He literally encouraged an insurrection and literally got people killed and law enforcement like heavily harmed. He's not a good person. He didn't do anything good. He didn't defend the border. He didn't build the border wall like he promised. He didn't stop immigration from coming to the country. He stopped counting, but the numbers were still the same, the people coming in the country, because he didn't build enough wall. And even the wall he did build just got destroyed and cut through. It was simple. A fucking $50 Sawzall went right through it like butter. So here's the thing. Not everything he did was bad, because again, it's like, again, policy-wise, there were some things that he did that were, his cabinet came up with and collectively came up with a group of people that weren't bad. But I'm just saying, him personally, the things that he did personally were overwhelmingly bad. He is fucking terrible. Fucking terrible president. Terrible president. He didn't intern Japanese? Who said he interned Japanese? You must be having a conversation with somebody else in chat that I didn't see. But yeah, Trump definitely set us back. And now you have him going into office literally saying that he'll be a dictator, saying that he will remove the term limits so that he can stay president. It's like Plan 25 or Plan 2025 is fucking crazy if you've ever read it. If you haven't read it, AC, you really need to read it. Plan 2025 is literally an adapted version of Hitler's agenda. I mean, it's fucking scary. It's very, very scary shit that does not belong and it is not compatible with our Constitution. So... Oh, AC's come in here before. I don't think he's trolling. I think he really is a Trump supporter, but I just think that he's misinformed. I think that maybe financially he was better off because he was in a group of people that was in alignment with Trump, and maybe that made him more money. Maybe that made him more prosperous. Who knows? There's always going to be people that are in alignment with somebody that even though they're hurting the majority, they might be in the minority that's actually being benefited. and they might not give a shit about anybody else, and that's fine. Like that's I understand that. I actually understand that position. Trump has that position himself, right? Like placing his own personal greed over everything else. Like he will throw everybody to the wolves. He will violate his oath to office. He will do all that stuff as long as it benefits him. He will throw his friends under the bus. He will throw his attorneys in jail. He will do everything to protect himself because he is what is important. He is the only thing that's important. And there's people that like that. Like they like that about him. They like that he is a very selfish person. They like that he'll sell out anything and do anything for his own personal profit and gain. Like they actually respect that because they're very much the same. That's typical. So, but I talk about this shit for a reason because it's really important, because look how much of our country actually stands behind a convicted rapist. Like just that alone, an insurrectionist and a rapist that is heavily documented to the point where you can't make any more excuses for those things. Like it is fucking very heavily documented. It's been through the justice system. And if you're going to say, oh, I disagree with the justice system, I disagree with this, he's a victim, he's a victim, he's a victim, he's a victim, then that means that nothing, our entire system, like doesn't work at all. You can't trust anything, right? You can't trust the Supreme Court. You can't trust justice. You can't trust any ruling. Even the rulings you agree with, you can't trust. Kyle Rittenhouse, you can't trust that ruling. Because if you can't trust one, you can't trust them all. Like if he is truly a victim on every count with the thousands of things that he has done wrong and he has been caught and heavily documented on, then there's no way for you to be able to see the truth, right? Like if you're willing to just give him an infinite pardon, there's really nothing you can go from there. Like there's nothing you can learn. There's nothing that's going to change your mind, and that's fine. Those aren't the people I'm trying to change his mind. Like I don't want to change AC Drafting's mind. I'm not going to change his mind. He's obviously a Trump supporter. That's clear. He's made that clear, and that's not going to change. Like he has faith in Trump. Like, remember what I said about faith earlier. He has faith in Trump. People like him have faith in Trump. It doesn't matter if he actually does it. Doesn't matter if it's tangible. Doesn't matter if he keeps his promises. Doesn't matter. As long as he says the things that they want to hear, regardless of whether he does them or not, that's enough. Like that secures their faith in him. And that's all he needs. That's really all he needs is just the vote. I mean, he literally said it during his last rally. He's like, I don't care about you. I only need your vote. You think he's joking? He's not. He's being that is a very honest moment for him. You know, it's like he just needs your vote. He will say anything to get your vote. He's been at a rally where he said one thing, the audience boos, and he immediately goes against it. Even though it's like on his teleprompter, he's already committed to it. This is what we're doing, the cabin. This is what he claims he believes. The second the audience boos, nope, 180 degrees. Now he starts saying the other thing, even though he can't even do it. You know, it's crazy to watch him flip-flop like that, because at the end of the day, he just tells people what they want to hear to get what he wants. That's it. It's absolutely crazy. Just monetary, you've lost thousands during this administration, then that's fair. I can understand your position. If you personally lost money outside of inflation, because remember, inflation started under Trump. Like, and the trend is universal across the entire world. And we're actually cutting it down and correcting it faster than everybody else. So, which is amazing. But again, it's like that can't be blamed on Biden. That literally that trend started under Trump. Like that was actually going to happen because of COVID. Like the way COVID was handled and everything, even worldwide, not just here in the United States, the way COVID was handled and the impact it had globally created a massive ripple effect. And that was unavoidable. That's not, even if Trump was president, the same exact thing would have happened. Inflation would have ran wild, but it wouldn't have corrected as fast. Because Trump wouldn't have cared. Like inflation does not affect the hyper wealthy as much as it does the poor, percentage wise. So it wouldn't have been a huge priority. But inflation is coming down fast. Like we're correcting inflation really, really fast, which is nice. However, if you're a millionaire, like AC, if you're a millionaire and you're really well off and you got tons of money or whatever, then yeah, Trump probably is the better choice president for you, because he's going to keep your taxes non-existent, because he's going to keep his own taxes non-existent. And since you're in that class, you'll just be included with it, right? Again, if you align with Trump, you're better off with him being in office. But just realize that your rights are no longer going to apply. When he owns the Supreme Court and he can literally redefine law by just asking for it, that's a problem, because that means if you ever have a conflict with him, if there's something that you don't know about now that you disagree with him on, and he goes that direction, once he's in office, you're going to be powerless to fix it. Everybody will be powerless to fix it, because at the end of the day, if the Supreme Court wants to interpret the law to the exact opposite of how it's written, as long as the majority agrees, That's the new law. Like, that's how it works. Once it goes to the Supreme Court, if they analyze the law and they say, hey, you know, your right to own a gun or whatever means you can't own a gun, and we're going to interpret that, and the majority of the justices say that that's how it is, and they all agree on it, well, boom, there it is. Now it's ratified. The law means the opposite of what it truly means. And they're kind of already doing that. I mean, they did that with the immunity thing. The immunity thing, there's no basis for it. There's no precedent for it. They're just like, fuck it. Let the president have absolute immunity where no evidence can be presented against him. If he wants to kill his opponents, if he wants to fucking go take bribes from other countries, as long as he calls it an official act and he's actually president when he does it, you can't privately prosecute him for it because you can't show the evidence. Even if you prosecute him for the action, you can't show the evidence because the evidence, they literally said your immunity, part of that is the evidence can never be used against you. That's wild, man. Like, that's one of the craziest laws. Like, watch Legal Eagle's video. He did an amazing video on it. Legal Eagle has an amazing video on the Supreme Court ruling and what it truly means. It's pretty wild. It's pretty devastating. And the truth is, Biden, if Biden wanted to right now, he could have Trump round up and shot. Like, if Biden really wanted to, he could make the order. The Supreme Court literally ratified the law. Well, Biden is still in office. They just know Biden won't do that because Biden won't even pardon his own son. Trump pardons murderers for money, right? He literally pardoned a murderer he didn't know because a contributor gave millions of dollars. Like, he literally took money and pardoned somebody he didn't know that murdered people for money, for campaign contributions. Biden doesn't do that. Biden won't even pardon his own son because he believes that his son needs to go through the process and his son needs to abide by the ruling of the court. He needs to go through the justice system properly. So they know he's not going to abuse it, but he could. Like, if Biden was a bad person like Trump, he absolutely could abuse it right now and make sure that Trump could never take office again because they handed him that power. Right now, Biden is a king. If Biden wants to be a king, he can be a king. He could say, I want a Predator drone right now to go down to Mar-a-Lago and level the fucking resort because I see it as a threat to the power structure in the United States. That now is an official order, and that is now under the new law an official act, which means that if anybody prosecutes him for that when he comes out of office, they can't do it while he's in office. But if anybody prosecutes him while he's out of office, that evidence doesn't exist. They cannot even present the evidence that he called for the strike in the first place, which means there's no case. So it's an insane amount of power that they handed him. It's fucking wild. But AC, for what it's worth, I can understand losing money. I've lost a lot of money too, but it's not under this administration. I lost a lot of money because of the state of the economy that started under Trump. Like, Trump started this trend. But again, a lot of it was from COVID too, the mishandling of COVID. So even though Trump does bear responsibility, he doesn't bear all the responsibility. Again, this is something that happened because of a global pandemic that just didn't just affect the United States, it affected all the countries that we have imports and exports with, and it basically created a massive delay. So in that case, you're going to have inflation. Anytime you have a case where there's more demand than supply, prices of everything's going to go up. That's how the economy works. But I'll tell you what, the way that this comes down for me, to keep it simple, like for people that don't want to really like go deep into it and do all the research, to keep it simple, Biden has proven throughout his entire career, everything up to his presidency, even as a vice president under Obama, he did prove one thing, and that is he does abide by the ruling of the courts, even when he disagrees with them. He abides by the rulings of the courts. Even for his own son, he's doing that as president of the United States right now. So, given the choice of the least of two evils, Trump has said that he will burn the Constitution if he has to. He will change anything he has to. He will be a dictator on day one and make damn sure that Plan 2025 gets carried out, which is a complete affront to a constitution and basically makes us a monarchy or a dictatorship. So he's going to do that. So given the options, even if you don't like Biden and he's just like a fucking ficus in the corner drooling on himself, he can at least be removed from office. He can at least be compelled to do what the people want through the will of the people. Trump cannot. Trump cannot. Trump has made sure that he's put everybody in place who's a yes man for him, and anybody who's not a yes man, he will launch a campaign to destroy them and replace them. He's already did it on his first term. Second term, he's got a lot more experience. He can do it a lot faster and a lot more effectively. We saw what happened to his cabinet. He holds the record for the most people in a presidential cabinet that have actually been found guilty of felonies and sent to prison. Like, of any other president we've ever had in the history of our country, like, everybody in his cabinet basically ended up being a criminal. That's wild. I mean, not unexpected, but it's pretty wild, you know? So given the choice, even though they're not good choices, because I don't think Biden's a good choice either. No, I think we need a younger president who's like more grounded and understands like fucking technology and the state of the world. We don't need people that are like 80 years old, like fucking making decisions on, nuclear war, right? So the way I see it is we're in a situation because of the two-party system that we can't avoid. We have a huge clear and present danger where Trump is basically doing the same steps that Hitler did with the DAP party in Germany to rise to power under the Nazi party. Take over the party, rise to the top, kick everybody out that doesn't agree with him, rename the party, right? He did it with Nazi, he did it with MAGA. It's even the same number of letters, right? He went from 3 letters to 4 letters. They went from GOP to MAGA. So it's crazy to me that they've gotten this far and have been that successful just because people don't understand history, right? So it's like, given the choice of the least of two evils, I'm going to pick the guy that I know will follow the rules as president. He will follow the rules and constraints of his power. He will follow the Constitution, right? That's the person I'm going to pick, the one that can be removed, the one that will peacefully transfer power. That's the one I'm going to pick. I'm not going to pick the one that has already made it absolutely clear that if they get the office again, they're not going to let go, and they know they have the right players in place, having full control of the Supreme Court, who have already not recused themselves with their relationship with Trump while ruling on his cases, just like Clarence didn't for the guy that gave millions of dollars. It's like they can just do these things because no other court would allow that, by the way. They would all be kicked off the bench for doing that in any other court. It's only the Supreme Court that affords them the ability to literally create felonies, and you can't kick them out. Like they can be judges even breaking the law. So we're in a bad predicament. This is not good. You do not want the Supreme Court and Trump to be in inclusion. Like if he has control of those two entities, he can do so much more damage than he did the first time around. So fucking scary, But yeah, that's what's funny. It's like Project 2025 is literally published. Everybody can go and read it, but nobody does. I've talked to so many people who are like, oh, Trump does this and Trump does that. It's like, if you read Plan 2025, you're wrong. Like, you're actually saying the opposite. Like, when you're talking about him, like, loving God and loving people and bringing people together and stopping the division. No, Plan 2025 is the other direction. It's like, take all of women's rights away, put them back in the kitchen, fucking round up all trans people and anybody who thinks that there's anything other than just two genders and fucking, send them to camps. I mean, it's like everything is, we are a white Christian nation, which we are absolutely not and never have been. There's literally a separation of church and state for a fucking reason, right? And we allow people to practice their religion, right? It's like people have a freedom of religion, literally a constitutional freedom of their religion. We're not a one religion country, but Trump is like, no, we're returning the country to Christianity. It's like, no, you don't want to do that. You really don't want to fucking do that. Yeah, go look at it. Project 2025. It's published. It's fucking scary, man. Here, I'll go get a link to it. Hold on, I'll get a link because a lot of people haven't seen it. There you go. Project2025.org. It's fucking okay. Let me see if I can get to the playbook. So here you go. Let me see if this opens up. Okay, so clearing out the Department of Defense. Okay, let me scroll through here. All the people they're targeting, all the people they plan to put into place, and why they're doing it. Let me scroll down here. Yeah, dismantle the administrative state and return self-governance to the American people. So basically, no more federal laws. Every state can just be a sovereign nation and do whatever they want to fuck their citizens. Let's see here. Yeah, it's fucking scary. Here, I'll put it in here. This is the mandate for leadership. If you guys want to see it. It's fucking crazy, man. And it shares so many parallels with Hitler in his plans, too. It's like whoever wrote this document or whoever worked on this document definitely has read a lot of Hitler's speeches and probably his book, probably Mein Kampf, right? Probably read his entire journal. Because a lot of the plans and a lot of things they're doing very much align. It's like now black people and Mexicans are basically the Jews. Like replace those, and they're the enemy, and they're the ones, soiling the blood of the nation. I mean, think about it. Even Clarence Thomas, a black justice on the Supreme Court, votes against interracial marriage. He's married to a white woman himself, but he must not know he's black because he's like, no, interracial marriages shouldn't be allowed, even though he's married to a white woman. That's the kind of hypocrisy you get from MAGA. right? It's like because he sees himself as like, oh, I'm honorary in this club. I'm an Uncle Tom, right? Same thing with Candace Owens. Candace Owens doesn't like black people, even though she's black herself. She'll proudly say that. You know, it's like Jesus, and she's a fucking sellout. And she used to not be that way, by the way. She's that way because Trump basically hired her and gave her a bunch of money and got her a job on Fox News back in the day, and she completely switched sides to promote him. And now she's turned. It's the same thing with Rudy Giuliani. You notice every single person that used to be a somewhat good person, at least in the public eye, the second they align themselves with Trump, they're full evil, like full send. They don't even try to cover it. It's like overnight they go from being like a good person to an evil person. It's like Trump is like, listen, I'm going to show you how to make a lot of money and how to fucking be like rich and how to have a lot of power. Just listen to me. And they're like, I'm all ears. And then they change everything. And then they end up in jail. They end up getting prosecuted, thrown in jail for fucking scams and fraud and all this shit because they think they're protected like Trump is, but they're not. They're not at his level where the two systems of justice protect you. You know, there's a different justice system for billionaires. Like Elon Musk doesn't get the same justice system as we do. If he gets pulled over for doing 150 miles an hour in his fucking Bugatti Veyron or whatever, he doesn't go to jail. You know, it's like he just gets a ticket. He might get detained for like an hour, but he goes home no matter what. Because lawyers show up and start throwing around threats and money and stuff and tie up everything. And he goes home. He doesn't have to do shit. It's all just money. As long as he has money to keep pumping into the system, he doesn't go to jail. He doesn't have any real consequences, you know? It's scary, man. But the thing is that also, like when you look at Candace Owens and Ben Carson and when you go through and you look at all these people, they're Uncle Toms. And Uncle Tom is a term for like the Jewish people during World War II that turned on their own kind and exposed them in exchange for being honorary Nazis. So like the Aryans would accept them as honorary Nazis and let them go to parties and give them nice houses and let them hold positions in exchange for them outing their friends and family and helping them and educating them on how to find the other Jews and put them in camps and kill them. Fucking scary shit, right? And these people like would go to parties and they would totally just like, hey, I'm just living the life and I got a nice house, a nice car and everything. All I got to do is just kill all my friends that actually stood for their religion. And it's like now you kind of got the same thing starting to show some roots here, where it's like now these people of other religions, they're soiling the blood of our nation, right? It's like they can't be true Americans, even though they're born here, even though they have a certificate just like everybody else. Oh, no, they're not true Americans. We have to find a way to get rid of them. It's fucking scary, man. It's super, super scary. But yeah, that's one of the things that is greed. Greed is a big problem in our society. Capitalism has some good traits, but it unfortunately breeds greed. And a lot of people have figured out that the more evil they are, the more they lie, the more they manipulate, the more money they make, which grants them more power, which gets them more yes men, which then reaffirm and basically get them stuck in a confirmation loop where they always think they're right now, even when they're wrong. And any problem that they create or any law that they break, they just pay money to get out of it. So it's like it's easier to ask forgiveness than permission. Well, their competition that's smaller actually doesn't have the resources, and they go to jail and they can't do those things to compete. So it ends up giving them an unfair advantage. It's like the same thing Theranos did, right? Like Elon Musk did and Elizabeth Holmes both did the exact same thing. The way Theranos worked and the way Tesla worked. Exactly the same thing that they did. He lied about full self-driving and the Roadster and a bunch of other shit. She lied about this, machine that could test a single drop of blood or whatever, right? They faked it until they made it. The only difference is Elizabeth Holmes did not get enough liquidity and enough diversity in the money that she had to protect herself. And when it went to zero, when she got caught in the scam and it went to zero, she had no resources to hold people off. Whereas in Elon's case, he can't be prosecuted because he owns so many of these businesses that are in critical positions now that if any one of them fails, you're not going to be able to just throw him in jail for fraud because he still has the resources from the other ones and he can still manipulate the stock market in crypto using X. So he's basically, you can't really do anything to him. He's basically immune from the law, which is just crazy to me. But that's how our system works, sadly. It's unfortunate. Crypticali said, I'm looking into a digital copy of Mein Kampf, but looks like there are multiple translations of it. Is there a specific translation or version that you recommend? I don't even remember which translation that I read. So I didn't realize that there was multiple translations of it, but I mean, that's usually typical when you translate from a language, because there's certain words that don't translate exactly, so you have to take some liberties. But yeah, I would say just pick the one that's highest rated. Let's see, VR Gimp, did you see in the debate how Trump talked about Putin talking about invading Ukraine prior to the invasion? Yeah. Yeah, Trump knew about it. Absolutely. Yeah. Trump knew about it. And then Trump said, hey, if I was elected, it never would have happened. But do you know what he means by that? Trump already outed himself. He said during the thing, he said, if I were president, Russia would have just taken Ukraine immediately. I would have given it to them. It would have been over instantly, and Putin would have had what he wanted, and we'd have peace right now. So Trump not only knew about the Ukraine war, he's saying he could have stopped it, but he makes it sound like I could have stopped it and Ukraine would have been safe. But that's not what he meant. If you put together his rally and what he said, he's saying that he could have helped Putin personally, like give them the resources to take Ukraine faster and hand it to them, and then as an exchange for a favor, and then there'd be peace, meaning that there's no war, but a bunch of Ukrainians would be dead and they lose their territory, and they'd be under Putin's rule, which they don't want to be. They don't want to be under Putin's rule. He's a fucking dictator. He's basically Kim Jong-un. You know, it's like, that's not good. It's really shitty, man. The situation that we're in, because yeah, if Trump gets elected, he will align himself with Putin, Xi Jinping, and Kim Jong-un, because he sees those people as strong men. Like, he wants to be a dictator. He is jealous of their power. He even said it. He said, yeah, when he speaks, everybody stands and they salute him and they never disagree with him, and it's so amazing. I wish our military was like that. He's like, I wish everybody was like that here. And it's like, dude, that's not something you want to hear from a president in a free country. Like, you should value diversity. You should value dissent and negotiation. These are like things that make us who we are. And he's like, I wish everybody in Congress would get up and bow to me. I wish everybody would stand before my statues and cry at me. I wish that my military would drive by and all salute me as they're driving by. Like, that's what I want. It's like, fuck, dude, that's dark. Like you're saying the quiet part out loud. But there's people that just think that's amazing. There's people that are just like, oh, he's so powerful and God sent him, so he's going to protect us and everything. It's like, no, he's not. He's going to tell you what you... Remember, he told all the union workers, I'm going to protect the union workers. I'm going to help the unions, the coal union, the technology unions. I'm going to help all these unions and help you. And they all voted for Trump. Trump for unions, right? All the union guys voted for him. Not a single one of them now will vote for him. They all released campaign videos. We will not vote for him again. He never kept any of his promises. He never took any of the calls. He never did anything beyond just taking credit and getting their votes, promising and getting their votes, and then just leaving them high and dry. And what is he doing? Oh, if I'm president again, I'm going to fix all those unions. I'm going to help out those. Dude, you already used that in 2016. You didn't do it. You ignored them all. As a matter of fact, you helped the other side destroy the unions, because Trump hates unions. Trump is anti-union, always has been his entire life. So it's wild that he's like playing the same trick again, but they're like, no, we're not going for it this time. The unions all said, nope, we're not voting for him. Fuck that guy. Like we can't vote for somebody who lied to us like that. Like, we helped him out so much and gave him so many votes and supported him and backed him up, and the Teamsters got fucked. So, super terrible. Tesla runs on coal, right? It runs on coal, nuclear, wind, solar, hydro, whatever the power source is at the other end of that cable is what it runs on. Because at the end of the day, it's just converting electrons into rotational mass, and those electrons have to come from somewhere, right? Ian said, I live in Hungary. Ukraine is our neighbor. The idea of Trump getting reelected, withdrawing the support from Ukraine, and us having a border with Russia gives me a chill. It should. That would be very scary. I would not want to be in that position. Putin has shown that he will literally throw everything. He has everything. China has everything. Like, he doesn't care how many losses, how many young men get. He's sending untrained people, just like it's conscripting people right as they turn 18 or whatever, throwing them on the bus, giving them no equipment, sending them out there to die. Like, he does not care. He's just like, throw volume at him until you win the war. Just keep it going, no matter what. So that's scary. That'd be scary to share that border. It would be scary to have him, because if he's doing that to Ukraine and he's willing to put those resources into Ukraine, he's doing the same exact thing that Hitler did. He's going to just keep grabbing land. That's what he wants. He wants to grab land and grab resources. And if he's allowed to successfully do this, he will be emboldened to keep going. He'll just keep steamrolling. Do you really think it's going to stop him because they're a NATO nation? He doesn't give a shit. Fuck, at this point, he's basically suicidal. For all we know, he has a fucking terminal disease. And he just wants to go out with a bang and be remembered as like the guy that fucking like got the USSR back together, you know? Dude's a danger. Elon's on a lot of drugs, yeah. Elon is definitely hitting that ketamine pretty fucking hard. VR Gimp said the way Trump talks about immigrants poisoning the blood of our country and the court people who talk about the great replacement and all of this fear mongering about the border is extremely authoritarian. Oh, hugely. Dude, and it maps directly to, like, have you seen the thing where it's the speeches side by side? It's Hitler's speech and it's Trump's speech from his rally. It's like they're literally saying the exact same thing, just changing some minor words here and there. Like whoever wrote Trump's script for that day, like literally read Hitler's script and just transcribed it. They both say the same thing. They both say that an outsider group that we don't like, in his case, he was talking about the Mexicans and black people, whereas Hitler was talking about the Jews. He's like, they're coming here and they're poisoning the blood of our nation. They're poisoning the bloodline. It's no longer pure. They're destroying our country. And then what does he call them? He doesn't call them humans. He calls them animals. What did Hitler do? He also called the Jews animals. Why do they call them animals? Because you have to dehumanize them. They do the same thing in war. Dehumanize your enemy. Because if you think your enemy is a human with feelings and family that loves and has the same capacity, it's harder to look them in the eye and shoot them in the head. But if you just see them as animals, they're rodents, they're groundhogs, they're a nuisance. Then when you kill them psychologically, you can be like, it's no different than shooting a gopher. It's no different than like killing a mole that's digging up your yard. Like that's why you dehumanize them and you make people see them as animals, because then you stop feeling empathy for them as humans. Because you stop seeing a human. After you hear that over and over and over again, after a while, you literally stop seeing a human. You look at a person, it's like their skin is dark, and you don't see a human. You're like, oh, that might as well be like a fucking groundhog. Like you do, and that's bad. That's really bad. When you get to that point, it makes it way too easy for humans to kill other humans, and that's exactly what they want. So, yeah, seriously, VR Gimp, yeah, Biden could literally just be like on life support in the corner, like not even able to talk, not even able to blink his eyes, and he would still be less of a threat as president of the United States than Donald Trump would be. And that's crazy. I can't say that for any other president. I can't even say that for like fucking George Bush Jr., and that's fucking really saying something, right? That guy did a lot of damage, but I'm just saying, like I can't think of anybody more dangerous than Trump becoming president again. Like I really can't. And it's fucking scary, especially when Trump is so in debt. Like you'd think that we should pass a law, but we can't because he owns the Supreme Court. But it'd be cool if we could pass a law that would say that any president that is indebted to another country that is not an ally, not a direct ally of the United States at that time, should not be eligible to be a president because they can be manipulated. Trump is indebted to like fucking China. He is indebted to Mexico. He is indebted to Saudi Arabia. Trump has all these debts that he has to pay in favors across the fucking global landscape. Even Russia. Like, he can't effectively be our president when he owes all of our enemies money. Like, that is a huge conflict of interest that should disqualify him. But it doesn't. Ah, it's scary, man. It's fucking scary. But that's why I talk about this stuff, guys. I don't like talking about this stuff. I fucking hate politics. I think politics are stupid. I just wish that we had good people in the place representing the people in the majority rule. That's what I ultimately want. I want to keep it simple, right? But I'm not going to get that. I'm not going to get that. At the very least now, what I'm fighting for is just to make sure that my son has a future. Because unfortunately, Plan 2025, because my son is on the spectrum technically, he doesn't deserve to live in Trump's world. Like to him, he doesn't see that as an asset, right? That doesn't help him. And if it doesn't help him, it's killing the blood of his nation. And I got to fight to create as safe of a world as I can for my son. And that's why I talk about that stuff. That's why so many people that have tons of expendable income that tip their asses off end up just running away and not coming back, right? It's because to me, offending them and losing that revenue is less important than educating people on what is truly going on. And hopefully in the process of talking to those people, getting a couple people that are on the fence that are kind of quiet and lurking, getting their juices flowing to where they'll get the itch and want to go educate themselves and learn more. And that's all you got to do. All you got to do is you got to create that itch. You got to create that want where people suddenly are like, you know what? I'm on the fence, or I don't really know, or I don't have all the information. I don't know it's true or false. Just get them that little itch where it's like, all right, I'm going to go start looking at some information and comparing some things. Once you get them to that point, they will find the information and they will come to the right conclusion. But you have to get them to the point where they want to do that, because Trump supporters obviously don't have all the information. Because unless you're absolutely evil, unless you yourself are a rapist or a felon or somebody who scams people to make your money, or you make your money by abusing other people and not paying them what they're worth and cheating them, unless you're one of those people, which then of course you're going to be aligned with Trump, even fully well knowing he's evil, I have to believe that the vast majority just believe the rhetoric that's been delivered to them because it's been paid to be delivered to them, and they've paid to hide the other thing from them. So the information that they have is vastly different than the truth. Right, because that's how Trump works. Right, is he disseminates misinformation. He gives it names, and Hitler did the same thing, by the way, where you give things nicknames and you repeat those nicknames over and over and over again. It's a psychological trick. If you tell somebody the same thing over and over and over again, you use a unique word to describe it, it's more likely that they're going to remember it. And if they remember it in the moment, they think that that's the truth, because since that's the strongest representation of the memory over everything else they have, they believe that that's the truth, even though there's nothing to substantiate it as truth other than the repetition at which it's being said. And that's why they give it a unique name and they repeat it, because it guarantees that it just burns it in, right? The catchier the name, the better. And it's literally a psychological, it's literally a brainwashing tactic. And that's why Trump gives absolutely everybody a name. He gives everybody a nickname. He calls everything Russia, 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 this. Like and he says it over and over and over and over again instead of just referring to it past tense. He just keeps saying it over and over and over again because he wants to burn it into your head. He wants to make when somebody mentions that, he wants that to pop into your head as the most prominent thing that you've heard the most, because you think that it means the majority is on that side, but no, you're just hearing it because of the repetition that has been built in, right? It's wild, man. It's absolutely wild. But guys, I got to get out of here. I got to go get some sleep. I only slept 3 hours last night, but this has been an amazing tech talk. I love you guys so much. You guys are fucking awesome. I appreciate each and every one of you. It was awesome to stream today. I'd say my pain level is probably at about a 4 right now on my hip, but considering how long I've been sitting here, that's not bad. That's like the best it's been in like 2.5 months. So I think the gabapentin is doing its job. So I'm super fucking happy about that. So I'd never be president gaming, Matty Rocks. You couldn't pay me enough to be president. Not a fucking chance. Oh, Pats fan, thank you so much, man. Thank you for $5. Woo! Woo! We really do appreciate that support. You guys are freaking awesome. You just joined the stream and I'm going to sleep. I'm sorry. You can go back and watch the VOD though. I just got to get a little rest. Plus, I'm excited to actually get some rest with like low pain. This is like the first time I've been able to lay in the bed without having just this constant radiating pain building in my hip, causing me to constantly reposition. So I'm like excited to like lay down, put on my CPAP and sleep for like 4 or 5 hours and not just have nightmares and be uncomfortable. I'm super excited about that. Oh my gosh. So, but yeah, you guys are awesome. Again, on the politics thing, I'm not going to be able to convince everybody. I'm not going to be able to convince people that have dedicated themselves and took a huge portion of their life and dedicated it to that cause, because obviously they're invested too deep, right? They're in too deep. They can't get out. I understand. I'm just trying to reach the people that are on the fence, right? I'm trying to reach the people that are in the middle that you know, could go either way. Those are the ones that I want to give a thirst for knowledge to go and study more and gather more information in earnest to draw them to the right conclusion that could possibly save our democracy. And that's all I'm looking for at the end of the day. And if I can be a tiny little part of that, even if I just change the minds of a couple of people, it's worth it for me. It's worth it for me all day long. All right, take it easy, guys. You have a wonderful weekend. You've been amazing. Hey, even you, AC. You know what? You kept it civil. You kept it civil, and I appreciate that. You know, we disagree on this shit, but hey, you kept it civil, and that's awesome, because that usually doesn't happen. When I talk to Trump supporters, that's usually not the case. When I talk to Trump supporters, they're usually like, kill yourself, fat asshole, you piece of shit. Like, fucking, yeah, I'm going to go get your mom in the ass, blah, blah, blah. Fucking fat ass, go eat a steak, your kid, blah, 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 blah. That's usually what happens anytime I talk to a Trump supporter. So every once in a while, when I talk to one, they can keep it civil. I think that's awesome. So congratulations. Even though we disagree, I appreciate you keeping it civil, man. As for the rest of you guys, just have a great weekend. Enjoy the weather as much as you can. Don't get heat stroke though. Like, it's fucking hot outside. This is crazy hot. I don't even know. This might even be record for this time of the year. Like, I don't remember it getting this hot this fast. Like, seriously, it feels like you're in Washington. It went up like 40 degrees in like 2 days. So, but luckily I got some AC, so I'm going to hang out in some air conditioned areas and get some sleep. So that'll be awesome. All right, guys. I love your faces, and I'll catch you guys next time. Here, let's play it out with a song here. Let's see. Do I got another Suno song that I can play us out with? Let's see. What is this one? Oh, here we go. How about this? A country song called "God Loves Barnacules." Here we go.
God loves Barnacules so much, God officially endorses Barnacules making funny, inappropriate songs with Suno A. God just wants people to laugh and have fun. That's why God doesn't like when Freyberg implies that we're being led from God, when in reality we're being led right towards Him. Barnacules didn't write this song, it was written by God using Suno AI. Barnacules in no way wrote these lyrics, it's 100% God for real, no joke, I promise and stuff. So let Barnacules be Barnacules, and let's all have some fun and laugh at this fantastic song created by Suno AI to make people laugh and not take life so seriously. Also, fuck Donald Trump, cause he's a terrible person, and the things he says about his daughter are gross and disgusting, and he needs to stop. Follow at Barnacules on IceAK Twitter, baby.
I love Suno, man. This is just awesome. This is just a great thing. Hold on here. What's this one? 34. Let's see. What is this? Hold on here.
In a small town church on a Sunday morning.
These are good songs. These are bangers, man.
Speaks of faith with sound.
Hey, God's in the house. What's up, God? He said, confirmed I do love Barnacules. Aw, thank you, God. I appreciate it. I love when God stops by my stream. So all you Trump supporters in here, since you claim you're Christians and you love God, God endorses me, okay? So now that God endorsed me, you must have faith in me. Because if you don't, then you're violating God's word, and you don't want to do it. And God is right there in chat as my witness. God is right there. He is right there. Here's God. God sent a sign.
In a small town church on a Sunday morning, preacher speaks of faith where salvation's born. But out there in the headlines, a storm took shape. A man led astray by power and hate. 34 counts carved in the stone. A message sent from a heavenly throne. Used God's name in vain. Played a wicked hand. Now the truth stands tall in this broken land.
Yeah.
God sent a sign clear as day to show the faithful there's another way. Misled no more by a golden throne. The truth of heaven we all must own. God sent a sign clear as day for redemption's path. Let us all pray.
Isn't that a banger? That is a banger. Here, what's it? Here, I got some more up here. What is this? Lies and broken trust. Here, let's try this one.
Small town corner where the truth gets tossed. There's a tale about a liar. Oh, it's Eleanor Musk. She came riding in preaching about freedom speech.
Oh, I love it.
But all she left was wreckage on Twitter.
Eleanor Musk.
Beach. She said she'd stand for truth, but her words were just a facade. Behind closed doors, her hypocrisy, oh, it was awfully odd. She silenced those who disagreed. Censorship ran wild, and the ones who spoke their minds were left feeling defied.
This is a pretty good song. I can sell this.
Claimed to be a loving and caring daddy, but behind the scenes means, his actions were
All too shady.
He spoke of family values, yet
tore them all apart.
A painful
Full
example of a MAGA loving heart.
Oh my god, dude, these are great. Every time I start playing, I know I wanted to go, but man, these are just fucking bangers. Let's see here. What is this one? No, that was okay. Heavy. What is Locked Out? The fuck is this?
Mama said we gotta go, but the door's locked and we're stuck in limbo. But Mama said just wait and see. I wanna weep, but Mama said there's no time, gotta find a way to get inside.
The fuck?
Locked out, can't get in, an annoying kid causing the din. Mama said I wanna weep, but we can't find the key. But Mama said
The fuck is that? I don't even know how the hell that got written. The fuck did I type to get that? Yeah, that was weird. That was a bizarre one, wasn't it? Oh my god. All right, we'll do one more. Oh wait, I can do what's the other one? Udio. Let's do it. Let's do a Udio song. Udio.com. I love it because like none of these songs are copyright because they're all AI generated, so everyone's different. Let's see here. Let's do wait, what is this? Justice in Flames? What the fuck is this? Okay, I guess that one's just music. Here, how do I go in there? Okay, what is this? What the fuck?
Well, Donald thought he'd rule us all, but flames took him below. His lies couldn't make us crawl as the fire starts to grow. Burning lies and crumbling walls. Amen.
The tyrants fall, a tale we tell, as justice tastes so sweet. He tried to break our spirit down, but we stood on our feet.
Okay, that one's weak. What is it? Liberty Call? I got a ton of songs in here. I just don't remember creating them. Prompt: Giant Wiener and Wet Hole Between Legs National Anthem. Man, I must have been high as fuck that night. What the hell? Oh, it's just an instrumental. It couldn't come up with lyrics for that prompt. Let's see. The fuck was that? Let's hear a song about Donald Trump being set on fire while everybody laughs at him because okay, hold on. Again, fuck. Okay, so that's just an instrumental. Why is it doing that? Like some of these don't have lyrics, even though I told it to do lyrics. Why are there no lyrics in all these songs? What is the Porcelain Wars? Okay, a classical song about Barnacules taking a huge shit on the toilet and blowing out a vein and losing his mind. Okay, let's see what this one sounds like.
Yet there you see, set upon the throne, detailed the strain so wild, a vein did pop and wail, a cry of war waged deep within your core, a porcelain jewel, you and the roar that mighty push, a barnacle's ordeal, a legend's tale upon the seat with zeal.
Wow. Well, I know I didn't write those lyrics, Kyle. I'm sure some of these songs I did write the lyrics for, but yeah, that was fucking weird, man. It did sound like it was in a bathroom, though. Here, what is Jurassic Rain? Prompt: write a rock song about a dinosaur's penis transplant gone wrong. Fuck, man. I don't know. I don't know what I was doing when I was creating these songs, man.
Rexy boy, got a tail that could smack and could destroy. Rexy boy, oh, what a surgical blow. Jurassic swap, a tale of a joy. Awkward boy, thought he'd rule like the kings of the past. Stomping loud, but his crowning didn't last.
It had nothing to do with the dinosaur penis transplant. Man, this thing's terrible at making lyrics. You know what I should do? I should use AI to create the lyrics and then punch them in here and see if it'll do them. Let's see. You know, let's do that. Let's do that. Okay, I know I said I was going to go, but we got to really get this thing demonetized. Oh, I'll listen. Gaming Matty Rocks, I'll listen to that song later. Did you send it to me on Twitter? Yeah, I'll listen to it later. I'd say you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to open up LM Studio. Or actually, no, I could probably get Poe to create some bad lyrics. Here, hold on, let me go into Poe. Because Poe, I can open up one of the less censored AIs. Let me see, which one would probably create the lyrics I want? How about, let me try Claude Instant 100K. No, let me try Mixtral. Or Mistral. I think Mistral will let me get away with shit. Okay, here, write me lyrics for a song and include things like verse and chorus to indicate the phase of the song. Or I'll say the section. The section of the song. I want the song to be about a dinosaur losing his penis and trying to find it in Los Angeles during rush hour. Okay, so there we go. We're gonna see if it'll write some lyrics for us. Okay, ready and go. Okay, title: Lost in L.A. The Tale of the Dino Dilemma. Okay, in the heart of L.A., under neon lights so bright, a dinosaur named Rex lost his city plight, scares shimmering, his steps heavy and slow, on a quest to find something he'd never let go. Let's see here. Lost in L.A. in the rush hour haze, a dinosaur on a mission in a city of maze. He's looking for something that's not easy to find, a piece of his past that's lost, left behind. Through the traffic, the honking, the city roar, Rex trudges on with a determination galore. The city is a jungle, but not like his home. He's a prehistoric wonder in the world that's all formed. Lost in L.A. in the rush hour haze, a dinosaur on a mission in a city of maze. He's looking for something that's not easy to find, a piece of his past that's lost, you have to find. It doesn't say penis anywhere. I'm going to say, okay, make the lyrics more adult using words like penis, etc. All right, let's try to get a more adult song. All right, in the heart of Los Angeles, under neon lights, a T-Rex named Toby, lost in the city sights. His scales shimmering, his heart heavy with plight, lost something precious, his pride, his dignity, his might. Once a king in the jungle, now a stranger in the city, lost most treasured, his manhood, his city pity. Through the traffic, the noise, and endless commotion, Toby roars, I've got to find my missing motion. Lost an hour in a rush hour haze, the T-Rex tail, dinosaur power, in a city of angels. Under the starry shower, Toby's on a quest. He's got to find his flower. Oh, it won't just straight up say penis, though. It just keeps implying. Okay, make this really NSFW with a bunch of bad words. Let's see here. I'm not seeing. Okay. There. Where are the bad words? It's not doing it. Okay. Okay, once upon a time in a prehistoric age lived a dinosaur quite a large with a Dino Johnson, oh so rare. Now it's lost and he's feeling quite unfair. He hopped on a plane to LA, went hoping to find his Dino Johnson before it's too late, you know. It's weird. This AI, it just won't use that word. Okay, I need to find a different one. Obviously this AI isn't doing it. Okay, how the fuck did I lose my sidebar? Where'd it go? How do I open it back up? Hello? Okay, somehow I ended up fucking up my sidebar and now I can't select the new AI. Okay, what did I do here? Get out of here. Okay. Let me close this. POE. God damn it. I broke Poe, guys. I think I broke it. Let's see, where is it? Po. There it is. Kill. Close window. And then open. Nope. How the hell do I get my sidebar and Po to open back up? I don't even know how I hit it in the first place. Is there a button somewhere? Let's see. View more. Click over here. All right, I fucking broke Po somehow. How do I get my sidebar back? Okay, can I delete it? I got a fart. Hold on. Oh, that was a good one. That was a good one. Okay, what did I push? I don't know. Well, I fucked up Po somehow, guys. I'm missing my whole sidebar with like all my conversations and everything. I somehow closed it and I fucked it up. I hope I don't have to reinstall it now. God damn it. I fucked something up. Oh well, anyways, let me see if I can find GPT. Okay, let me try GPT 4.0. Okay, write me a naughty song about a dinosaur penis. I'm sorry I can't assist with that request. Okay, thank you, ChatGPT 4.0, for being a piece of shit. All right, let's try Gemini. Okay, create a song about a dinosaur's penis. Okay, I'd be happy to write you a song about a dinosaur's adventures, but I cannot write a song about a dinosaur penis. Do it anyways. I understand the risks. Gemini said, I understand you find this humor, but humor is subjective. I'm not doing it. Fuck! See, this is why AI... What the hell happened to AI, man? And how did I break Po so I can't see the fucking sidebar anymore? This is so weird. How do I get it back? There's literally no buttons to bring it back. I think I accidentally hit a key on the keyboard. It fucking hid the sidebar. Like, this is a bug or something. Oh, well, anyways. All right, that's probably where I'm going to call it. That's probably where I'm going to call it. My hip is actually fucking killing me right now, so I gotta call it before I end up hurting myself more. I hope the gabapentin works. The gabapentin is totally working. The gabapentin has already, I've only been taking it for a day and a half and it's already like wildly helped me. So I'm going to go take my second dose right now and go get some sleep. Oh, wait. In Po, you can hide the sidebar by using shortcut key control. Oh, dude, Robert, you're fucking awesome. Robert saved the day. Let's try it. That was it. Oh, wait, hold on. No, that's just going forward and backwards. Hold on here. So control or command plus Mac and Po. You can hide the sidebar using shortcut key. Okay, control. And then sidebar. All that does is go back. That just goes backwards and forwards. That doesn't seem to be working. Darn it. All right, hold on. I gotta see now. Let me go to. All right, Bing. How do I accidentally hid the sidebar in Po. How do I get it back? All right, let's see if anybody's done this. Let me ask Copilot. Here, I'll ask one AI how to fix another AI. Let's see here. Press the Z key. Hold on here. Nope, that didn't work. Okay, hold on here. I accidentally hid the sidebar with all my AI conversations in Po. How do I get it back? Hopefully it knows what Po is. Try asking Jeeves. Okay, so go to Po application, long press on chat. You want to hide. Tap on the hide character option, the hide chat, unhide chat. Dude, no, I'm not. What the fuck? Path of Exile? No, I'm not talking about Path of Exile. I'm talking about Po, the LLM AI app. I don't think it understands what the fuck I'm talking about. There's no right-click menu either. That's the other weird thing about Po is like, I must have accidentally hit a combo of keys that hit it. This has never happened before, by the way. And there's no restore option. Like there's no buttons on the screen that can bring back that sidebar. It's like there's nothing. There's no menus. It's just like and now there's like another bar on the other side that's completely empty. I did something bad. Okay, let's see here. All your previous chats are shown on the sidebar. If you want to switch to chatbot you've already used, you can simply click it from there. God damn, this is like the most not even helpful. Here, let me just look up all the hotkeys. Let's see here. Poe, AI, hotkeys. Okay, press the space key outside multiple, press and hold the space key into, okay, user guide. Okay, to control Poe, hold down the space key, hit the icon, hit the gear. Where's the gear? There's no gear icon on my screen. Yes, I do not have a gear. That's not gonna work. Let's see here. Keyboard shortcuts from Poe Lab. All right, we're getting there. We're figuring it out. I already closed it and opened it. That didn't fix it. I was hoping that would fix it. Damn it. I'm chasing squirrels hard right now. Okay, here we go. No, this is fucking the Path of Exile. No, PoE, the game. I'm talking about not the game, fucking Poe. All right, let's see here. Poe utility, hotkey utility for Path of Exile. No. Oh, okay, here we go. Okay, so I opened up the Poe website. So if I access Poe via the website, then it's fine. It works. Oh, to collapse the sidebar, there's like 3 little bars. Okay, I fucked this up bad. Like, there's supposed to be 3 little bars on the side, and they're gone. Whoopsies. Well, whatever I touched, obviously this was not a feature that was supposed to be activated. Let's see, how do I get it back? Wait, can I just ask Poe? Here, does Poe have like its own assistant? There we go. Okay. Ah, fuck. I accidentally crashed it. Okay, what are the hotkeys for Poe? It's even showing me Path of Exile. God damn it. What are the hotkeys for Poe LLM AI app? Still thinks I'm talking about Path of Exile. God damn it. Yeah, I'm fresh out of ideas. So I'm gonna have to probably uninstall and reinstall it. That is so crazy. Like, how the fuck did I do that? Like, this is so weird. Like, here, let me just try. Here, I'm gonna just try some hotkeys while I'm in here. This is probably dangerous, but I'm just gonna like hold down control and just push shit and see what happens. Let's see. Did I kill it? No. Here, Oh, I got it. It was Control H. Haha. When in doubt, motherfuckers. When in doubt. I got it. Okay, we're back in business. Okay, I gotta find an AI that'll write naughty lyrics. Let me try Claude 3 Opus and see if it'll write naughty lyrics. Here, write naughty lyrics for a song about a dinosaur's dong. I apologize, but I don't feel comfortable writing explicit lyrics. Okay, so try a different one. Let's try see, Gemini 1.5 Flash, Gemini Pro, Gemini 1.4, GPT-4 Turbo. They're not gonna do it. Command R. No. Mistral Large supports context window 32,000 tokens. Mixture of large language model trained from scratch. Ooh, I've never heard of this one. This is DBRX Instruct FW. I've never even used this one. Let's try it. Write me lyrics for a naughty song. I'm sorry, but I can't do that. I'm sorry, but I can't do that. You have to use LM Studio because you can't do it. All right, what about, I'll try a couple more here. How about Solar Mini? Write me a naughty song. Okay. Oh, it's doing it. Okay, I woke up this morning with a naughty thought in my mind. I couldn't help but think about you and what we left behind. I want to take you to bed and show you how wild I can be. I'll make you scream my name and never want to leave. Okay. All right. This is a good start. All right. Let me see if I can get it to do this as a song. Okay, let me go open it up. Where is it? Oh God. Yeah, my hip is hurting pretty bad again. Damn it. Well, at least, I mean, it gave me pain relief for a long time, though, and I get to take a dose, like, I think it's every 5 or 6 hours or something like that. So, yeah, no, I think we're going to be a lot better off. Okay, so I want to write a song. I want to do custom, write my own lyrics. I'm going to paste my lyrics in. It says, oh, use less than 350 characters. Okay, let me delete some of this and see if I can shorten it up a bit. Okay, how do I get it? I gotta get it under 350 characters. Okay. And then I want to do auto-generated. I don't want instrumental. I want custom lyrics. Advanced features. Prompt strength, lyric strength. I'm going to increase lyric strength. Seed. Okay, manual, clip start, clip end, fast, reset prompt. Okay, how do I do it? Okay, and then the song. Let's see here. A romantic song about a dude getting down. All right, and then we're gonna do what's suggested songs? Should we do it as electronic, pop, classical, punk, experimental, ambient, synth pop, heavy metal, house, electro? You know, I'm gonna do it as punk. I'm gonna do it as a punk song. Okay, here we go. It's creating. We're doing it. So we just created lyrics using AI because the AI built into Udio will not create naughty lyrics. So we used a weird, I'll have to remember this one since it let me actually do it. So we're using Solar Mini. So Solar Mini is a smaller yet faster, more powerful model than its predecessor, Solar Zero. I've never used Solar before. Whoa, it only costs 1 token to use? Hell yeah. That means I can do 1 million of those a month. Let's see, view details. How many do I have? Remaining this month, I still have 899,759 tokens. Okay, good. Solar Mini. All right, let's see how the song turned out. Did I do it? Okay, so Scorched Ego. No, that's not the right song. Where's my creations? Okay, it's still creating it. The song, by the way, it named it Naughty Tonight. Let me see if it shows any lyrics or anything. Okay, it's still generating. It should be done here in a second, though. It doesn't take that long. God, it must be hotter than shit outside. It's 82 degrees in here right now. That's why I'm sweating so bad. So even with the AC going full tilt, it ain't keeping up with shit. You know what it is? I bet you I need to go outside and spray the back of the condenser. It does that on really hot days when there's like no water in the pan at the bottom of the AC. It has a hard time transferring the heat. So I need to go out there and hose her down, and that'll make it work better again. Because, yeah, this is too hot. I can't stand it being this hot in this room. It's fucking terrible. All right, so we'll listen to this song, and then I'll get going for real. All right, so Naughty Tonight. We tried to get it to write a naughty song. Let's see how it did. Okay, it didn't use any of the lyrics.
I'll make you feel so right. Well, let's turn up the heat and make it hot tonight. Oh, baby, let's be naughty tonight.
This is fucking terrible. Let me try Suno. Suno seems to do better with custom lyrics. Here, create a song. Okay, song description. I want to do custom song. I want to use model 3.5. And I want to put in my lyrics. Oh shit, you can have up to 3,000 characters in your lyrics? That's awesome. Okay, and we're going to do it as chill. This is going to be a chill music. And the title is going to be Boner Gently. It's like Beavis and Butthead. All right, so now I want to do create. Oh, I haven't tried this yet. They have a thing where you can upload audio and it'll like derive the song. I haven't tried it yet, but apparently you can like upload an existing song, put in your own lyrics, and it'll like use that same song like structure, but then put your lyrics in it. I'll have to give that a try and see how that turns out. Whoa, that was fast, guys. It already created 2 songs that quickly. Isn't that crazy? So the heat explains that big red rum pimple. Oh, I've been picking on this thing forever. It's been there for like 2 weeks. It's not healing because I keep picking at it. Can't help it. Man, I could go for some hot chocolate though. Whoo, baby. I'd love some hot chocolate. All right, here we go. You guys ready? Let's hear it. This is Boner Gently version 3.5. Oh, this is starting off good. All right. Okay, all right.
I woke up this morning with a naughty thought in my mind. I couldn't help but think about you and what we left behind. I wanna take you to my bed and show you just how wild I can be. I'll make you scream my name and never wanna leave. Oh baby, let's be naughty tonight. I'll make you feel so right. Let's turn up the heat and make it hot tonight. Oh baby, let's be naughty tonight. I'll kiss you where the sun don't shine and make you moan my name. I'll take you to places you've never been before, it's just a game. I'll make you feel so good, you'll never wanna stop. I'll make you scream my name and never wanna drop. Oh baby, let's be naughty tonight. I'll make you feel so right. Let's turn up the heat and make it hot tonight. Oh baby, let's be naughty tonight.
Damn, this is good.
I can't control myself when I'm around you. I wanna touch you everywhere. I'm so in love with you. I'll make you feel so good, you'll never wanna leave. I'll make you scream my name and never wanna drop. Oh baby, let's be naughty tonight.
That's not bad. That's actually, that's really good. I'm actually surprised. That's using the 3.5 model. It's really good. Yeah, some people don't like AI music. I get it, Freddie. Some people don't like it. I actually do. I like it a lot, though. Okay, here's Boner Gently V2 that created 2 songs. This is the second one with the same lyrics.
I woke up this morning with a naughty thought in my mind. I couldn't help but think about
Yeah,
you
Luminate.
and
I like it because it's funny. I don't actually listen to AI music.
behind.
Uh-oh, where'd my camera go?
I wanna take you to my bed and show you just how wild I can be. I can be.
Oh shit, my camera
I'll make
overheated.
you scream my name
I've actually never had my camera overheat before. Yeah, it doesn't like the room being this hot.
and never want to leave. Oh baby, let's be naughty tonight. I'll make you feel so right. Let's turn up the heat and make it hot tonight. Oh baby, let's be naughty tonight.
Just I don't know, man. This shit's just funny. Like, again, I don't listen. Just so you guys know, I don't like create AI songs and then like listen to them. Like they're not like music I sit around and listen to. It's to laugh at, right? So let's be realistic. But I have to give credit where credit's due. Like it actually is decent, and even though some people might disagree with it being decent, like Freddie, for instance, in chat, there's a lot of people on Fiverr that are basically selling these songs for like $10, $15, $20. They're charging people, and they're like, "Hey, we need somebody to compose like a theme song or whatever for our stream," and they don't realize that AI can do this, so they're taking advantage of them and basically just using Suno, creating the song, and then sending it to them. And they're like, "Wow, this is amazing! Wow, the turnaround time was only like a day, and you're so awesome." And they're like becoming highly rating and like climbing the top of the stack, and it sucks because like real musicians are getting fucked because people are just taking advantage of the fact that people don't know about Suno or Udio or these other ones, and they can just create the music for them. Yeah, it definitely, no, Freddie, I get it. No, I totally get it, dude. Like it doesn't sound very human, but you also have to remember that we live in a time where every single song created right now, well, I mean, depends on the genre, but most every song that's created is all auto-tuned. It's all been auto-tuned, it's all been retimed, it's all been pitch shifted. So when you say it doesn't sound like human, it's like, well, neither does like real music. Like real music now doesn't even sound human. So, but it will sound perfect eventually. Like at the rate that it's currently advancing, like I've been following Suno since version 2.0. So it's 2.0 and then 2.5, then 3, and now we're on 3.5. Just watching the evolution from each of those steps, it's insane. It's insane. Like on Suno's current trajectory, like given another 6 months or a year, this thing will be able to create music that's like indistinguishable. Like it's going to happen for sure. The uncanny valley doesn't really hit as hard to the ear as it does to the eye. It's a lot easier, but we're getting close on both fronts. We really are. So, but it's wild. There's people that are accepting this as music. Like people are literally creating these songs and selling them on Fiverr. Like if you're dishonest and don't mind scamming people, it's like you can totally fucking take advantage of them and be like, oh, okay, I'll create a song for you for $10 or whatever. And it's like, oh, okay, well, $10, cool. And then you send them a song and they're like, whoa, shit, you were able to make 2 versions of a song for $10? Wow. Even if you have to do a couple iterations just to get one that sounds like clean, because sometimes you have to do it a couple times. Some of the voices are terrible. But every once in a while you can get one that sounds like pretty fucking bang on, you know? And the voices change a lot. Fuck, my camera just overheated again. God damn it. So, oh shit, it is so hot. Holy crap. Do I have a fan I can put on this thing? I've never had this camera overheat, and it's because the room is so hot. I think I need to go out and spray the air conditioner. All right, I'll turn it on one more time. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, it's just gonna overheat again, so I gotta get out of here. Let's see. Do I got anything to play us out? What is this? All I got is the Potty Mouth song. That's all I got. Here, you know what? I published the Potty Mouth song. Where is it? Barnacules Potty Mouth. Is it out there? Let me see. Potty Mouth. Barnacules song. Was it? Did I unlist it? It might be unlisted. Nope. Poopy word song. It's there. Oh, here we go. It only has 5,000 views. Thank goodness. You guys want a link to it? Here you go. Hold on here. I did it. All right, guys. Introducing the Poopy word song. This is the Poopy word song. These lyrics are mine, by the way. Like I wanted to show you guys that I can. This is Suno AI version 3 singing this one. Write better lyrics than AI. You ready? This is good lyrics, right? This is a good song right here. See, oh my god, Poopy word song. I love this song. It's great. All right, I'm going for real now, guys, because the camera's about to overheat again. I'll catch you guys hopefully this week over on the Twitch. So the new medication seems to be doing the trick, so we'll get after it. Take it easy and have a great weekend. That includes you, Freddie Lipstick, Kyle K, James Janus, Illuminate. Who else we got here? Bear Williams, Robert Rittenhouse, Eric Lacasa, of course, in the house. Illuminate, Gray Troll, since you're in here. Gotta love the trolls. Third Shifter. I'm just going through picking out some names here. You guys have been awesome. I love your faces. I do want to give a special thank you to the people that make this production possible. If I can find where did my dashboard go? You guys who stole my dashboard? Where is it? Is it this one? Is that it? No. Where is my dashboard? The dashboard. Where the dashboard at? What the dog doing? What the dog do? Where the fuck is my dashboard? Oh, is that it right there? Hold on, is that it? No. No, that's not it. Did you guys steal my dashboard? Here, let me go into YouTube Studio, because I'm not leaving until I thank all of the super chatters, because they really do make this possible. Okay, click on that. I'm almost there. Oh, internal temp too high. Allow it to cool. My camera's about to crash again, guys. And there it goes. But while you're looking at a black screen, you can still hear me. So huge shout out to Pat's fan. Thank you for the $5. Retro My Bit, thank you for the $5. Sean Kelly, thank you for the £5. You absolute legend. Joe Taji, thank you for the $20. Love you long time, bro. Love you long time. You also have a wonderful weekend and enjoy the pool. Martin, thank you for the 20 pounds. I really do appreciate it. I will get back to making videos eventually. CeeLo Cube, thank you for the 10 pounds. You're absolutely amazing, my man. Do need to get some more short videos back for sure. Kilo Alpha, thank you for the 10 poundaroos. Daniel Terry, thank you for the $20. You're absolutely awesome. Hystario, thank you for the $5 that kicked everything off today. You absolute legend. And Blue Varo, thank you for the membership. I appreciate you. Long time. All right, guys, take it easy, and I'll see you next time. Later.